In the far land, in the walls of the majestic castle, there was a rite of calling from another world. The steam hiss filled the space of the hall, wrapping it with a mysterious haze. Suddenly, a crowd of people appeared in the middle of the room. Concealed, they did not understand where they found themselves and how they got here. A frightened girl in a school uniform with a trembling voice confessed that she was heading to school a minute ago, and now she suddenly found herself in a completely alien place. In recent years, the kingdom has been leading a grueling war with demons, suffering painful losses. The state was on the verge of catastrophe. That is why the rulers decided to call people with extraordinary abilities into their world, hoping that these chosen will help them in the fight against enemies. The heroes of the 18th generation responded to the call of the king. Extremely strong soldiers, who are popularly called the great heroes. A crowd of strangers looks around, not understanding what is happening. Their thoughts are only one of one thing: why they are called heroes, and what did they get such glory? The inhabitants of the kingdom seek to test their abilities. Among the crowd is a girl who has an unusual talent, a divine braid. Observing the peculiarities of this schoolgirl, everyone around does not hide surprise. Her skills are considered a true achievement. The girl was surprised when the magician suddenly pointed to her, attracting the views of the audience. Considering others, they found another unique ability. Such talents are called gifts here, special forces that the gods reward those who have come into this world. The king exclaims that no force can simply be given to the representatives of their world. Similar abilities are solely the blessing of the gods. Only selected, designed from another dimension, receive gifts from heaven to serve this world. Such people are called heroes here. The crowd is in a slight confusion. At the same time, it covers a joyful premonition. Heroes who have unusual abilities suddenly find themselves in a completely different world. Lady Momoko wanted to deny that it was not at all as suddenly interrupted by a resident of the kingdom. He enthusiastically announced that she has an incredible skill, a divine braid capable of erasing even the most powerful demons. The king is happy to note that there are also many people with outstanding abilities among the rest of the group members. This time, called warriors, really impress him. One of the subordinates did not resist and turned to the monarch, emphasizing it. Calling it "my lord," a man in a hoodie represents the caused Noyo Anton. He reports that this character is not endowed with any abilities. The characteristics window is really visible. The guy is completely without talents. Noticing Itinerami, the king watched silently, and the young man, being in an inappropriate situation, waited hard at least some reaction from his ruler. The usual city fuss. The inspired crowd moves in their affairs, descending into the underground transition to the subway. The city is fluttering with clouds of high-rise buildings and office centers. These giant structures, like immense walls, are lined up in a harsh row, one by one. Itanami Noyo exhales hard, thinking about another day as an office serf. The overcrowded metro wagon squeezes his longing. After stepping on the platform and pushed into the crowd, it is aware of Itami with sadness. It is here that he does not want to be at all. Since the wagon is already clogged, he tries to squeeze with annoyance inside, so as not to wait for the next train. During this attempt, he suddenly comes across something soft. It turns out that these were the rounded sides of a chunky man. Looking around in search of clues, he tries to understand where he got. At this point, a man is a god. All his mind was only one thought: his own death. God claimed that the boy was called to another world. The choice of him at the command of his father, Zeus himself, the lord of all gods. They have Athena, but other gods have repeatedly complained about her biased attitude towards men. Therefore, all the homeless things now were under the care of this chunky man. Noyo is again interested in who controls the calls. The guy does not understand what is happening. God seems to be a festival, a master in such matters. He gives the guy a rare ability. It was the first experience of Hephaestus in giving skills, so he prepared for it very carefully. Itanama, markedly disturbed by the future receipt of the gift, honestly admitted that he was not sure whether he could accept such a great gift if he was really special. Hephaestus extends forward, holding the skill he has created, the perfection artist. A shining ball shimmers on his palm. However, Noyo does not look impressed with this divine gift. The man notes that to master this ability is extremely difficult, but confidently states that the boy is sure to cope. Itanis has covered even more panic from these words. Hephaestus extends the sphere to the young man's chest. touchingly confessing that he has invested in the creation of the skill of perfection master all his soul. In response, the man asks for permission to use this gift in the new world for him. The guy recalled the conversation with God that happened on the eve of his appearance in the new world. People were panicked because the first called the hero had no skill. This has never happened before. Itanami looks at the king, thinking that for people their inexperience is a serious obstacle. With such a level of skill, they do not overcome demons in battle. Noriel was already going to contact the king with a question, but he ordered everyone to silence. Melared, as if anticipating further questions, said loudly, "No one could go back." The guy was not going to ask about it. Yes, filmed and confused, Momoko again repeats that he is not able to return them home. The Moloid explains that they really know how to call the characters into their world, but how to send them back, they have no idea. Only the demonic king is a well-known path that leads back. That is why the heroes will have to go to the front and break the resistance of his troops. The Atok confesses that without his abilities, he will not be able to join the battle. What is the benefit of him then? Then Invari voiced his proposal. He asked him to allocate a piece of land. The young man sought to start a new life, because he was considered no one in the kingdom. The unexpected request of the boy stunned the king. The distance from the kingdom is no longer meaningful for him. Having received a piece of land, the guy can finally become a hermit and break away from them. Since there is no gate, it decides to end the past life of an office slave. Full of faith in himself, he seeks to boldly start a new life in this world. However, the royal subjects are amazed at the heart. They are stunned by the boldness of the hero, designed without any abilities. Itones, along with the guide, stands on the edge of the endless desert. From here, wherever you throw the eye, the dead sandy ocean extends, and from now on, this land obeys the will of the boy. The man reports that it was purchased for the news by order of His Highness, as well as for the salary he received. The young man will be able to live here as he wants. Getting a knightly rank and deserted lands means to become the owner of the territory outside the kingdom. It does not quite understand that it is quite natural for the king to give new possessions to the hero. The conductor notes that it is extremely profitable. Everything that lies outside the kingdom is no longer belonging to him. These lands have not yet been conquered or investigated by the monarchy, so the boy will not have to give anything to the king. Undoubtedly, Itami rejoices in the fact that now he can do the farm as much as the soul desires. But after these words, the man extends his hand, a gesture of the request, hinting at the reward for the excursion that he just arranged. Upon receipt of payment, the conductor is silently turning and goes, saying that from now on the kingdom has no requirements for him. He advises him to do as he pleases. He will indifferent, survive the guy or die. Saying goodbye to this man, Nori feels anxiety. It is painful to realize that he is being paid for him, although he does not have the valuable skills that everyone needs in this ruthless war with demons. Standing in front of the Valley of Abandoned Fields, I realized, it is here and now that a new life is born, filled with unprecedented content. Usually, someone goes on a fascinating journey, gathers friends around him, overcomes countless difficulties, and eventually won the most powerful enemy, swimming in glory. But for the guy, all this does not matter. He is quite a simple life. Going on a journey, Itana reflects on the king and his subjects, considering them genuinely desperate. Wandering among the deserted stone blocks, he feels that in such rural areas you can find a dreamy silence. He wants to stay here inside and try to live a peaceful life, enjoying peace in this amazing new world. The guy above all wants to face these people anymore, so he wants to hide somewhere as far away from the kingdom. Standing on the shore, he enjoys the freshness of the sea wind, convinced that the best place in the world is not worth looking for. He happily waved his hands, inhaling the air of freedom, and exclaimed that he would remain here and turn this place into his own kingdom. First of all, Nuri wants to provide himself with water, so that in the future it does not become a problem for him. He sat down on stones by the water to try it to taste, because he suspects it can be seawater. Flaming his palm with a little water, the young man immediately decided to taste it. To joy, it was fresh, clean lake water, suitable for drinking. He was overwhelmed by the joy when he noticed how the tentacles of a marine creature look from under the stones. But in a moment he remembered. Octopus does not live in fresh water and never appear in shallow water. This is not interested in it, because the main goal now is not to solve the secret of the location of the octopus in this mysterious lake. First of all, He must take care of the more urgent need. A supply of food for the near future. He clung to the tentacle, trying to pull the creature outside, but through the slippery surface under his feet, which did not hold his shoes at all, he began to pull to the water. Sticking underwater, Izunumi emerges, open his eyes wide, and the same octopus is still clinging to his head. Starting at full height, he suddenly felt that the water was incredibly salty, that he was surprised. However, a little later, having tasted it again, he became convinced. The water is quite ordinary and fresh. Itans, without removing the suspicion, again turned the water with his palms to finally make sure of his assumptions. With an octopus on his head, the guy made a sip of water and was surprised. She is still suitable for drinking. In delight and with a smile on his face, he exclaims that the new world is simply incredible. Getting out of the water, the guy realizes that there will be no difficulty with this. Removing the octopus from his head, now he only dreams of something delicious. Throwing a sea animal in containers, Itoni suddenly realizes that there are no spices at hand. So he decides to cook octopus simply in salted water. Neri seeks to ignite his first campfire. Armed with a hunting knife, he cuts a hole in a dry wooden stick, and then carefully makes a special recess in it. He inserts the stick in the recess and quickly begins to rub. From this friction is born heat. Subsequently, the formed coals carefully shifts to a prepared dry branch. Itans exhaled deeply, gathering all his efforts to put all his soul into the first flame that he created in life. Taking the case, the guy twisted the stick between his palms, making great efforts. The fire broke out after the first attempt to ignite a campfire, which was scared by an autonomy. Such a development was a real surprise for him. The inhabitant of the depth boils in a cauldron over the flames. Nuri made her own plate and food sticks. Tasting the octopus tentacle, the army could not break away from thought. How quickly this fire broke out. The guy with a happy smile was proud of his remarkable survival skills. Suddenly the words of the god of the hearth Hephaestus came in memory. The abilities of a young man are the talent of a true advantage. Reflecting on the words of this man, Nguyar decided to check one thing. He stopped in front of a field densely littered. Swinging the blade of his sickle, he shouts loudly to use his technique of absolute advantage. The giant strip stretched along the trajectory of his stroke, destroying everything that happened on the way. Autonomy lost the gift of language. He did not suspect that he was capable of similar. Apparently, Facet's representatives did not reveal the essence of the power they gave him, and it seems that he finally realized what true happiness was. Armed with sap, the guy decided to repeat the trick, which he had just made a sickle. It was only necessary to put the tools in the ground, as something amazing happened again. The leg could not believe his own eyes, breaking between surprise and admiration for his own abilities. He leaned to inspect the ground after using the skill. The soil was so carefully plowed that no additional work was needed. The bed came out that he imagined it when he was created. Itans come to the conclusion that the gift of skill he received from Hephaestus is able to enhance the effectiveness of everything that the guy touches, increasing it at times. The young man realized that thanks to this ability of his business in agriculture, he would quickly go up. Everything was effortlessly succeeded. He did not waste his time, but worked tirelessly. In his garden, he planted a wonderful seed brought from the city. Nori stands near his beds and exhales lightly. He feels pride for the work done, though he has no idea what he planted. But if the plants come down and the guy can collect them, you cannot worry about food. The soil is even grabbing worms. As the plants grow slowly, the young man decided to go fishing to catch something for dinner. Etanami is relaxed sitting on the shore, enjoying fishing. He thinks that he could live longer while working for the company, and thanks to his mysterious abilities, the guy learned to conquer the waves. The guy sincerely thanks the face to the face for such a wonderful gift. One day Nuari will certainly try rice with seaweed, but as soon as the guy plunged into the dream, his fishing rod dramatically, something was beating. Without hesitation, he struggled to pull the line on himself. Feeling great tension, the guy immediately realized something really giant was on the hook. A girl with gorgeous long hair erupted from the water and caught a bait. Itten was completely stunned by such a surprise. He, just as stunned by this incredible event, unconsciously pulls the fishing rod further without controlling his movements. After all, instead of the desired fish for dinner, a girl was on the hook. Seeing a girl confusing in fishing tackle, the guy suddenly noticed her tail and realized, before him, a real mermaid. However, the guy quickly returned to reality. The mermaid, loudly and with the underlined contempt, called him a peasant, brought him out of thought. She is indignant that he dared so easy to pull it out of the water. The young man does not dare to have a dispute. I am sure that she is hostile. The girl zooms, saying that if he caught her, she must marry her. Such are the laws of this new world. Aitons brought out this remark, because suddenly there was no distance between them. In another world, he had a wife. The mermaid feels rage and image. It was caught by a rural simple. There is no worse shame for the merfolk lake. Now she is exiled by the exile among her own. The winner got everything. The mind, the feeling, and the body defeated. She sits motionless in her mouth, with tears in her eyes. She was caught by her own independence. All this is not the way the guy imagined. Getting rid of a foreign object in her mouth, the mermaid wept, because from now on, it was disgraced and could no longer return to its former life. Noiri barely resisted not to point out. The girl herself caught on a fishing hook, but she does not even want to listen. Mermaids, proud creature. They treat everything living with contempt, especially people. The boy does not have nothing but to look for salvation and act as he can. The girl exclaims with indignation, because she cannot believe that such an unusual mermaid, like a fairy, tail fish, allowed some prostitute to pull herself ashore. Her pride is deeply affected. Now the way back to the sea is closed for her. The mermaid again screams that it is karma, and she has no other way out than to become his wife. From now on, only he has to bear responsibility for her. For a young man, this situation is a real novelty. The guy heard that in this world marriages between representatives of different races are much more difficult. Looking at the girl's tail, the guy doubted if he would ever get married. He was convinced that her dreams would remain unattainable fantasies. She got a bottle with amazing liquid and slowly, sipping, starting to drink it. The boy was blinded by an unexpected bright glow that suddenly flashed next to the girl. As soon as she drank the elixir, Rusalchan tail slowly turns into human legs. The young man looks stunning at the girl, and then, blushing from embarrassment, is in a hurry. After choosing the human likeness, she remained naked below the belt. The mermaid proudly states that she will not find happiness among people, but now she has been able to give her life a child. After that, the boy will no longer have reason to complain about. Itumani exclaims that he understood everything, and asks to cover him with something. The young man realizes that he was too frightened and acted inadvertently, giving out the impulses. Now before him, only an empty field. And the girl is not at all liked the outfit that she gave the foot. At her indignation, he exclaimed that he would not marry her in any way, if she does not want to wear her pants. Standing near the flower beds, Itanami explains that he can create for the girl exactly the kind of clothes that she likes. But now, he has nowhere to settle. The young man came here to plow the field. Suddenly, his gaze fell on sprouts that had already sprouted in such a short time. On all beds, sprouts suddenly appeared, which was incredibly surprised by the boy and his future wife, who was standing nearby. He wondered if he was one of the incredible abilities that he had returned the fastest. If the guy was not mistaken, he was already told that he received extraordinary power in possession of a variety of tools. The girl was interested in growing her recently chosen man. He does not seem to understand what he planted, fruits or vegetables, so I decided to find out here already. The young man confesses that he actually seeks only a peaceful, unpretentious life. The girl calls the owner of this land too painstaking. Edens confesses that he does not understand the life of fish at all. Then she adds that she is well aware. Her husband only seeks a peaceful existence. Noir with ridicule emphasizes his confidence in what he said. The girl proudly and seriously states that she can rely on. Healing power is a gift inherent in mermaids from nature, and the girl also has the art of magical healing at the highest level. But the young man could not hurt what they were really talking about. Such a non-retaliation annoyed the girl. She, with his exaltation and pride, calls on him not to be shy to turn to her, if something remains unclear. But suddenly, not wasting time, she begins to remove his pants, which leads to a real confusion. She rushed to the water, saying that she would take something from the house, and jumped in the wave, instantly turning again to the mermaid. It remains to watch and guess what really happened. He went to the forest, thinking that the mermaid really dreamed of becoming his wife. But in fact, the young man just sought to escape from the fuss of the everyday world. Armed with a small axe, he inadvertently wondered. There were no guarantees that she would return at all. Without spending a minute, Stanami began to cut down a tree, full of determination to build a simple but his own housing. It's a little time. The guy proudly examines his work and admires his simplicity. enjoying pleasant loneliness. He is delighted. He did not think that the house could be erected in an hour. Nari proudly calls herself a real man. It is profitable to rest on the bed. He finally allows himself to rest. Although Hephaestus gave him extraordinary abilities, this activity was still exhausting. Resting after a grueling day, Itani thought. Maybe his weakness caused the appearance of a mermaid. Remembering her, the guy decided that she would no longer return. While Nuri slept on a new bed, a girl returned to the room. Her unexpected appearance woke up the boy. The mermaid, all glowing with joy, rushed into his arms, again half-eyed below the belt, because she drank the same elixir for the second time. Embarrassed but trying to hold herself in her hands, she ordered the girl to put on her pants again. Unfortunately, this decision did not comfort the little one at all, because she could not tolerate such clothes. He wondered where she was all day. The young man worried about her. The girl just looked at him and turned away without words, crossing her hands on his chest. The mermaid notes that in the end it is not a human business. In her opinion, such things are not worried at all. Leaving home, she said that it was not easy to cook. Hearing the word cook, the Daid immediately became interested. They exactly stood in front of a huge shaitan, an aggregate capable of creating true miracles. It is used to make a magical potion. With a smile glowing with a smile, the girl tells that adding a little magical energy and different types of potions can create charming medicines with unique properties. For clarity, it shows how this tool works even on those who do not have magic. Itoni asked her about colds. The girl with a smile replied that she would take it a little later when everything was properly prepared. The mermaid immediately rushed to look for something needed, and the young man hurried to warn her to be careful. He wanted to scare the girl somehow for her deception, but he did not have time to speak, as she had already appeared with a huge fish in her hands, proudly presenting her trophy. This tuna is called baengi. In his tender meat, a lot of magical energy is hidden. However, Nuri is completely lost in guessing. He does not understand what it is about. It is striking not by the magical power of fish, but its extraordinary dimensions. The girl skillfully divides the fish into pieces with one hand. In the thoughts of Itanami compares her hands with sharp swords. The mermaid is taken to cook, bringing water to a boil, skillfully regulates heat and monitors the pressure level, and in the meantime, carefully rubs some seasoning into thin powder. In a moment, the girl shows a fertilizer made from ba and fish. Variety is wary, suspecting it is fish fertilizer. If the guy scattered this fertilizer on his field, the crop could ripen much faster. The mermaid was delighted. Itonami thought about her true intentions, because she sincerely sought to support the boy in growing a crop. The next day, all the plants are covered with fruits. Both were struck by the result of fish fertilizer. The young man prepared wooden pegs in advance for plant support. Then, he carefully threw one tomato from the bush and decided to taste it. Aitons really like the taste of vegetables. He calls the girl a rather strange mermaid. San is still watching a young man with a tired detachable. The girl also dared to taste the tomato and gently broke him from the bush. Bite. Biting. She swayed without words and swayed. Envari hastened to reassure her, because such food may not really be like mermaids. It was strange, because his future wife liked the dish. She was genuinely surprised that the inhabitants of the earth were eating such products daily. The mermaid carefully pulled the carrots from the ground, tempted by the desire to enjoy its taste again. Only this time, another variety. Itomes stopped it, explaining that there are different types of vegetables. Some need to be cooked before consumption. The girl, in response, began to be angry, they say, with that too much trouble. In fact, she was just angry because she sought to eat a piece of vegetables. Then Nar started cooking the dish using seawater. The mermaids were comfortable with a stone near the boiler with soup, watching the process. He handed her a plate with this dish so that she could taste how interesting the familiar vegetables are combined, revealing a new taste. Itoma was worried that she may not like the food he cooked. But the mermaid, having tasted aromatic soup, shone with happiness. The dish was surprisingly delicious. Pouring soup, the young man undoubtedly rejoices. He sincerely wanted to be so daily. The girl, tasting and appetizing dishes, turns to her future husband. Do they always cook so tasty here? After that, Itanami points out that everything is not true. It would be much better if meat was added to the soup. And if there is an opportunity, he proposes to come up with a corporate seasoning. It will give the dish a unique taste. The mermaid is amazed that the dishes that are so tasty can become even more delicious. Nuri explains that this is possible through spices and seasonings. But first of all, you should prepare seasonings. With meat, he now wants to get a miso and soy sauce to diversify his dishes. The guy, shining joyfully, remembers that he also needs equipment. Etanami is so passionate about the taste of these vegetables that he plunges into his mysterious world of pleasure. Suddenly, he realized that he still did not know the name of this girl. The mermaid, which became a person, was called Fees. Ito was already going to name his name, but suddenly he thought, suddenly in this world he will have to call differently? With a warm smile, Heinami introduced himself as a sedan, gladly noting that she was happy to acquaint her with her. Smalling with taste, Senthi enthusiastically caresses with cut food and does not bring his eyes out of her husband. So, its usual days next to the mermaid begin. In front of you, Nori, which is now called Kidan. He arrived from another world to start a new life with his wife, Russian wife. Waking up, the guy hardly rises from the floor and squeezes his back, which has shot after a night's sleep on a solid. He noticed that the platy was no longer in bed, and decided that she woke up earlier than him. Although it resembles a person, in fact, a real mermaid is in front of him. The young man thought, can a girl rest on the board? It looked so strange that he thought inadvertently, as if the fish had gone to sleep on a separate board. Kidan sincerely hopes that the mermaid does not keep his evil on him because she got on his hook. To dispel his doubts, he decides to ask her directly about it. As soon as the guy was going to get out of the house, as he heard a shrill cry of the braid, her cry scared all the birds around. Kidan hurriedly asks what happened. The girl exclaims that someone is in the field, and shows a trembling hand on a frightening hat and wooden hands. Sighing with relief and sincere admiration, he explained that it was only a scarecrow. He created him himself. It was the first scarecrow in his life. Kaiden tells that this creature is artificial, and its upper extremities are able to move. In addition, wooden swords are fortified on the tips of the fingers. Further, continuing the story, the guy explains that this design is needed to scare away birds that harm the crops. She thinks that this scarecrow is able to move and scare away birds. But the guy just laughs from her words and explains that everything is not true. The scarecrow is stationary and cannot be frightened. He stops in front of the girl and explains, if you put him in the middle of the field, the birds decide that he is a man and will bypass the harvest. The young man did not even notice how the scarecrow was swinging behind his back with his wooden swords. This was indicated by the girl. Turning, he watches with amazing dance of his creation. He did not even suspect the similar, because he created a regular scarecrow to deter birds. Explaining his mouth out of surprise, Kidan could not believe that they were actually moving. The girl was also confused. She was convinced that he had a scarecrow. This should not happen. Considering his own hand, the guy wondered, did not his strength cause this surprise? The dress was surprised, noticing how he carefully considers his palm. At that time, her elect confessed. He was called by God from another world, and for all he is a stranger here. Kidding with sarcasm, reflected on the strange behavior of the stuffed and was convinced that the reason lies in his divine gift. The girl, having realized something, asked, did he really call the hero really called? The boy was surprised. Where does she know about? The dress proudly crosses her hands on his chest and confidently states that she was undoubtedly aware of it. She explains, in each era, a call ritual was performed to move the hero from another world, but the girl could not help but think about the boy, because the real hero is obliged to fight the demons for the sake of people. The boy, a little blunt and red, silently agreed with her thought. Rolling her eyes, she is interested in that the hero forgot in such a place as it. Meanwhile, a mustachioed favorite, seating near the bed, was satisfied with Murkoche that he does not seek to be a hero and decided to hide here. It also seems strange. The guy, however, is not worried at all. With a smile, he examines a ripe vegetable in his palm and listens carefully to the girl's words. The dress noted that the guy is obviously part of the tribe that was accustomed to living the community. Usually, people from the other world are very vulnerable. They are lonely, they become easy prey for the monsters. The guy does not deny the words of his wife. She considered him special, but he rejects it, sitting next to the grown shrubs. With a tomato in his hand and a friendly smile, he gently reminded the mermaid, he lives not alone, but asks her to be near him. Katte thought, is he really strong, but maybe weak? It remained a mystery to her. Meanwhile, behind her, the guy had fun, with a crunchy, bitter, ripe tomato. Sitting on the side, he noted that in the morning it was not somewhere. This prompted him to think that something could happen to her. This question was caught by surprise and knocked out of the track. The guy really put her in an uncomfortable position. She clearly became embarrassed and did not know how to answer. In response, she exclaims that, of course, she goes to the restroom. Hardly holding back surprise, he notes on himself what these earthlings are inquisitive. Keaton only embarrasses his shoulders, not knowing what to say. Then he decided to ask where she went when she needed to the toilet. However, the answer did not sound, because he himself guessed, obviously to the sea. After silent for a few minutes and finally realizing in which he was the mess, he dropped to the ground and realized, for a temporary toilet, it is definitely necessary to dig a pit. But, focusing on survival, he released one important detail. People by themselves are extremely weak creatures. Even a regular insect can be threatened, not to mention wild animals. Sighing with relief, the guy rejoices that he now lives with Katte. At heart, he feels incredible relief. But suddenly the guy thought, what does the girl think about all this? What are the impressions of her from the moments when they were together? The dress, which just got away, returned with the plate in her hands, showing all the starfish. Keaton wondered what he was lying on the plate. The girl replied that she was a representative of one type of sea monsters. According to her, this creature absorbs all organic, which drifts in the ocean. Otherwise, it is also called a sea cleaner. In addition, the tent says that these creatures are able to purify water. The guy, however, still does not fully understand what the true nature of these marine monsters is. She decided to clearly demonstrate the work of the sea cleaners. She got her own Perrout knife and, raising the blade to the forearm, made a small incision. Her blood flowed into a vessel with sea stars. Seitan stunned this scene. With pride on the face, the dress calls him closely to monitor the actions of this marine monster, the true guardian of the purity of the sea depths. Cadet grabbed the girl by her hand, squeezing her forearm firmly, overlapping the arteries. He yells at her, accusing it. The girl only looks at him with innocent eyes without saying a word. The guy tries to stop the bleeding feverishly. A guy with a disappointed face expression asks her no longer. He is sincerely worried about her condition. After calming down, he confesses that, in fact, it is very shy and cannot always express his feelings correctly. He sincerely apologizes for his behavior. The reason why Kaiden is so tense is also illuminated by the power given to him by God. He is constantly concerned about various anxieties. Meeting him, the braid confesses that she really likes and denies everything she felt in his words. Now, as his wife, she solemnly promises to always be his support. The girl's words are stunned by throwing. He is confused and embarrassed. The mermaid first thought that he did not agree, but was wrong. She again crossed her hands on her chest and confidently stated that her wife should be a support for her husband. Smiling, he turned to her with gratitude. She, having wrapped her nose and without saying a word, turned away. She became a shame for a girl. The toilet was ready. Another daily care was left behind. It's time to have breakfast, which I reminded the dress in time. Somewhere far away, according to the endless seas of this world, creepy sounds come from the depths of the stone cave. In the darkness of this cave, the demon feels an alarming flow. Something unknown is constantly approaching. Katte called Kadan to sway her new update. Instead of pants, she sewed a fabric skirt. Yesterday she was in the pants, and today another image. Turning in front of him, a girl with a smile confesses that she tried to process a furoshiki who found in her luggage. Standing embarrassed, he wanted to assure that it was not necessary, but the girl stopped him instantly, reassuring. The mermaid, with great ease, said that it is quite natural for his wife to be beautiful for her husband. There was nothing surprising in her words. A girl with a working portfolio in her hands remembered that she had left this place for a long time. The guy was confused. He did not understand what she was talking about and where she went. With a lively expression on her face and wary of her ears, she reported Kidan's fascinating news. She managed to find a dungeon. Thinking, the guy began to imagine what a dungeon was. For him, it is a mysterious place where you can find treasures, get into a hidden shop, or enter a clash with evil that was hidden in the dark underground. And at the highest level, there should be a shelter of a lichen boss. However, he still asked in the dress what the dungeon she was talking about. The girl only smiled mysteriously and replied that it was better to see once than to hear 100 times, so she got it to go faster. They reached the same rocky cave that hid in a completely different direction from their home. Kidden barely kept on his feet after a 2-hour journey to this cave. Karnti came across a dungeon while working in the field. It is a dungeon petcher. Such formations occur in places where the mana circulates, although it can seem out of the outside. The young man, who did not suspect anything, suddenly picked up a powerful gust of wind, and as if dragging into the darkness of the dungeon, Kidden seemed like an invisible, gigantic beast licking his whole face. The play with surprise and confusion watched his reaction. The expression on Kidden's face was simultaneously unusual and filled with surprise. The energy that flows and flows around the world. In certain places, this stream fades, accumulating in the magic cells. This place turned into a dungeon. Due to the extremely dense concentration of mana, there are monsters. This is how the dungeon is born: a new monster, which then wanders both on the surface and in the depths of the waters. Kadana trembled with fear, but at the same time it covered the heat. Going to such a gloomy dungeon is risky, because the consequences could not be favorable. But it was impossible to stop the dress. They were already standing still. Squeezing his sweat from his forehead, he was glad that his wife was capable of such. Of course, to clean the dungeon yourself is not easy. She only has to overcome enemies. This was the reason why the guy again felt the rush of strength and desire to act. Under the burden of these events, he did not think about protecting it. Now they are spouses. He asked her to wait. The girl turned in surprise, yet he did not even give a hint that would accompany her. With pride and dedication, Kadan rushed to her, saying that this case was for her husband, and they would perform it together. Going to the dungeon, they were between the brick walls, unlike the stone masonry outside. The torches were burning everywhere, illuminating them with warm light. Looking at, the guy immediately noted that this dungeon inside is more like a fabulous castle. The girl also did not hide her astonishment. The mermaid stopped suddenly, noting a strange ball of black smoke in front. Without losing vigilance, she watches him hard. He shouts loudly to Kaiton to escape as soon as possible. In a moment, it becomes clear. The mysterious smoke, in fact, a flock of sorcerers, monsters, and insects that rushed to them in the same way. It seems that their shackles broke out. The stunned husband is hiding behind his wife's back, who is already in his readiness to meet demons. The guy looks numb. It is not possible to break away from the terrible sight. Meanwhile, the braid, hotly shouting the man to escape, nervously looking for something in his bag. There were 3 tubes with a mysterious fluid inside. Swinging, she threw these mysterious potions to the monster. Creatures at frantic speed began to spray in the air, as if disappearing in the vortex of microscopic particles. From them, there is only a barely noticeable glare of the shadow. Kidden cannot believe his own eyes. A monster that was racing unrestrained on them suddenly crumbled on powder. However, the dresses notes, this is not the end of the miracle. There were only 3 test tubes. One of them frozen the body for icy stiffness. Another demonic beast was killed by a powerful electrical discharge. The content of the last test tube was acid, which corroded the cells on every centimeter of the body, leaving only the skeleton. Katte, smugly crossing her hands on his chest, states that sirens are no worse to create combat magical elixirs. Her husband seems to have not been recovered from the experience. She saw a deep mark in it. The girl is fearlessly moving forward, straightening with the last monsters, and it was at this point that Kaiton, despite the fact that she just saved his life, calls her the most dangerous creature of all. The guy thought about the courage of his wife, because he would not be able to put such a test on her. And he himself was helpless. He did not have any necessary tools for battle. But suddenly, in the corner near the wall, his gaze stopped at something that glittered brightly. It was a battle sword. When Kidden grabbed a sword with both hands, he was overwhelmed by his joy. Thanks to her skillful skill, the weapon had to become even more devastating. At the same time, the girl waved carelessly with potions, and he suddenly wondered whether he would have to ever miss his chance to try the sword in battle. Knuckling to his wife, he asked her to stay for a minute. Feeling that his forces were already on the verge, a man with a smile said that victory was behind him, and soon they would go home. The wife, easily agreeing, turned around to move on. At the same time, the man asked, how many monsters did she manage to overcome? The girl with anxiety looks back in a gloomy dungeon. Everything around seems unnatural to her, and the feeling of danger only increases. The young man listens carefully to her concerned words. According to the girl, the dungeon does not pose a threat, But somewhere in front is hidden the supreme commander of the monsters. He probably lies somewhere in his deepest bowels. Returning to the Dawn's fight, she translates the words of Monster Boss, selecting simpler and clearer expressions. So it will be easier for her to explain it to a man who does not understand anything in such cases. It implies that a powerful boss lives in the dungeon, and such caves are extremely rare. In addition, it is an extremely dangerous place. Step by step, the girl explains Isekai'D. There are only 2 types of bosses among the main dungeons. The first of them is the dragon. As before entering the cave, a fierce hawk of charming energy rushes around them again. The force is so powerful that the guy throws back. Instead, Senth is adamant, full of confidence. She already guessed who radiates this incredible energy. After all, he is here in the bowels of this dungeon. Something dark and dangerous is already selected to them. The boys froze in hard expectation. The leader of the monsters should appear. Kidding imagines that it is a dragon, and asks the Tladi about it. But his wife, having ears, denies and warns. What they see is much more scary than any dragon. Here he is, the Lord, the King of the Dead, the King without life. A mighty necromantian dominates the subordinates, having frozen over them, like a month in the night sky. There is no shadow of hope in his look. None of those present will leave this place unharmed. Covering cold with horror, Kadan turns to the girl with anxiety, asking for the terrible creature that appeared before them. Preparing for the battle, she briefly explains, "This is a big magician, or a supreme sticker, and the immortal king, standing on the top of the world of inanimate, is endowed with incredible magic and a remarkable mind. Meeting with the powerful king of the undead in the depths of the dark dungeon almost always herald one thing: inevitable and painful death. The young man does not want his life that just started so quickly. Kitan does not think to retreat. The king of the undead, breathing on full breaths and releasing a powerful flow of energy, notes that he feels a mysterious movement of forces. He states that he will soon turn the boy into a living dead, and he will join him as a new friend. The girl spilled tubes with her potion from the demon, hoping for some result. Her infusions were hit right into the skull of the king. The bone was first dissolved, but in a moment she recovered with a shiny crown. It has proven eloquently. Its potion does not pose a threat to him. Kidan noted that the monster has the ability to heal. The girl accepted it calmly. It was such a development that she was waiting. The demon was immortal. Once in front of a formidable opponent, the Petals confidently exclaims that it has a full potion. She orders him to run away from here until there is an opportunity. At that moment, when these words were heard, the young man wondered, he had the chances of surviving if he escaped now? Then it may be possible to live further as he dreamed. But the guy lifts a cry, claiming that it is not able to him. He has only one thing left, found to the main one. Realizing that the potion did not cause him any harm, he, grabbing his sword, rushed directly at the bishop of the undead. Kidan stated loudly that he was her husband, so he would certainly save the girl. Fearlessly rushing to the magical creature that could turn him on the corpse in one movement, he acted decisively and desperately. The young man's words were deeply moving the girl. It seemed as if his gentle and attentive touch had penetrated directly to her proud heart. She rushes rapidly to him, like a hawk, which rushes in the pursuit of prey. The guy is already preparing to strike a decisive blow, but the king stops him powerfully, asking to stop. He just lay down on the floor and announced that it seems. Kidan and Platis frozen nearby without hiding the full surprise. The king does not want to feel pain. He had no idea that the young man would be able to awaken the holy sword, which hidden innumerable power. The stunned guy raised his holy saber in front of his face. Katte only watched without interfering with the conversation. Meanwhile, the monster asked the guy where he had these weapons. At this point, the creation, whose appearance was similar to the embodiment of death, seemed to remember something. His gaze stopped on a sacred sword that once belonged to the dungeon. Kidan hurriedly apologized and prepared to return the sword to the owner. The inanimate king stated that the sword now belongs to him. However, this sacred weapon has its own will and chooses its master. Now, the sword has decided. He accepted the young man as his new owner. The undead king lost his invaluable heritage. Feeling relief in the soul, he sighs and says, finally, his earthly mission is completed. He asks if he must kill him with this sword because his body is cursed with immortality. This blade is able to free the king from the curse. However, the guy does not want to take this case. He believes that it is unworthy to become the owner of such a sword. He told that he comes from another world. Then God gave him the power to master any tools perfectly. Perhaps that is why Sidon is able to own a sacred sword. The monster fell around and voted in all his voice. It stated that it was the gift of gods, which was mentioned in ancient legends. The unusual ability exceeds any skills. It cannot be put in the usual framework. Anyone who received a gift from God is worthy of a hero. These are the people who are really holy. The inanimate king leaned in a bow before a confused Kadan. Then the creature turned to the carriers of divine blessings, begging to share with it a share of their defenses. The young man is in handy and pleading so that he is not raised. Those only notes that she did not hope that her husband would be so cool. The king of the undead is interested in understanding. For what purpose did this young man appear in these parts? To which Kaiten explained that he had recently settled nearby. The girl joined the conversation, emphasizing that the destruction of monsters is the main duty of the locals. Fur and bones monsters make materials for magical artifacts, and some of them are surprisingly tasteful. The girl told about it with a happy smile on her face. Her husband is already tired of her words. They are accepted here with hospitality, and she even perceives the neighborhood of the dungeon as some advantage. Full of delight, he asks for permission to visit this dungeon to give up a frantic battle. The king agrees. At first he himself was going to deal with the ugly, and it was the boys who became his reliable support in this case. The planner is genuinely rejoiced and feels deep gratitude to the king merits for the permission granted. He does not notice any wonder in the situation, and together with the owner exchange friendly smiles. And behind them, stunned, frozen the young man. Realizing that a friendship had fallen between them and the king, the girl finally introduced and called Kadan. She sincerely sought to get acquainted with evil spirits. And he thought, realizing that he had already forgotten his name. She was confused. She did not think that the king could forget how his name was. If he is not mistaken, he previously held the position of archbishop before his birth. Mermaid carefully and interestedly listens to her new friend. Suddenly abandoned and persecuted by the servants of the church, he found himself here in a spooky dungeon. It was here that the mysterious creature absorbed all the accumulated manu and used a powerful spell, which, after all, led him to death. He spent hundreds of years here. The demon is no longer conscious, but he even forgot his own name. The king is so impressed with this that he cannot hold back tears. The couple sincerely sympathizes with the soulless king. They are deeply upset that such a tragic story happened to him. The essence has admitted that she is only an old man, who has gone away the spark of life, which lost the meaning of existence. However, with the advent of children in his world, monotonous pain from boredom retreated a little, and this king, undoubtedly, was genuinely happy. Kaiden smiled, and the Fee immediately noticed it. He turned to a new friend, promising that he would be glad to see him. The guests will always be waiting here with the fresh vegetables that he grew. The guy even called the king a sensory. She wary her eyebrows and wondered why her husband chose the name. After all, he was a prominent priest during his lifetime, and that is why he decided to call him so. The spoken word reached a soulless king who has been in the dungeon for centuries after death from witchcraft. Continuing his knees, he thanked them with her sincere gratitude for their kindness. Since then, a decent neighbor settled next to them. Going to the exit, Kitten with panic sounds the sensation. The sword does not let him go. The king only laughed in response, and the girl was quite upset. She realized that the blade truly leaned against the boy. So Kid down and got a holy sword. Keaton exclaimed that the work was completed. The young man could not hide genuine admiration from his own creation. He was truly happy. The dress wondered the new building of her husband. He proudly told that it was a special stove for feeding. Removing the holy sword, he delights his incredible power. This mighty weapon cuts the rock so easily as if it were a piece of oil. The girl, meanwhile, mysteriously hints at the true purpose of the sacred weapon. In this case, the mermaid became interested. Why build a furnace for a blacksmith craft? Then he reminded her of a gift he received from the soulless king. Teacher. The braid guessed that the man referred to the magical metal that the sensation gave the boy as a token of gratitude. The girl looks at him enthusiastically, calling the teacher a generous sense. The magic in the dungeon is so saturated that it can be squeezed into the monometal, an extremely rare material that it simply gives them. Pays with interest watching what the guy will make further. Having received this precious metal, he will finally be able to fulfill his ancient dream. The guy is looking forward to it. While Kidan is tireless, The girl does not look at the fascinated look. Since the metal is made exclusively from mana, it may be a wonderful magical sword. Recall that reliable magic weapons are usually at least 10 gold. The guy demonstrates his own inventions. A frying pan shines in front of him, and a knife with a blade of exceptional sharpness. Kidan rejoices in new kitchen utensils, like a small child, and shines with happiness. And the girl froze in place, still thinking about the magic sword. She suddenly engulfed her curiosity. "What is this strange thing?" The boy spoke, demonstrating everything and calling it. It was more difficult to explain than to show, so he undertook to cook clearly. Kaidian deftly shredders vegetables with a sharp kitchen knife, and then quickly fry them on the newly exposed charming pan. Like a real boss from a mechanic restaurant, he effectively sprinkles with salt and pepper. The girl looks forward to each of his movements, anticipating the taste of the desired treat. The guy prepared fried vegetables, a fresh dish in his menu. Pettis shone with delight and did not hold back a joyful exclamation, fascinated by a new taste. Tasting these delicacies, she noticed another change. Their dishes became different. Caden created not only a frying pan with a knife, but also ordinary dishes for serving. The mermaid is finally conscious and cannot understand why he is now spending such a valuable mana metal. In the meantime, the guy enthusiastically looks at the amazing material. He glows, warms well, does not burn, and is also easily cleaned. Not as a dream, but a real fairy tale. From now on, the guy's culinary abilities will be replenished with several more dishes. He smiles more sincere than ever since he found himself in this new world. The pleaty, which seemed to be a powerful electrical discharge, shuddered. When asked about the recipes he wants to add, enjoying a new culinary fun, the guy with a smile confirmed. Of course, there are recipes, and this will need several more ingredients. The girl with indignation requires explanations, asking what he is not enough. Hearing this, the guy thinks, in fact, he really wants meat. In anticipation of the taste of the dish, he notes that if you add meat, the dish will play with completely different colors. The girl barely restrains her impatience to taste her, and she suddenly calls him somewhere with her. Wandering the forest, they go forward. The Fee, which is a mermaid, has never met mountain monsters, which she dreamed of eating for a long time. Turning the sword in his hands, the young man believed that they would hunt for the customs of people. The girl agreed, adding that giant birds, boars, or deer were found here. But such trophies are not attracted to her. Mountain monsters are most suitable for cooking. The Fees with enthusiasm say that everyone around consider mountain monsters a real delicacy. And Kidan concludes that such creatures are used here as a valuable coin. She is then interested in her husband with his opinion on the caves, in particular, as in his opinion, in such places, a monster may appear in such places. It is a cave dungeon, but the inanimate king of Sensei has a force that conquers a monster, and therefore they do not dare to go outside without his permission. If there were some mountain monsters here, the whole mountain would turn into a real dungeon. The girl tries to explain in detail and logically so that the guy understands everything, and does not ask unnecessary questions. They stopped. The guy cannot believe that there is such a dungeon somewhere nearby. In his soul, he is disappointed. No usual livestock that could be caught and eaten. There is no nearby. Walking into the forested huts, they notice the darkness ahead of the darkness, which is permeated by the glare of numerous eyes. This is probably wild animals. Just in front of them stands a whole flock of boars monsters, which are by no means configured or tranquility. The dress was enthusiastically watching the find, while the Seidon, trembling with fear, was covered with cold sweat. It seemed that it was still difficult for a young man to get used to the amazing reality in which he found himself. The guy is sourned. Wild boars are clearly hostile and seemed ready for attack. The girl recognizes these creatures immediately. They have real square bores. Bloody jumps off the grip, shouting that this place is a real miracle. There were 2 dungeons nearby. Kitan is confused and frightened. It is difficult for him to understand what to rejoice here. The culinary girl rushes into battle, pulling her potions. She pleases a frightened man to restrain enemies for a short time, and she assures she can handle them instantly. One by one, Napri rushed to a young man who was holding a sacred sword. Although he was not ready for battle, there was no other choice for the guy. I had to put up with the circumstances and act as the situation required. Having mastered the sword of incredible power, he easily destroyed the opponents one by one, even preventing them from approaching. Behind him is already standing a whole bunch of fallen enemies. Keaton, with the last forces keeping weapons ready, breathes hard from exhaustion. The dress junks joyfully, enthusiastically stating that he has coped brilliantly. She adds that she didn't even have to spend any potions. The guy did not want to find out the relationship, so he hurried to justify his victory. They say they attacked in turn, so good luck smiled at him suddenly. After all, they will finally be more delicious than permanent vegetables. The mermaid is briskly adjusting. You are impatient to start cooking. Since they had enough meat, she suggested cutting it for convenient pieces for cooking. To save the products, Kadan thought of constructing a wheelbarrow and refrigerator using a magical freezing potion. Without wasting time, the guy made a pre-planned ice and also collected the wheelbarrow, which was filled with a variety of stocks. The young man asked his wife about freezing elixirs. The girl proudly crossed her hands on her chest and was slightly offended, hinting that she doubts her abilities. In fact, she had a whole supply of such zeal. Honestly, with wet eyes, Keaton reflects on the weave. Their life together is becoming more harmonious. For the girl, this is the most important. She is alert and notes that it will use the guy to improve their dishes. Then he adjusts him, asking to cook faster. The guy only laughs at such a lively wife's response. The boar is, after all, also pork. If a young man wants to create a real masterpiece of such meat, then the best choice will be a thin, squeezing imaginary saliva. It only dreams of crunching a crust of tunatatas. The girl is indignant at the fact that her husband has a dream and receives pleasure, but instead of the dreams of his head, there were caring thoughts. He will not be enough for the necessary ingredients soon. The real problem will cause bread baking. As always, the eggs will be lacking. Because of this, the petals are indignant. After that, he asked the girl whether there were eggs in this world, similar to ordinary, but on another dimension. The girl, a little upset, replied that she heard, "The land inhabitants of this country invent something like that, but in the underwater kingdom of mermaids, nothing can be found." Pleats indicate a crow that has just dropped on their field. Kitten points out that this is unlikely to be eaten. Suddenly, the girl voices an unexpected idea, to return to the mountains and go again in search of a bird monster. The young man is not delighted with this proposal and does not want to return there. While he is thinking that he has to destroy the monsters he meets in his path, a huge creature appears in the sky behind his back. Every moment it is rapidly approaching, growing more and more in size. The guy felt something pushing him from behind that knocked him down. He turned around trying to understand what is the matter. The girl, without bringing her eyes off the mysterious creature, opened her mouth with surprise. The dress decided that it was flying a bird or maybe a plane, but Kidam was convinced that a meteorite with a frantic speed was just rushing. As soon as the creature flew close, lifting a real whirlwind around them, it was finally clear to them who it was. The girl remained unmoved, while Kid N embroidered real excitement. This winged creature was a real dragon. Their souls were in danger because they invaded the dungeons that he ruled. It points to the same mountain from which they just descended. Plotty immediately understands. It's a dragon's den. The cadet was silent, he said in place of fear, surprised to open his mouth. Once at the epicenter of the storm, which was made by the powerful wings of the dragon, the girl guessed unmistakably. This beast is the owner of the dungeon. Hardly holding back tears from fear, the guy exclaims to the mermaid, remembering her words that the dungeon has no bishop. The mermaid has already understood. He was attracted by the young man's power. The Draconis is named Grinseldragon's Shroud. Again, with a clamp, it demands that he dare to penetrate her dungeon under the royal mountain without permission and destroyed her servants. The Draka knows well that the culprit is the young man who stands in front of her. Washing his hands, he tries to twist, justifying that they did not know anything about the true master of this mountain. A mighty winged creature still hangs above them. Keaton begs forgiveness and swears again never come here. However, the dragon does not even pay attention to his words. For Grainzel, Dragonov Trout, such a inventory is uninvited. These primitive creatures boldly crossed the threshold of her possessions and did everything he pleased there. People ruthlessly tarnished her honor. That is why she decided to destroy them. Grinzel goes to purify the consequences of their sins and, covered by true anger, exhales the flames, seeking to burn everything to the background. Its flames, like a crazy explosion, instantly covers the entire land. Payments and Kaiden are confused, not knowing how to proceed. The girl despairs, believing that death is no longer avoided. But the guy gets sick and remembers his sacred blade. Like a real hero, he strongly waved his weapon. Lucking up the tarted with his own body from the fire, he boldly met the dragon's attack, trying to repel a powerful blow. He cut off the flames, which was almost caught up with them. It was only necessary to stay for a moment, and everything would be lost. The Ginsel dragon, wrapped in a blanket, stunned by the unexpected development of events. For her, people are worthless creatures, but they managed to stand and protect themselves. Asking for fatigue, the guy was still able to do it. He rescued both of them from the inevitable death. In the meantime, the girl was able to take this shock, but she was panicked because she was going around. Flying in the air, the dragon cover could not believe. How could a common man be repelled by her deadly flame? Sidon was not worried about himself. All his thoughts were about his wife, and she glowed with joy, proud of the success of the man she so loved. No, he not only wrested the breath of death. There was no trace left of his flames. It is at that moment that the guy thanks to the gods for the fact that all the sprouts remained intact. Kaden, looking at the dragon with determination in his eyes, forced the body of Grinsel, a dragon curtain, to shudder from anxiety. As a real educated inhabitant of another world, he bowed low and apologized to the fact that he stepped in the dungeon without permission. However, one small condition was added to his apology, putting the sword in front of him that his edge is directed simply by the dragon. He states that if he really has the right to interfere with these events, then he is ready to fight with the ruler, to defend everything that is invaluable for him. Holding the holy blade alert, he challenges the dragon from the dungeon, offering to solve everything in a deadly duel. He bravely invites the monster to battle, though he hopes that a giant creature will turn around and go away. Grinseldrakon. Shroud drew attention to the sword that squeezed a fearless young man in his hand. She turned to him. The dragon was about to say something about the sword, clamped in his paw. The young man, without inventing anything witty, just decided to get around. Keaton put the sword in front of him, declaring that it was the sacred weapon that Grinseldragon Shroud thought. It was the sword of the immortal king, the same one who once handed him to the ruler himself. His tone was transparently hinted. He would not have to miss the strength. The dragon descends to the ground, claiming that the answer was incorrect. His words are stunned by the young man, immersing him in a state of confusion and light shock. This holy sword actually belongs to Grinseldrakon Vile. The monster reached for his treasure, which was a great frightened by the young man. But suddenly, the soulless king spoke, turning to the dragon Grinsel Well. His words were fair and accurate. The young man, like the dragon Grinsel himself, did not expect the sudden appearance of a master, who, having stopped Kitten, became a wall in front of him. He released a powerful blow, and all those present flew, as if they were picked up by a storm. The sensei rejected the second ruler from the road. While the winged creature lay motionless on the ground, the master returned and confessed that he was to blame for everything, sincerely apologizing for the committed. The young man could not immediately understand what he was leading. At this point, Plato intervened in the conversation, wanting to finally clarify the situation. The immortal king explained that the first came to him because he was looking for unknown guests who penetrated his mountain. In response, the dragon called him a worthless corpse who dared to step on his possession. Then the sensei mentioned the new neighbor Kidan, after saying only the cloudy neighbor. Component placement. The dragon straightened his wings and moved after a bold violator of his own possessions. The life of the king has only now realized his mistake. Laughing through, he finished the story of this funny confusion. He heard did not reassure the young man. Now he did not leave his soul a feeling of anxiety. He involuntarily feels guilty. In the end, they really penetrated the dragon's mountain without permission. The young man is convinced that only they are guilty here. The sensei does not deny, because he is also a person and perfectly understands the feelings of his friend. For people, dungeons are not only a source of valuable materials, but also a place where rare ingredients and construction resources can be obtained. They have become an important center of constant earnings and receiving the necessary goods. The lifeless king explains that it is this reason that causes people to unite in groups for subjugation. The immortal king turns to Grinselvile. For the lord of the invasion is a common matter. The dragon only swallowed saliva, holding back excitement. Pay your finger on your mighty winged neighbor? He argues that losing self-control only because a small part of the dungeons was captured, and then to go beyond his own possessions to teach the invaders, it is a real shamelessness. Grinzelawella showered cold sweat under the hail of reproach. His actions, as a great power, look impressively petty, and sometimes even childishly meaningless. But despite all this, he still considers himself worthy of wearing the title of successor to the Dragon Geyser. Looking straight into the dragon's eyes, Sensei states that Kaiden is not worthy of being a rival. He strictly orders the boy to return to his mountain immediately. The guy, looking out from the teacher's shoulder, stops noticeably, hearing these words. With calm indifference, Grinzel refuses to fulfill the requirements of the immortal king. He is incomprehensible why such a worthless person in general has this sword. Once upon a time, his father ordered him to pick up the blade from the dead. Now a mysterious creature cannot understand what reason the sword goes from one mortal to another, even if he has already died. The soulless king notes that the sword is guided by his own will, and chose this man himself. Kaiden barely hides the pleasure when hearing such words from the censor. During the life of the dragon's father, he gradually grasped the power of the immortal. The father was afraid of her, unlike Grinzel Vile, who can only smoking everything around. It was quite natural to pay the price of this sword. The dragon is crying from rage. It is not satisfied with such excuses. He is ready to enter the mortal duel with this mortal to take possession of the treasure of a geyser dragon. In this case, the soulless ruler of evil spirits challenged the call. In response, a mighty beast only threateningly hissed. Turning, he was already going to break into the sky, deciding to refrain from battle this time. He shouted to the young man to remember this day well. Kidden, not finding a better way out, tried to keep the stunned Grinzel Vile, begging him to wait at least a moment. The guy in despair grabbed a powerful creature by the tail, by forcefully dropping it to the ground. The young man did not expect such development. Grinzel in anger attacked the guy with a cry, insulting him and accusing that he dared to touch him. A frightened boy bounced sideways, waving his axe in a hurry. The teacher noted that the dragon would not be able to overcome them. The boy turned to the dragon with a proposal. If he was in no hurry, he could make them a company for dinner. Grinzel Draken and Shroud did not quite understand what the young man was in mind. The boys show a dish made from the underground dragon boar. Kudan doubts that such a powerful creature will taste a steak, but still proposes to taste. After thinking and appreciating a small piece of meat, Grinzel quickly threw it into her huge mouth. Throwing each of his taste receptor, the dragon straightened the full height and exclaimed loudly that it was delicious. A powerful explosion escaped from his mighty body into the sky, and the shockwave rolled far around. Exhaling the powerful stream of air that rejected the young man aside, the dragon bowed and said she was really delicious. Kidden was clearly flattened that the bishop of the dungeon was so highly appreciated by his steak. Grinzel, restless, asks for meat, and the fee, covered with envy, is also a pity, sealing a piece of steak. The guy shines with excitement. He does not imagine how much more he will have to fry, so that everyone is satisfied. A dazzling light suddenly flashed behind the children's backs. Looking back, they saw Grinzel lightly illuminated like a light bulb. The Sidon and boards froze with surprise, impressed with this amazing picture. They notice how the dragon begins to glow and gradually decreases in size. Young people watch as this amazing scene, a huge silhouette of a mighty creature, becomes smaller every moment. Before you, Grinzel Dragon. Shroud is a girl of small height, dressed in a dress with a lush skirt. 2 tails, decorated with ribbons, are fluttering on her head. It appeared, radiating true charm. The stunned newlyweds finally realized. In front of them, a little girl who was recently a dragon. Kidan and no idea had that a terrible beast would be a girl. Sensei, meanwhile, explains that the dragon is characterized by an extraordinary ability. They can be reincarnated into human likeness. Grinzel, glittering with the delight and anticipation of a delicious dish, exclaims the boy who was delighted with his steak, and confesses he will always love him. The girl is strongly brought from the table and sharply requires her to be served immediately. Such boldness of Drakonitsa causes a real indignation in the tune, because the next one should be, and everyone should patiently wait for their turn. Kidden, in order not to dispute, decides to fry the meat to be enough for everyone. The soulless king decided to taste cooked dishes, and in vain. The steak was quite liked. The guy rejoices in such an impression. According to the sensei, the meat is flawless, and the brightest delight in it is caused by spices. Kitan said that only garlic, some salt and pepper added to the taste. For him, it is an elementary dish. However, the immortal king does not believe in such words. Even in the luxurious royal palace, they are not able to cook such exquisite food. The Grynacil Draconis, which is overwhelmed by the stakes, lies powerless on earth. She advises Katte not to experience or overestimate herself. Near it, a mermaid is relaxed on the grass, the abdomen of which also rounded out of excess meal. The girl strictly warns him not to forget about the measure. She has not left the idea to master the sacred sword. Sensei emphasizes that it is still unattainable for her. The experience is missing, too early. The guy drove his eyes guilty, justifying himself. The weapon itself does not allow him to leave. She was doomed and promised herself to silently smoke this man with the breath of death, and then effortlessly pick up the sword into her own hands. When Claudie sits next to her, she reminds that if you decide on it, you have to say goodbye to the most delicious steaks in life. At this point, Grinzel is aware that an unexpected obstacle has grown on the way of her plan. Her body was in a powerful wind. Turning into a dragon, she reminds Keaton loudly, "Once this sword will belong to her, and until that day has come, she will return every time to taste his dishes." The guy agreed and said goodbye, assured that I was always glad to see her again. Grinzel dragon. Shroud was already going to rise into the air when the synth suddenly stopped her, asking for a moment to detain. She had a question. She thinks about whether some monsters live in her dungeon. Probably. This issue arose because of caring for her husband. After a short reflection, Grinzel admits that he cannot say for sure how many of them, but adds, "These birds are thin and bony, so they are not suitable for food. But the mermaid is not interested in their meat. She only needs eggs." Dragon. Shroud does not understand why they needed these bird eggs. And here, overflowing with enthusiasm, the petals exclaim, "If they find eggs, the Keaton will be able to cook the meat even more delicious than today." At this point, Grinzel is striking a real lightning shock. She immediately turned around and flew home. Meanwhile, the mermaid again turns to a powerful beast, which the wings raise the wind, begging it to stop. Having pulled his ears, the plaid proudly states that she is well versed in the ecology of monsters, and persistently asks to bring it with him. Kaiden did not expect his wife to go to flight with the ruler. Greenzel dragon. Shroud has made this proposal without thought. In a moment, she climbed into the sky, picking up his back on her back, and, further moving away from the shore, left behind the boy and a breathless monarch. Kidan froze with surprise without taking a look from the girls who were rapidly moving in the air. Meanwhile, the dress did not stand. She exclaimed that she was not going to return home with empty hands. The lifeless king called everything that happened a rather beautiful picture. The guy immediately agreed with him without hesitation for a moment. Looking at the endless sky, he smiles and notes that it is better to spend time that is just to sit and be bored. Sidon shows his creation to his wife. She is stunned, unable to believe she saw. The young man confirms her guesses. They say, the sword was created, turning a person into steel. Burning with his eyes, Senthi enthusiastically looks at weapons, and announces that this sword made of metal will become the most powerful in the world. If you do not take into account the holy sword. She already imagined wealth, thinking that the guy was going to sell this thing because she was worth a lot of money. However, her dreams of luxury with a crash were destroyed. Kidan and did not think to sell anything. He improved Kakashi. Now it is a scarecrow that stands on their field can move. The boy is incredibly rejoicing in his work. The girl never realized why it concerns Kakashi. The mermaid was wary, and the expression of confusion frozen on her face like a shadow. Kidan tried to reassure her, reminding them that they still had a man-medal. Her nasty face has gradually replaced with genuine joy. She imagined how a scarecrow with these swords is finally the expelled annoying birds, which they have their fields. The guy, however, never realized what she was talking about. The guy looked with interest at their live puppet. Kakashi, skillfully waving his sword, as if in one light disturbance, flew the bird into pieces. Kitan shouts loudly to the frightening that killing on his land is strictly forbidden. The mermaid, realizing that it is unrealistic, is upset even more. Meanwhile, Kakashi-kun is in vain to get to the birds that circle over it and mourn noisily, remaining beyond its reach. The guy exhaled with relief. Joy bloomed on his face. She did not realize the fee why her husband armed with a scarecrow. The boy's face instantly illuminates joy, and he exclaims that it is extremely cool. His eyes glow with happiness. While Keaton thinks of what equipment to give Kakashi-kun, the girl confesses that she does not understand men's hobbies. Sitting on the shore of an endless sea with a fishing rod in his hands and sword behind his back, Kitten enjoys every moment. For a long time he was not fishing, the feeling of fresh and special. The young man remembered how he went fishing for the last time. Then he was convinced that a large fish had fallen on the hook, but pulled out a mermaid. And suddenly married immediately. That's how he decided to stay with the payment. The ordinary mercenary came to another world, hoping to finally enjoy a peaceful life. But it was not destined. Everything changed when his wife became a mermaid. Since then, the days have been filled with bright adventures, endless worries and unexpected meetings. The immortal king, a powerful dragon. He will constantly hurry, because peace remains only a dream. To get out of this restless bustle for a moment, the guy decided to fish. It is at such moments that he truly rests his soul. Suddenly the guy heard a loud splash of water. Another young man with fish fins on his head died out of the marine horizon. The silhouette, which suddenly appeared in front of Caton's eyes, scared him. When the guy was asked if he was not a friend, it became noticeable that a warm, trusting relationship prevailed between him and the Russell man. The guy was extremely friendly with the sailor. However, the creature was not satisfied with the appearance of a stranger. She emerged from dark and deep waters, voicing only one warning: death. Keaton heard these words in stomach, waiting for the development of events. And the friend of the dress, raising his hand up, loudly ordered everyone to be alert. Warriors, mermaids in combat armor suddenly appeared from the water surface. Their commander ordered everyone to immediately destroy the man standing on the shore, as well as anyone who would interfere with their attack. The mayor, listening to the order of their commander, closed into a powerful wave and rushed forward, attacking the stunned boy. Gradually approaching closer, they aimed their tridents on a guy who, in numbness, frozen with his mouth surprised. Returning to reality, Keaton squeezed his sacred sword firmly and waved him sharply. With one wave, the guy lifted a terrible tornado, in whose heart the warriors were spinning, trying in vain to reach him. Having realized his act, Keaton frozen, not having an idea of how to proceed. Meanwhile, exhausted warriors were burning in seawater. A worried player ran up on the screams. She was worried about this Homer because there was no man nearby. The boy already wanted to tell her what had happened, but was interrupted. A familiar player came out of the water, who turned to her in his name. He was also dragged into the swirl of the sacred sword. The girl was confused, recognizing in the unexpected guest of a friend. But the young mermaid was not a girlfriend at all, but the brother of Rusalka's wife. There are only a few meters between them, but they are separated by deep, almost eternal silence. Only Kadan cannot understand what was happening, because she has not admitted to him that she had a brother. Suddenly, all the mermaid warriors rushed to the girl, shouting that they were a princess before them. Such an unexpected change of events struck Kadan even more, and he looked around. The upset girl looked silently in the wave where the mermaids were joyfully clapping, hiding Princess Genus and wondering if everything was fine with her. The dress finally decided to introduce itself. The one who tried to kill her husband is the brother of this girl. This is the Prince of Arov, the future heir to the throne. The guy was literally fated. Not only the princess himself was in front of him, but also the prince himself. He spread his mouth widely. The dress with proud shoulders crossed her arms on the chest and confidently reminds that she is a princess. Then the girl returns to her older brother, going to introduce him to the boy. The prince, meanwhile, tries to tread what is happening. Suddenly the princess exclaims that this young man is her husband named Keaton. The girl is indifferent to the possible consequences. She does not hesitate for a moment. Instead, the guy is clearly confused and frightened, so that he almost rushes to restrain his cheeky wife so that she fell silent. All mermaid warriors, along with the prince themselves, froze from herd. Widely opening their mouths, they could not hide their surprise. The placenta firmly stands on its own and explains that she understands the intention of his older brother to take her home, but she is not going to return to the kingdom of mermaids. She insists that her words be transferred to her mother and father. The prince cannot forgive such disdain. A resident of land stole his sister, ashamed of her honor. Fair is fierce, he brings to his army, urging the battle to start again. The older brother Squetia calls her husband a scoundrel, threatening to erase him from the face of the earth and bring her younger sister home. The princess cheeses his lover loudly. Do not worry, and do not shy about Struck. However, a guy with a sacred sword in his hands is hesitant. It is difficult for him to decide. because opponents are not alien to her. A powerful gust of wind, which suddenly flew back on the ram and Cadnana, breaks the fish from their hands and throws it into the sea again. The second attempt ends with failure. The most powerful gust of the wind rose with the dragon Weil, who rushed in the direction of the hum that came from the sea. The prince froze from surprise. The lord of the dungeon appeared in person. The whole army of brave mermaids trembles in front of this mighty creature. Virgins of the underwater kingdom are frightened, convinced that the dragon will swallow them all. They are fearful, afraid that it is only necessary to breathe a dragon, and they will disappear in his devastating breath. The dragon Grinzel, along with Shroud, landed near the people and wondered if everything was fine with them. Keaton sincerely thanked for his help. The prince was amazed. He did not think that the Earth's inhabitants managed to make friends with the dragon. The monster laughed, noting that she would not be able to eat delicious meat if the guy disappears. Pleats also warned, "It is not necessary to be proud of just because of simple gratitude." The girl's older brother wanted to turn to 3 creatures, but the dragon suddenly noticed that he was completely alone. The prince turned and noticed that behind his back the sea was emptied. As a reward for the courage that he discovered, without escaping from the Grinsel's dragon, the daughter of a geyser dragon promised to turn him into coal instantly. Keaton struck a mighty beast on his knee so that he would not be thinking of repeating. The beast is ladded by pain, hearing a powerful blow. The guy states that a man in the sea is a brother of a braid. This confession is quite amazing, Phile. Keaton invites the prince to make him a company for dinner. The girl's older brother cannot sink that prompted the boy to behave so unusual. The guy extends his hand, inviting a calm conversation to explain what is happening and just get acquainted closer. The prince did not appreciate his generosity at all, suspecting in all the hidden intent. He was not going to listen to words in response. Senthi, resolutely intervening in the conversation, ordered her brother to return to her kingdom immediately. The husband raises his voice to his wife, noting that it is wrong. He explains, "Her brother came here only because she is sincerely worried about her. He is convinced that he should listen carefully to everything he wants to share the prince." The girl was surprised by such an unexpected young man's behavior. Hearing this, the older brother said he changed his mind. Meanwhile, the Sidon was stunning with a dazzling glow, which radiated the prince, blinded his eyes. Like a prince, he has no right to flee from a duel. At stake in his honor, so he accepts. Meanwhile, the boy was stunned. His brother, as if nothing happened, appeared from the sea completely naked and did not get rid of it all. Kidding is annoyingly calling him at least something to cover himself. The brother considers this behavior to be impolite, but the girl, having predicted the events, has already prepared clothes for him. She stretches his underwear. The guy mentioned that his wife was already in a similar situation. Then he decided to invite his brother to them. The concerned Vile informs the Wicker that the Sidon is going to feed him. This is a great opportunity to taste a new dish. The girl only looks silently and cannot get rid of what is happening. The older brother, seeing the dwelling where the newlyweds live, disdainfully called her pathetic. His sister is a representative of the ruling mermaid dynasty, and Kaiden allows her to live in almost a broken shack. The Fees explodes with anger, and the guy is embarrassed, not knowing where to put his eyes. Standing in front of the guy in the only underwent, the prince exclaimed the accusations, reproaching him with the use of sister and slavery. But suddenly the payment distracts his attention, pointing to another building. Here is a barn where they store meat brought from the mountains and vegetables grown in the fields. The older brother was impressed not only by the scale and unusual form of the structure, but also by mysterious walls. The Kidun explained that he used a special clay for coating which he found in the mountains. Suddenly, the sister called her brother. It shows another building. It is a brewery where fermentation occurs. Kidan dreamily says he can no longer wait for them to complete the cooking of miso and soy sauce. The older brother looks at the boy in confusion, not realizing that he is consumed for strange words. Pei notes that her husband has the knowledge they lack. He prepares perfectly and is also a very skillful battle. Kaiden is all over the strength. The composition that the girl demonstrated before is actually her charming room. Sedan, her husband, always cares carefully. While the Senth is boasting of the caring of her husband, the guy invites the prince to sit on a chair. The young man recently made a garden table and prepared an unusual dish. He calls for guests to sit for tea and chat, but a girl is already sitting at the table. The older brother, surprised, did not even know where this baby came from here. The kitten hurried to explain. It is green Sylvile, but now she is in the human face. The girl impatiently adjusts him, prompting as soon as possible to serve a new dish. The princess is stunning, noticing a dragon in front of him. The inspired Fee notes that she always behaves when she asks for food. Kidan treats a novelty. He prepares genzai. Growing ingredients for the dish, he sowed soybeans, but with it unexpectedly came down and the beans of the Ibzuki. Everyone took the cutlery and began to taste a new dish. The brother treated unfamiliar food with extreme caution, wary of every piece. Together they tasted the traditional dessert soup and agreed. The taste was unsurpassed. While his brother and his sister enjoyed the last spoons, Weil asked the supplement, but there was no delicious dish. The beans grew quite by accident, and there were very little. Now everyone is angry, because the delicacies are no longer left. The stock is exhausted. The girls with reproach turned to the prince, accusing him of not showing up in time, and now there was no portion of soup left over him. The older brother dropped on his knees, begging the guy for forgiveness. His skill is not equal. It seems like Kidan himself is a holy or sage. The young man tries to stop him, but the prince is genuinely convinced that his sister is in love with this young man. He then stated that he was trusting her younger sister. This news was very much liked and brought joy, but Kidan still hesitated whether it was a really right solution. He cannot understand why he is condemned. When the young man learned that the mermaid was the daughter of the sea ruler, a honorable princess of the underwater kingdom, he thought, with such a title, she is unlikely to decide who would become her chosen. He thought about how many hopes others laid on her, but she exploded, denying it. It was important for her to their couple. Only she linked her life, and the thoughts of outsiders did not go around her. Own will and decisions have always been for her above all, and in the end, she frankly called him a fool. The brother tries to reassure his sister, they say Mr. Saint and no idea about the true position of his wife. The prince sought to discover the truth, but Weil noted that a dispute over the surface had erupted between people and demons. Currently, this conflict has come to mermaids, which have been left aside. In order to resolve the situation, they decided to impose political marriage. The brother is stunned by the fact that the girl knows everything. She reminds him who really is. For hundreds of years, no news has been missing it. Everything comes to her whether she wants or not. In this world there is a fierce war between people and magical creatures. Kidan finds himself here, because he is called as a hero capable of resisting these mysterious creatures. The brother explains that in the future, the intervention of both sides will only intensify. The owners were needed to make their choice. If the mermaids remain aside, they will turn into enemies for both camps and fall under the sight of all. It is rumored that the higher circles of the kingdom are already discussing which race should join the payment through marriage. For Kidan, this is a real event. The brother is convinced that the only way to save the kingdom for payment is to escape. Having met her here alone, he as an older brother wants to do everything to make her dream fulfill. The prince addresses the girl and confesses that she is genuinely happy with her worthy husband. From these words, happiness blooms on the girl's face. Once on his knees, his brother begs to take his sister under protection and get married to her officially. Keaton tries to stop it, but it seems not mine to legitimize their marriage. Suddenly, Weil intervened in the conversation of the boys, suddenly asking the theme of marriage. The guy became aware, but still answered in the affirmative. The Ginzel, Draken, and Shroud are also going to marry. Sedon fades with surprise, and the Plaid cannot hide jealousy to his rival. Whale thought how to get a holy sword. Suddenly, an interesting detail has opened. In the case of marriage, the property is divided between spouses. For dragons, human life passes in an instant, as if to blink an eye. In addition, if she becomes his wife, will enjoy the exquisite dishes every day. She wondered if he would marry her. Sadian refused. The girl was stunned, although he did not lack the attention of others. For Weil, this is a common phenomenon. She suspects nothing at all. It is quite natural for a strong man to have several women. She turned to him as a master. Kidon replied that he was not her master, and even if he was powerful, he would still not support polygamy. Hearing this, the dragon, wrapped in a cloak, did not hold back tears. She cannot understand the reason for this. It seems to her that the whole thing is that she is not as powerful as the immortal king, or just he hates her. She, without ceasing to squeak, insisted that the guy took her for his wife. Kaiten pleased only by promising to get married so that she would only calm down, Vayli exclaimed, and the Fees froze with surprise. Meanwhile, the young man hurried to ask his brother. The prince noted that all parents whose daughters are scattered around the world unite somewhat special. But outwardly, these women are really incredibly annoyed. The dresses are taken out of themselves and bewildered by both brothers' pranks and the behavior of a newly minted sister. The newlyweds slowly stroll through the shore, enjoying the rays of the sun and the noise of the waves. Meanwhile, his brother had already returned home to convey the news to her parents. Both in love with their hearts' glowing hope, they look forward to the blessing of relatives, because only then will their marriage become true and official. The girl is concerned with anxiety because of Isekai'D, feels that something is wrong with him. Once she fled from home when the royal order became unbearable, and it was then that Isekai'D appeared on her way. However, after she was exposed to the girl, she had not left the choice. She had to become his bride. Here she has fun, and the dish, cooked by her beloved, is just incredible in taste. She dreams of spending him all his life, but feels only a burden for him. Although back to the kingdom of mermaids she is gone. Isekai'D just smiled. Understanding her situation, he did not think to change something in their present life. The guy got power from God. However, people saw that it was beneficial on the battlefield, so he was here. He does not consider himself an outstanding warrior, but believes that everyone has a chance to fight for their happy life. Since then, he is confused. He has been asking the girl to stay with him. The fees look at him with a burning, passionate look. She rushed into the arms of her future legal man. They are overwhelmed by common happiness. The boys who hugged the shaft called to themselves, noting that they were forcing her to wait. The girl, however, turned to him, calling him a teacher. Once at their feet, the girl angrily beats the ground, complaining about the unbearable hunger. Isekai'D exchanged views. The guy took the initiative. He will give her treats in honor of the wedding. The mermaid also rejoices in this, and the girl replies that she will suit any gift. The main thing is that the guy does not delay and does it as soon as possible. Deciding to build a house, Isekai'D concluded that they were lacking people. The dress stretched the boy with a sea star, thinking that he wanted that, but he shook his head. That was not at all. Then the guy explained, "It is about workers." Hearing this, the dress asked the dress again. Isekai'D replied that the field should be understood immediately, because he sought to arrange the harvest and pick up what had already reached. He added that he was busy already on his ears. He began to cook a miso and soy sauce, and his wife was waiting at home. So, when Isekai'D declared his desire to build a house, the fee shone with joy, and the king of the undead with delight noted that it was extremely exciting. In such words, he scared heroes very much. They did not have the idea that he was here, and were genuinely surprised by his unexpected appearance. The guy was concerned about whether something evil happened. However, the king reassured him. They say, everything is fine. He was finally free, so he just decided to visit them and feel great. Isekai'D finally sighed with relief, and the guest, meanwhile, said that he had another gift for him. Human metal. Having stretched the boy a piece, he added, the guy looked at the find with delight, not hiding the surprise from its size, and thanked it with gratitude that she would help him a lot. The runny nose wondered if this stone was really needed by the boy. He nodded confidently, and explained that he could create many useful things for the home, and then he added that it was just in time, because it lacks labor. The king wondered what he was referring to this hands. Isekai'D explained what happened. Brother Plotty drew attention to what horrific conditions they had to live. So the guy decided to take up the business and promised, now he would build a completely different house, his own, putting in it all his strength and perseverance. The petals were incredibly surprised, and immediately suggested that the king of the undead. Kidda wondered that if the king of the undead undertook to cook miso, the case would move much faster, but he immediately rejected the idea, recognizing it meaningless. However, the king wondered how many workers needed and whether it is possible to bring them here. Kadam was extremely surprised and, thinking that he may have heard, asked. The king of the undead in response asked if he would have 10. The young man said in confusion that he would be grateful, but does not understand where he would take such a large amount. The undead king disappeared mysteriously, asking him to wait a little. Some time passed, and Isekai'D from the dress did not believe their own eyes. Before them stood the owner of the undead, and next to him he proudly demonstrated his wards, creepy, surprisingly similar to people of creatures from the dungeon. 5 orcs and as many goblins were confident as a real army of monsters. He explained that these monsters appeared in his dungeon and undoubtedly fulfill his will. Therefore, He ordered them to obey the saint so that the young man could use them at his own discretion. Keaton was stunned by such words. He then turned to the monsters and named his name, Shilly. But the creatures only stood silently without moving. Katon surprised their indifference, and then the king of the dead explained that these creatures are unable to talk. He explained that they are barely enough reason to obey orders, but they are deprived of their own consciousness and instinct of self-preservation. Kanton realized everything. The king noted that they did not need to pay the award. Moreover, these creatures feed on the mana simply from the air, so you do not need to take care of food for them. This news was quite comforted. She exclaimed with genuine passion that Jokes were able to manage all his troubles with those people. The guy was silent, so she asked the fee. Really? The young man nodded as a sign of consent, recognizing the rightness of her words. Then, leaning in his deep gratitude to the king, he sincerely thanked him from all his heart. The unclean only shrugged, they say. There is nothing wrong with that, and wishing success in construction dissolved in the air. The guy squeezed his fist. He exclaimed his proposal to unite and build a wonderful home together. However, the monster only silently froze, as if they did not hear a word, and the guy felt he was talking to a void. After that, Kidan began to give orders. The orcs wore logs, goblins sprayed them on boards. He showed his subordinates how to use the mechanisms properly. In the end, the foundation was laid. Pluddy noted with delight that the monster worked simply incredible, and Kaiden confessed. First he doubted, but now he saw. The house turned out much larger than he imagined. He added that the orcs are really distinguished by a great physical force, so they are ideal for hard work, and goblins boasts agile and skilled hands. The young man noted that goblins are made mistakes, performing complex tasks. However, if you patiently teach them, they gradually learn new and become more skillful. Over time, they even master the ability to mow grass and weave a variety of products. The young man smiled and noted. Despite the fact that they looked true monsters, watching their work, he could not contain their desire to be more affectionate. Hearing this, the petals also smiled gently, fascinated by the words of a loved one. However, she noted that they do not need special sympathy because they are made of man and, in fact, are not true living beings. Kaiten was awakened by the back of his back and agreed. It really is. But in his opinion, everyone deserves a chance to live a decent life. The dress has continued to explain that magical creatures often use such creatures in battles with people. They send on the offensive goals without concern to their death, because even if the monsters fall, they can always be revived with the help of dungeons. Keenan was surprised, but he continued to believe that all these processes, from cooking and to waste disposal, occur thanks to monsters. He sighed heavily, finally reconciling with the thought, this is such a world, there will be no different. It was at this moment that a deaf knock came behind. It was Goblin and fell together with all his visions. Keaton turned. He rushed to him rapidly and immediately wondered if everything was fine. The young man carefully lifted Goblin to his feet, not stopping whether he had suffered damage. However, Goblin was still silent. Ketten mentioned that these creatures did not show any reaction, but still wondered. Did he really seek to talk to them? At that moment, Goblin said, taking out the guy out of thought. He assured him that everything was fine, and then turned to Kaiden, confirming again that he was all right with him. The guy and the dress were stunned by the herd. They were silent for surprise. After that, the guy dropped on one knee and asked again if everything was fine. Goblin nodded, confirming that everything was well with him. Turning to a kitten as his ruler, he added that he seeks to work even more. Goblin immediately picked up with him and said he also wanted it. Keaton could not believe his eyes. The other also spoke, and on all sides began to come down with goblins and orcs, shouting one on a sprout that they already want to serve them. Kalti could not believe it, but she confessed. It seems that the monsters suddenly gained self-consciousness. The guy exclaimed that such is impossible. Self-awareness does not arise in an empty place. Looking at his hands, he suddenly realized, perhaps in everything the force he wears in himself. His skill, a sense of superiority. All this seemed incredible, even a little tremendous. He realized that he should handle this gift extremely careful. The young man clenched his fist and decided, if he strain all his strength, he will be able to talk to them. He quickly ran to the goblins, hugged them firmly, and thanked them sincerely. Many thought that these things would now become unnecessary, and later abandon them. The goblins were happily celebrating the victory. They threw the hero high in the air. It has passed for a while, and the spacious dwelling appeared in all its glory, completed to the smallest detail. Everyone rejoiced in this event, but the real hobby was overwhelmed by Grinsel. She wondered at everyone what happened here during her absence. Pletty jokingly called her a foolish dragon and ordered everyone to listen and laugh carefully. And then, blossomed in a smug smile, she announced that she was a love nest with her husband. Rinzel rapidly broke inside, justifying that she needs to look at everything. The dress tried to stop it, but the dragon in the human semblance looked around, admiring that she had never seen anything like that. Khitan looked inside, turned to her and asked to take his shoes and leave it in a specially designated place. Weil did not understand such a requirement at first, so the young man explained, "This is done in order not to damage the tatami." The girl wondered, took off her shoes and carefully rolled on the dad's, wondering, what is it for a bed? Why is it so nice to the touch? Katte wondered if she was going to stay. The young man replied that it was not surprising in this. It was for this reason that he built such a huge house. Katte wary of asking whether humanoid monsters would also live there. Kidden confirmed that this was what was his idea. Hearing his words, everyone just laughed and stated that it was full of nonsense. They say, there can be no talk of something so fantastic. Then they confessed that their home was once located in the dungeon. Kanton was worried. Such a truth will probably create problems for the king of the undead. Then he suggested erecting a large home with many rooms. It should have been a whole apartment building. The goblins already intended to deny, but he hastened to add that he plans to make a lot of useful. To equip a bathroom, a kitchen, and help him would be useful. He turned to the monsters and asked if they could support him. Goblins immediately blossomed from that attention, and the choir answered the passionate, "Yes." The fee could not understand what the invasion was, because she was convinced that only she with Kiden would live in their love nest. One of the goblins ran to them, which Kidan called Gobukichi. The dress was in surprise that it was like this. The young man explained that Gobukichi is the most fair seam among all goblins. Hobukichi reported that the boy's order was already fulfilled. Kidan rejoiced in this news, and then went to one of the rooms and, overflowing with joy, exclaimed that it was really a futon. The dress wore what a futon was, and Kiden explained that it was a gift for his wife. In addition, he added that he was growing cotton along with the grass to weave the tatami himself. He really wanted to be futon in their new home. Then he jokingly suggested that she lie down there. She did not quite put it in mind, but decided to try and carefully rest on top, asking if everything was doing the right thing. After lying there for a few minutes, she suddenly exclaimed that it was so comfortable that it is difficult to describe with words. The guy was glad that she liked it. Kiden sat next to her and sincerely apologized that she had to sleep again on the bare floor. The dress thanked him with warm words of gratitude. She then turned to Kichi's gob, expressing her gratitude. Such a gesture puzzled Goblin. He did not expect it at all and was noticeably starring. After that, the heroes exclaimed together that they would now make even more effort to make their farm life truly wonderful. At this point, a huge sailing vessel was rapidly approaching the shore, and the whistling whistle of the wind cut the wave under its body. One of the goblins sighed hard, filling the bucket with water on the shore, and suddenly his gaze fell on the horizon. There, almost disappearing in the distance, sailed a ship with sails. Goblin detained his breath and stared thoughtfully. He had never seen such a vessel before, and could not understand what it was. Subsequently, in the house, Kadan stretched a glass of water to his brother's dress and wondered if there was something unusual. The man looked around with delight, not hiding his surprise. The dwelling really impressed. He suggested that the young man probably awarded the lord a special gift. Kidna nodded in the sign of consent and laughed quietly. They sat opposite each other. Khitan briefly voiced what today it means to him. Arabana, having nodded, added, "It is a wedding of a young man and a play." He noted that the rumors would fly quickly, and confessed that he had already had time to talk about it with his father. The guy wondered what he was told. Erevan replied. At first his father hesitated, but the man told him about the boy and his strength, and after that his father agreed. She explained that the main reason, the guy does not belong to any race. Keaton understood and replied that he was glad, but noted that the fees were tense because of political marriage. Then he wondered what was happening among the people and magical creatures. Arowana replied that they were all angry. Keaton only sighed. He himself expected such a reaction. The dress said their father declared his daughter would become the wife of the great saint. It did not surprise him. He just wondered whether they resigned with that decision. The man replied that of course they were outraged, losing the chance of getting married. However, given that the enemies were also hunting for her, it was better to leave everything as it is. Katte nodded, making it clear that he had understood everything and pleased with the temporary settlement of the situation. It was at this moment that Aravanan dropped sharply on his knees and touched the forehead of the floor. Kaite surprised it, so he wondered what the matter was. Hervan replied that they would make every effort that the boy would not get into the mess. Instead, he asked them to take care of the dress. Kaite was quietly interested in whether we wanted to make a break and get up. He also noted that he was genuinely pleased to be near the plaid, and even feels gratitude. He confessed to me that he had arrived here alone, and if it were not for the dress, he would still be alone. Perhaps like the king of the undead, he could also forget for himself even his own name. Hervanano raised his eyebrows in a confusion, hearing the mention of the king neat king. But Kaite said, "It is a neighbor, an immortal ruler, known as a king felt king." In response, the man was surprised. It was at this moment that Goblin ran out and sourned. He reported the alarming news. The enemy attacked the coast. Many monsters, endowed with magical power, landed ashore. Goblin said that now the orcs in their houses are fighting these monsters. Kaite and Aruan were stunned by what had happened. Kaite wondered if magical creatures appeared here. Hervan assured that this is simply impossible. This place is strictly classified. Even Kaite himself was heard. Suddenly, in a distance, they noticed the silhouette of the ship. The 10th brother immediately recognized a vessel that belonged to magical creatures. The joke turned to Orkin, who stood in front and wondered with excitement whether there was nothing evil from Orkibo, who was in the scene. It gave way to the side, and the canon saw a demon on her knees. Orkabo explained that it was probably a Dariustrosis, though he did not claim. Kaite stared at the girl, but she was annoyed by his look, ordered not to stare or wander. She then introduced herself. Astris is Heartless, demonic ruler, one of the 4 heavenly kings. The orcs told the boy that she had come to kill their ruler, so they grabbed her. Kaite was surprised by such news. Then, noticing many bones nearby, he wondered what it was. Goblin explained that these are the warriors that are controlled by magical creatures. He also noted that they were about 100, but all to the only one was destroyed. It was hard for Kaite to believe that 10 ERO was able to defeat 100 opponents. The young man approached the monster and confessed that he understood their strength, but urged them not to put themselves in danger, because if they died, he would be painful and sad. The monsters frankly responded, "They are fine to give their own life for him." Then Kaite shouted indignantly, because a minute ago he argued that it was impossible. Astris became angry that no one was paying attention to her. Erowin approached her and wondered where she knows that place. Seeing the prince of the kingdom of mermaids, the owner of the demons was extremely stunned. She told him that the luxurious life of their minds, and warned, should not underestimate the ingenuity of the demons. She cut the rope with a slight disturbance of her claws, adding that even for all eternity they would not understand her, so she would not prevent her from escaping. Elegantly straightened to full height, Astra pulled the sword, declared everyone who intends to pick up the princess dress and destroy her theft, the great saint. The look of determination, she transferred the weapon to Kaite, letting clearly understand that it was about him. They immediately felt the tension. Everyone was alert. Aravanana said that this creature is a demonic bishop who heads the highest among demons and desires blood. On the battlefield, it turns into a real monster, capable of causing horror even in her own associates. The man rushed forward, assuring that he would try to understand, but Kaite stopped him. The same was done by the king magician. The Kaite turned and blossomed in a smile, but the airman tightened. The runny nose wondered that here for the Homer. When the man turned and saw the king, he exclaimed from the surprise. Kaite smiled and hurried to present them to each other. Astris and Aravana, covered with horror, shouted. They knew that he was considered a fear of the world, and were incredibly impressed by the fact that the guy was familiar with such a dangerous personality. The Bell King said quietly that he heard of the intention of the demon to kill Kaite. The young man confirmed it. Astris, tense and alert, tried to understand what was going around, and suddenly there was an unexpected noise in the air, and she raised her head sharply. Her gaze rose to heaven, where among the clouds of majors, the giant dragon, which asked what was happening here. Kaite approached Grizel, nodding greetings, while the Astra was silent with surprise, seeing him. Pletty cleverly jumped from the dragon and rushed to the hero. She wondered if everything was fine with him, and the guy assured that so. Eruvana asked where she disappeared, and Grizel explained that they searched for the eggs of the Tomaka in the mountains. The Astrea fell down, and the dragon, meanwhile, said that they somehow accidentally noticed the ship on the sea and, interested, decided to go back. After that, the dragon wondered if this lower-rank demon intended to kill Kadan. She explained that to harm her master means to become an enemy. She also added that the demons despised, considering them nothing but worms, so their race is doomed to destroy. Keaton stopped Vaila, and the dragon, impressed with her words, apologized. After that, the guy carefully approached the demon that lay on the ground. Then he made a proposal. If she promises to oppose them anymore, she would be allowed to return home. The whole detachment of the characters stood behind his back, supporting the decision. Estra repeatedly interrupted him, ordered not to dare to talk to her so, because she is one of the 4 heavenly owners. But despite the majestic words, her whole body shuddered with fear. She tried hard to master herself, and not to disgrace the glory of the demonic lord. Gathering all her determination in his fist, she broke to her feet and exclaimed loudly, which had an alternative offer. Casting his sword, she directed the blade to Kidan and challenged him. If he wins her in the duel one-on-one, she will be ready to listen to everything he will say. Grinzel was indignant with the demon's boldness and promised to fry it in place, but Kidden intervened and stopped it. He strongly stated that from now on, no one would prevent him from staying in this world. Kalti scolded and felt a pleasant excitement. The young man lifted the sword, confidently announcing that he was challenging the owner of the demons. The woman only mentally noted his recklessness, but also strongly prepared for battle. She looked at the boy and thought that despite influential friends, he remains an ordinary person, so she could easily capture him. Looking closer to the sword, she recognized the legendary dark sword known as Dr. Schwartz. The blade slipped out of her hands, and without standing excitement, she fainted. Everyone was stunned by a surprise, and Kaiden wondered why she got it. Grinzel offered to bury the girl to turn her into fertilizers for fields. However, Kaiden restrained the dragon in time. A little time passed, and Grinzel, rising high into the sky, firmly kept a frightened Aster in her paw, which was trembling with fear. Keaton suggested that her return home, which clearly did not comfort her. In addition, the sailors were so stunned by the appearance of Vale that they threw Astris to his own and hastily retreated. The girl finally mastered herself and turned to the dragon, wondering that she prompted her to serve this husband. Grinzel, with a scornful sigh, cast a detached look at her and coldly replied that she was not obliged to explain anything. She barely smiled noticeably and decided that no one should tell how sophisticated the master's dishes. Meanwhile, Astros, turning his star in his paw, did not look away from a stranger who conquered 2 natural catastrophes, and he had no idea who he could be. It's been a little time after the last events. Keaton, Dress, and Grizel stood, surprised to watch what was happening. Astris was heartless, accompanied by 2 demons. The guy asked why they appeared. The goblin, who brought them, explained that these guests wanted to talk to him. The plaid rushed to Astris with a cry, demanding to go immediately. Kadan tried to reassure her and urged first to find out what had happened. 2 demonstrate girls who stood nearby were politely asked to listen to them and told that they had been expelled from the king of the demons. The heroes were surprised by asking her, denying such accusations. They stressed that among all she was expelled from the army, so they advised the demons to go back. They asked in surprise how she could say so, because they swore to serve her by the end of her days. Grinzel, turned into a man, was not delighted with this scene. So she turned into a dragon and strictly ordered them to silence. Otherwise, they would burn everyone on the ashes. However, Keaton intervened and threatened to leave her without dinner if she did not calm down. The dragon turned, and the stunned demons in a hurry hid behind the back of Astris. The guy asked why Astris was not allowed to become part of the army of the ruler of the demons. The woman bowed her head and quietly acknowledged that the attempt to seize the princess has collapsed, and her detachment was a devastating defeat. However, these were not all failures. She stressed, to allow the dragon to arrange a mess on the battlefield, a serious crime. At that time, Kaiden wondered which dragon appeared among the confrontation of people and demons. After that, he turned his gaze to the Weil, and she carelessly lay her head, replied that she had been instructed to turn her back. Asteris only summed up that it was because of this that she lost the title of Heavenly King and was expelled from the country. The demonic girl, next to her, noted that this military meeting is somehow strange. The decisions are made quickly, even when the owner of the demons was not in place, as if they were trying to get rid of it with all their might. Another girl noted that all this stands Mr. Reverion, because he is constantly running something, and the current situation is also his hands on the right. Astra stopped them, noting that there was no point in looking for guilty. In the Demo's army, the force was valued above all, so it was only guilty of the failure of the task only on its own inability. Kaitan realized that recent riots were the reason for its expulsion. The demons were sobbing because Astris gave herself to service in the army. Whale asked the annoyance what was being talking about, and the fees were carefully clarified that she was talking about the responsibility for the committed. Astris shook her head in response and noted that he intends to start everything with a blank sheet, so she needs to find out one question. She then talked that the local orcs and goblins are far superior to her force, and moreover endowed with consciousness and the ability to say that it is considered simply impossible. Moreover, Kidan worships two true universal attacks, the dragon and the Lord of the Unclean. Squeezing his fist, she strongly said that he should know the cause. The need to know forced her to go down and pleaded to ask for permission to help the boy. Weil and Boards were just stunned, and the guy calmly answered in the affirmative. The girls were indignant, expressing their dissatisfaction, to which the young man became aware that he was not even sure whether this work would bring to her at least some benefit. And then he added, once she decided to leave behind the past, settle on new lands and start everything from scratch, he wants to support her along the way. Wells smiled at this, and with a bitter irony noticed that they would soon try to kill him again. Kidden looked at her confidently and stated that he had to accept this challenge. The girl decided that everyone would win it. The demons that were near Astrox also expressed a desire to stay. Kidden replied that he would gladly accept them. However, he immediately warned, while they are here, the blood is strictly forbidden. It was his unbreakable condition. Vale noted with annoyance that the owner is too trusting and naive, and he sighed heavily, noting that this is very reminiscent of Kidan. Astrock lowered her head and replied that she fully agreed, adding, while she is here, she was ready to obey and take up any business. That's why she decided to place an order. Keaton responded with enthusiasm and said that he would also like to ask something. There were two demonic girls who introduced themselves as Batham and the Hall. Time passed. Demons worked in a field with watering hoses, though they never realized why they were forced to do this work. Kidding doubted whether they were able to cope with the task, so he wondered if they did not entrust them with several home affairs. Astrock assured that she was able to do it, because it is not more difficult than weapons, although perhaps not all shared her confidence. She noticed that the Estrus is tirelessly digging the same place. But Tammy explained, it is not just digging. She holds the sap, but this tool is needed to loosen the soil and form beds. Estrus realized that it was wrong. Kidding was surprised where she knew such things, but Tammy just smiled mysteriously and noted that she had experience in it. However, since Astros and Belen come from noble families, their skin never knew calluses. So she asked her to entrust her whole job. Astra said with all the determination that she decided to serve the great saint, whatever the price would be, and she was ready for any trials. Keaton gladly noted such perseverance of the demons, enthusiastically evaluating their diligence. After that, the guy announced that then Bottom, along with Goblin, would go to equip beds. They assured that they understood everything. He then explained Astros and Balin that they should plant seeds in these beds at an interval of 30 centimeters. The girls also confirmed that they heard his instructions. Some time has passed, and they got to work again. Astros with a hammer carefully planted plants in the ground, and Bittima carefully loosened the soil nearby. Esther twisted with sharp pain in the lower back and realized that she could not get up to her full height. She had no idea that the task would be so difficult, so she suddenly shouted. Astros was worried about what happened, and the girl replied, something moves, spins, and twists in the ground. Astro shuddered when a sharp pain pierced her across. They shouted, whether from unbearable pain or from disgust to everything that happens on this damn earth. Caden just looked at them and thought it was too hard for them. After a while, Astrosis approached orcs and goblins. Smiling easily, she noticed that since the hunt is going on, she would now be able to finally appear. After that, she wondered in the dress whom they are hunted now. The girl confidently aimed a gun with a square barrel. Kedon decided to replenish her meat. Asteris asked to entrust this work to make up for the fulfillment of field tasks. Suddenly, steps came in silence, somewhere in front, from the most dense thickets of the forest. Everyone stopped hard, waiting for what happens next. A flock of square boars jumped suddenly ahead. Astrots shouted Belen and Bottom to prepare. Suddenly, something rapidly clowled past the head of Astros. In front of him were orcs and goblins. They easily dealt with boars, waving their heavy axes in one movement. Instantly the whole pack was defeated, and the humanoid monsters did not even make sound. It became a common thing for them. Astros noted their strength with surprise, and Belina drew attention to their tools. It turned out that the axes and sickles were forged from man metal. Katte exhaled with surprise and noted that all their tools and weapons were made exclusively from man metal, a real luxury. Demons refused to believe in it and noted that such pure metal is a rarity. It is almost impossible to see. After that, Bhatami finally realized where they draw such an incredible force. But Astros denied, they say, everything is not the way she thinks. She said that these guys were extremely strong from the first meeting, even when they had no weapons close. Beline and Bathini could not believe it. The dress said that if Astros is interesting, her sapka was also forged from man-metal. The girl shuddered, thinking that the matter is not in weapons. A real trouble is that they could not use it. Suddenly she cried and stated strongly that it is enough to stand her hands. Now we will go hunting. In the end, a flock of boars was breathless. The dress has sincerely thanked everyone for the help. Astros, burned with several shockwaves and breathing hard, said it was just a beginning. The orcs with the goblins stood away, keeping complete immobility, as if nothing had happened. The girl wondered. With such force in these boars, and given the hunting in the mountains, she did not imagine that it would be so complicated. The dress licked her lips, rolling down his sleeve, and stated that it was time to take up the collapse. After that, she approached the corpses and took them for their processing, explaining that it is impossible to carry them in this form, so she will have to dismember and freeze. For a while at home, Kadan carefully prepared the soup in the kitchen, throwing the ingredients into the pan, stirring carefully, and from time to time tasted whether everything was going properly. Suddenly, I heard the dress told them about their return. The man turned to us with joy in his eyes and noted that we came just in time. He looked out of the kitchen and reported that dinner on the table, however, noticing gloomy faces, asked what had happened. The braid sighed and said that she was not hoping all day. Astros, lowering her head, confessed that she once was one of the 4 heavenly owners who were equally horrified by people and mermaids. However, now she was here, losing her honorary title. Local residents are amazingly powerful, and their weapons have no equal. And suddenly she realized that she was powerless. Kaiden, full of confidence, denied. She is not defenseless. It puzzled the woman. Then the young man easily explained. It is not in personal power or power, but that next to her those who swore to be together. And his gaze slid towards Padam and the ballets. Annie added that this indicates that she has a special gift. Charisma. So she should trust her own strength more. Then new opportunities will certainly open it. The girls were passionately exchanged, squeezing their fists and smiling widely at anticipation of new achievements. Then Kadan announced that it was time to sit on the table. Weil glowed with pleasure. The guy suggested to save her outside. The weather was just wonderful that day. They brought the table to the courtyard, placed dishes that looked incredibly appetizing, and dispersed around, preparing for the meal. Astros asked what it was for dishes, because she had never seen one before. Well joined her curiosity, wanting to know the details. Katan willingly explained that they were baked by ginger and a spicy tangier soup. The girls were distrustful of such an explanation and uncertainly took the plates in their hands. Suddenly, Astros tasted the dish, and delicious pleasure was so striking that she burst into tears with happiness that she was a lot frightened. Kalte and Weil shone with happiness, lively food. Such joy did not leave Kaiden indifferent. He smiled and assured them, eat a good time, enjoy the moment, and try tomorrow again. A little time has passed. Astros carried a basket with a provision and noticed that Kaiden had disappeared somewhere. They were not visible anywhere. The baleine explained that they had urgent affairs at sea. The Astrosis nodded, saying that she had already completed the collection of vegetables and wondered what the tasks were still. Belina reminded that she needed to weave the beds and remove in the house. Weil ordered Astros to take the plow and take up work, and she settled on the porch of the house. She noted that the one who did not plow the field is doomed to hungry. But the topic did not restrain and asked, "What will happen to me?" Weil answered it irritatedly. asking that this small demon was muttering under his nose. She sighed and explained that she was keeping the house. But despite their own sadness, Tammy and Bellin did not protest. On the contrary, they resolutely exclaimed that they would not move out of place and guard the house until Keaton returns. At this point, the dress stood in the water on the coast, and her legs turned into a fishtail again. She turned to Kadan, who was sitting nearby, and explained that she had to return to her true appearance. The guy wondered if it was easier for her to live in depths than on land. The girl looked carefully at him. She confidently answered that this happens everywhere, because her way of reincarnation into a person is perfect and has no equal. That is why it is convenient for her to live on the ground. Kido smiled. He realized that it was not quite true, but he was grateful to his wife for tact. Then he wondered what she wanted to talk about. The woman replied that in this area, sea monsters often appear on land. She said that among the mountains and in the depths of the ocean, there are dungeons and caves, from which the monsters also emerge. The kitten wondered, are fish fertilizer, herring, and sea stars considered monsters? She only nodded and noted that among them are both really useful and ineffective. In addition, there was another monster in the sea depths of the top 5. Kaiden's face at the same moment frowned. The Fee with a smile assured that for her such an opponent is an easy walk. He also stated that she would not allow her to go, but he hesitated. How to breathe underwater. The girl smiled mysteriously and replied that she had already predicted. Having pulled some plexus, she explained, it is a device for underwater breathing. She stretched out the boy and ordered him to be put in her mouth and chew. While he chewed, the air filled his lungs. The board warned, it is impossible to swallow. It is not time. If he stops chewing, he will not be able to breathe either. Keaton swallowed and assured that he understood everything. The girl froze with surprise and wondered why he did it, and then stretched out another pill and called for her to swim after her. The young man died underwater and, to his surprise, was able to breathe. This was sincerely impressed. Suddenly, a dress appeared in front of him. Smiling, she waved her hand joyfully, inviting her to follow her. Her wretch was astonishing, as if attracting her gaze. She was constantly on land, so Keaton gradually began to forget that his wife was actually a mermaid. Swimming behind her, he felt joy and pride for giving him fate. Then Kidden blushed, and the girl, noticing it, wondered if everything was fine with his breath and whether he was serving. Kidden hurried to swing his hands, assuring that everything was fine with him. Suddenly, she will play something and looked sharply. She explained that a powerful flow of malice was felt in the air, as if a whirlwind of salts, minerals, and other elements brought with it alarming energy. Kitan looked around in the same direction, plunging into thinking what could be there. But suddenly, a giant fish with shining eyes came out right in front of the heroes. The plot shouted, pointing to her, on the spotty Murin. The fish made a loud sound, and the head rushed to the heroes, frightening Kadan. The girl shouted that she would not allow her to move out of place, so the boy will have to decide everything. After these words, she threw the bottles with potions. They crashed into the body of spotted Morena, forcing it to flash and curl loudly. The man was surprised to see the fire underwater and could not mention the striking abilities of his wife. He pulled the sword and examined him carefully, waved him with all his strength. The spotted Mura cut in half in front of them. The dress showed that her husband was undoubtedly the strongest, and the guy was surprised by his power. The dead body of the fish dropped quietly to the bottom. At this point, Kaiden drew attention, actively waving his hands. The dress said with relief that, since all the difficulties behind, it's time to go home. However, the guy still attracted attention and made it clear that it was not everything. Then he plunged into the depths. After that, he began to cut off the seaweed from the bottom with his sword. The pets could not be tired. Why it was, because, according to her, these algae even had no value in witchcraft. However, their lightning ability to grow truly caught a lot of hassle. She wondered what he was planning to do with them, and the guy only smiled mysteriously. They fade softly to the surface, and after they were on land, the young man began to process them, singing something about the incredible taste of prey. They cooked simply on stones using a pot. Kidden explained that I found wakame algae and would like to combine them in a moried dish. The plaid asked if he was really going to cook something from morena and seaweed. The end reported that he decided to take the risk and taste the dish. He lifted a plate, added a little salt and pepper, and solemnly announced that everything was ready. They were in front of wakame and sea ale, a real delicacy from another world. She glanced to the plate, but as soon as she tasted, her face blossomed with pleasure and incredible taste. She was surprised that she did not expect such amazing taste and crunchy texture from this seemingly worthless ingredient. Kidden gladly replied that he was pleased to hear such words. Even things that seem unnecessary may be indispensable. He also noted that in order to fully clean the eel of mucus, it would take a lot of salt, so he decided to leave the sea eel in place and return home. The dress suggested her help. She added that this taste would definitely surprise everyone, and her respect for her husband has grown to heaven. The dish was ready. The young man was red and asked again, but Senthi assured him not to doubt. Keaton replied that this has a merit not only of himself, many help him in the way. The words of the young man were quite surprised by Senthi, because he reminded her that they were now living here together, and because of new residents and neighbors in the home, it became much more humid. He is increasingly aware of how important support is. The guy's words were pleasantly moved, but he immediately added that he understood somewhat important. It is said that they need to spend more time together. The girl glanced at him after such a statement, and Kidan explained that they were now newlyweds. Read up with the surprise, Senth heard the hero's offer to return here to swim together again. The girl with a smile accepted this idea. She also noted that she should create a new way of breathing underwater so that he could talk. The guy nodded silently. This moment. Demonal Castle. The man concluded that the decision concerned that the Astros of the Ruthless, one of the 4 kings, was not only expelled from the army, but also expelled outside the kingdom. He was just talking about a future meeting where they planned to choose a new king. But the man suddenly interrupted their conversation and asked who gave them the right to expel Astros. In response, one of the audience reminded that, as already stated, she made a serious mistake. The man with a gloomy expression turned to the speaker, calling him the deputy poor. He reproachfully noticed that he did not pretend to be needy, because he himself is to blame. The man rose up, grabbed his sword from the vagina, and put the blade to the throat of Reverian. His voice sounded strictly, "It is betrayal." Reverian, trembling with horror, began to be pleading about the mercy, turning to the man with the sword, as if to the most demonic bishop, Lord was given. Zidane instructed Reveriana in this confusion before his return, at least so that he could take responsibility. Reverian tilted his head, and the other man turned the device nearby, stretched a note and said that the coordinates were indicated here. Zidane nodded, making it clear. And then Kidan emerged in memory. Even the Bishop of Demon was able to go to the extremes when he was covered in rage. A small excursion into the past is other called heroes. This girl, Momoko Akasaka, was an ordinary, unmistakable schoolgirl. More precisely, it was before. At that moment, she desperately reflected from the crowd of monsters, roaring the second wing divine splash of the braid. One spectacular stroke was enough. The land between the girl and the crowd was split, and all the monsters died instantly, collapsing on the crushed soil. Momoko was called from another world. She was given a unique skill, the divine side, the 2nd level. Since then, the girl has been fighting the demons, protecting humanity. It was not easy for the girl to get used to this new world. There are no usual amenities, no electronics. Food and clothing are poor quality. Bread can be deadly. In the mattress, lice that do not rest at night. The rough fabric constantly irritates the skin, causing it to itch. Many of those who were called could not adapt and died. When Momoko's turn, about a dozen people remained. She thought about how many of them survived. It seemed to her that he may have disappeared. The same guy where there were no special skills. After all, in this cruel world without the ability to survive. However, Momoko Akasaka is special. She has a unique talent for which the king himself is highly appreciated. She should remember how lucky she is. This is what makes her go into battle. Remaining alone and having one of the most powerful abilities in this world, she strongly cuts down the monsters. They have no cure. The demonic horde seems boundless. Wherever you give the eye, there are monsters everywhere. She looks carefully, knowing that it is the front line and retreat her nowhere. It is impossible to lose. It must protect this world, despite everything. It was at this moment that a huge dragon flew quickly over the girl who desperately fought the army of the demon. All on the battlefield was frozen, shrugging. Momoko Akasaka, not having time to see the monster, screamed loudly that it was a dragon. It was a real curse for the world. It was impossible to take a look away from him, but the meeting with him was condemned to death. Even for such as they, he seemed horror. That is why everyone did not stop guessing why he appeared here. Even Momoko, A called heroine with the ability to destroy enemies with one blow, was powerless before that monster. Other participants of the battle also urged to retreat, because they believed that the beast would be able to erase them from the face of the earth with just one breath. Everyone froze in anxious expectation, thinking that this dragon came to destroy them. The powerful beast slowly sank to the ground. He spoke. He strictly ordered everyone to listen to his words, referring to the audience, as if to representatives of the lower tribes. People were amazed. No one imagined that dragons were able to talk. Draconona was introduced by the daughter of Grazer, the majestic king of dragons Grinselvali. She reported that today she received an order from the owner to return this fool, whom he himself had once thrown out of his clawed paw. Astris was heartless to fall into the front of everyone. Demons immediately recognized her, began to shout orders and urged to grasp it immediately. Whale said that according to the initial design, Asteris had to die. But the owner changed his decision. So he ordered everyone to listen carefully and not to miss any details. She stated that it is indifferent whether they are demons or people. If someone decides to offend her ruler, he would pay dearly. The fire of this hellish fiery force equals their cities with the earth. She will breathe on full breasts and release the heat from her mouth, scattering the flames in the air. All around became witnesses of this bright flash. People and demons barely kept on their feet. Most simply fell under the influx of magical power. And Mamouk is a terrible, devastating position, stunned to the depths of his soul. Then Weil announced that everyone should remember. Her mentor is Saint Kadan. She strictly ordered not to forget this name, because the one who became the enemy of the saint will automatically do the doomed, and herself, on her enmity. Having said this, Well rapidly climbed into the air and disappeared. People, many of whom they sat straight on the ground, spoke the name of Saint Kidden and observed as a shot. Even the dragon obey him. However, no one knew who this mysterious figure really was. Nowadays, Kidan lived at home with the braid. They built several buildings and plowed many fields right in front of their margins. Now Kidan, with a happy smile, is enjoying the dish, tasting the food with sticks and drinking from a glass. The tastes are pleasantly impressive. Raising, he proclaimed that he would have to work in the field today. Looking at the distance, on the majestic mountains, he stretched, kneading his body. Suddenly someone's steps were heard, and he looked at the sound. The man's voice asked the guy if he was the same holy kitten. Stunned by such a surprise, the young man nodded and asked who was addressing him. In response, the stranger called the owner of the demons. Kidden was frozen in confusion, completely beaten from the panther. The topic, and Beline happily exclaimed Kidon, notifying him about his long-awaited success. They carried a carcass of a stick, joked that Miss Astris finally hung her prey and made considerable effort. However, when he heard from her name, the woman sharply changed her facial expression and looked up. The meeting with her became a complete surprise for her. The owner of the demons was surprised that she was really here, and the woman only looked at him in surprise. She wondered where he managed to find her, to which the man answered. Her subordinates left a hint. Patemi and the happily watched this picture, and Astros tried to understand the cause of his visit. The Lord Demon replied that he only appeared to see her. The subordinates watched with interest in the development of events, and Caden did not stop while all around such excited ones. Astra confessed that she had failed the task, and no longer included in the four kings. Therefore, it is no longer value for him. She added that she had always treated her with special care. However, she did not want to hear the reproaches later. The owner of the demons, enthusiastically interrupting it, assured that he was indifferent to other people's words, because she has a true meaning to him. Hearing these words, the woman felt embarrassment. The dress was surprised, and Weil noted with irritation that she was laid with this played drama. For a while they entered the house. Kidin prepared fragrant tea for all. Zidan apologized to the fact that his appearance brought them extra trouble. Then the man proudly named his name. He was the supreme ruler of all demons. Caton was interested in whether this means that the owner of the demonic state. He confirmed it with a nod. The hero carefully wondered if any difficulties for the country would have arisen because of his departure. It was assured that there would be no problems. And then he said that the main purpose of the bishop demons was to defend the country from people. He inherited this task from his predecessor. To be faithful to this mission, he goes to the battlefield every day and leads battles with tireless perseverance. Kidan nodded, giving a sign that he understood everything. Playit noted that, Probably when you are constantly in the fighting. Hardly anyone is waiting for you at home. This is why he said that he values his Asteris. She is always close, extremely smart and attentive, and cannot be replaced. The woman was discouraged and modestly noticed that she was not worth such praise. Her subordinates were gladly watched by this scene. Kidden stated that she would never be sent by Astris. The set supported his words. She added that Astris was summoned to the military tribunal and declared exile when he was in charge of the front line. The ruler was not even asked. They made all the decisions on their own, acting at their own discretion. Seddon said that it was Astris who was attributed to the unexpected appearance of the dragon, which turned the battlefield into chaos. Weil sang carelessly under his nose, and Kiddeden, immersed in his own thoughts, listened silently to the tune. The man said that when he finally returned, Astros was gone. Kaiden concluded that he came here in her search. Zidant gently took the Astrosis by the hand and sincerely confessed that he was incredibly pleased with her presence. He added that he did not imagine how he could cope without it, because for a while he believed she disappeared from his life forever. Plotty replied that everything was obvious between them. Their feelings are felt without words. The woman was swayed and noted in confusion that they were only friends since childhood. She also noted that nothing would work between them, because the ruler should take care of the whole country, and he is not worth such a care for her. All the time, while this conversation was going on, Rinselval literally boiled from rage, and after all, she ordered everyone to silence. She exclaimed loudly that she was indifferent whether he was a master or anyone else. He could pick up Astris and go away. Zidane, looking in surprise, asked who she was, and Astris, frightened, was Starry. The woman explained that it was Greenzel Weil, a dragon that appeared above the battlefield. She, contemplating her gaze on demons, setting up confusedly, exclaimed that such just could not be, looking intently at the girl in front of her. The curtain added that she had been ordered to return Astris, and she was not at all like to strain her wings for the sake of an unhappy girl who appeared on the doorstep of her master. The Cedian called well with dissatisfaction, which she nodded, assuring that she had understood everything, and no longer said a word. It was given to a confusion looked from one to another. After that he turned to Kathedon, saying that Astrosis was surrounded by extremely dangerous persons, and her fate now belongs to them. However, the demonic lord fervently expressed his desire to return this woman in spite of any obstacles, squeezing his fist with true determination. After that, he stood up and confidently stated that that is why he asked for permission to become his opponent. Kadan could not hide his surprise. The man explained that he perceives his title extremely seriously, so he must demonstrate his morale. The hero hastened to deny everything, but the plaid warned strictly. Even in dreams he should not think about it. She then revealed another secret. Her husband is the owner of the cover, one of the disasters of this world. Moreover, the king of the undead also lives. She wondered if he had ever heard of such, and then assured he was not able to win. Zidane doubted, asking whether it was true, and the Aster only nodded. The guide did not deny anything, because the woman belonged only to herself and could go with him if she wanted. The hero noted that she turned to him, looking for the meaning of her own existence and seeking to know her capabilities. However, since there is a person who is indifferent and who sincerely wants her return, it is worth paying attention to him. The man asked her about the decision, adding that the task had already shared with her feelings, so now she had to take a step towards. The woman was pleasantly impressed with these words. Her subordinates were delighted, but Weil felt relieved, because she could finally leave. Astris clenched his hand gently and said that she wanted to be near him, both on the battlefield and even beyond his life. She begged her to allow her to stay beside him forever. The Given agreed and suggested that she return home so that he never left him again. The woman from this news just shone with joy. Her subordinates rejoiced that their lady finally got rid of the brand of a tight failure. Weil glowed with happiness, and Kate evenly enlightened this touching moment with ashamed. Suddenly, the dress with annoyance rose from the sofa and sharply ordered everyone to stop. Her act caused a genuine surprise in the audience. Everyone returned to her in surprise. Kin wondered what had happened, and the girl explained that with all his respect for the Lord Demons, he was too naive. Woodlouse showed wit, turning to her husband as if he would soon become her bride. Zodin asked her name interested in this, and the fee was proudly introduced to the Princess of Mermaids. She then said that noble demons planned to organize a political marriage between her and the Given. The owner of the demons was stunned by this news. He stood up sharply and asked who was talking about it, because for the first time he heard about the similar. The man dropped next to Astras and assured that he did not connect him with the dress. Isekai'D nodded with understanding. He explained that the one who marries the Princess Russian will inherit and all the wealth of Rusalkaina people. Katte nodded with enthusiasm, agreeing with him. She then quoted the words of the demonic nobility, which insisted on the alliance with the mermaids and promised to marry the princess for her ruler. Such a political course surprised the subordinate Aster. Senthi noted that if he thinks the owner of the demons did not even know his marriage or expulsion of his most devoted supporter, this testifies only one thing. One of his subordinates will plot against the ruler himself. All the demons immediately guessed that it was only a reverse. She said that after she became Keaton's wife, it was he who ordered Astras to follow her. But when Astras failed the task, Riverian not only got rid of her, but also strengthened his power. Zidane thought and realized, until he resolved this question, there is no point in returning to Astras. Everyone here will only remind him of her defeat. The pets noted that at best he will simply lose fans, and in the worst, will be forced to renounce the throne. Keaton was stunned by these words, but remained indifferent. The hero has sincerely apologized, because he saw a person true and frank, and the very idea that some scoundrel would manage the possession of demons seemed to him unbearable. Heard from the hero stunned Ziadian and Astra. At this point, the dress unexpectedly stated that in reality all the difficulties can be solved very simply. She addressed the owner of demons and Azra, and suggested that they return not as a master with his subordinates, but as a couple, husband and wife. The girl suddenly suggested getting married right here and now. Demons from such a statement were confused, stunned, and not realizing what was happening. But Timmy with Belena were in the seventh heaven with happiness, learning that the owner of the demons and Mrs. Astras decided to get married. They could still not believe it. Zidane was only surprised to shrug. For him this news was a real surprise, and he did not fully realize his attitude to her. Seeing this, the conflict did not resist and asked, "What bothers you? What are you dissatisfied?" Astras blushed with embarrassment and strongly denied it. The braid just smiled and noted that there was no need to respond so sharply. She added that if a woman became a queen, it would become a real catastrophe for the conspirators who want her destruction. She also noted that for those demons who seek to get closer to power, the shortest way is to betray her daughter or sister to marry the Lord. Kidding nodded with a compassionate understanding. The Fee confirmed that he assured that if Sedan and Astras combined their destinies, the conspirators would remain with nothing. She then announced that such a decision was already made. The ashamed Astras, who has not yet said a word, wanted to deny inadvertently. The woman looked at her indignantly, and she calmly explained, if they marry, what then she would have to do. The girl only smiled mysteriously and noted that it was a really interesting question. She replied that marriage was made only when the couple sworn to God. Astrox, holding hands, thought about the words of the oath. The subordinates rejoiced in this event, and Caden was interested in questioning the details. Katte admires with delight that she would now explain everything. They should be given a promise before God, and then no force will be able to question their marriage. He did not think for a long time and recalled that in his last world, it was necessary to fill the questionnaire in the district department in the last world. However, he still asked what to do for this oath. The dress praised him for his care and added that now they would find out everything. Some time has passed, and the king of the undead appeared suddenly, asking for what reason he was summoned. Zidane was amazed and could not believe that he was faced with an immortal ruling creature. He also confirmed that the rumors that the saint controls 2 global catastrophes at once is quite responsible. Whale noted with anger that he was not heard for the first time. Zidane cast his gaze on the curtain and stated that the child was a real dragon. Astras only confirmed his words. Kadan meanwhile turned to the payment, asking why he called the king of the undead. The girl with a smile said he would witness their wedding. Supplies and Astra literally fell out of surprise hearing this news. Pluty said that the current king, a Mercury king, was once a supreme priest, so thanks to him, God himself will watch the ceremony during which they would make promises. Keaton remembered what the wedding was in his own world. She turned to the necromant king with a genuine fee with a question about his opinion. He answered that the Set and Astras belonged to a demonic race. At the same time, although he now belongs to the world of the dead, he was a faithful servant of mankind in the past. The girl trembled, fell to her knees, and with despair confessed that she made a fatal mistake. Keaton, not understanding what was happening, wondered in surprise what had happened. Pleats tells that each race worships its deities. For people, it is Zeus, the mermaids honor the Poseidon, and demons give Gades prayers. In other words, every nation has its own god. The guy did not roll what the girl was, and thought it was like a monk's call to the temple. But the girl broke into a cry, talking about her act. Despite this, the king fashion assured that he would try. At that time, the petals were surprised to ask if he was really capable of it. The immortal king said that for more than 1,000 years he has gathered an invaluable treasure of knowledge, and although their religions were different, he was also able to give a prayer. This news was sincerely pleased with the playback, filling her heart with joy. She then returned to the set and Astras and asked if they were denying. The woman replied that it, of course, was not true, and sincerely thanked her. The king reached out and solemnly announced that it was time to start. It was followed by a spell asking for abundance, which will eventually bear fruit. Meanwhile, the theme and the Balan looked around with anxiety, and Kadan and Weil were carefully monitored on each of his movements. The king did not stop in his magical prayer, proclaiming that he from now on accepts them into his deepest subsoil and shared with them the mercy of the Mother God. He proclaimed this place with a sacred shelter, giving everyone to clear it in the way the heart desires. The roar around only increased until the king of the undead boldly lifted his hand up and exclaimed the order. A giant magical sign blossomed in the sky, and at the same moment a powerful discharge hit the lightning. Estress with Zidane looked around carefully, and Kadan wondered in surprise what was happening here. Senthi explained to him that it was the prayer of the king of the undead, and added that the air became depressing, as if all the space was shrinking around. Suddenly, behind the powerful winds of the wind, they notice something that emerges from them, and together they direct their views to the other side. In the middle of the witch's symbol in the sky appeared a huge figure of a man. In his hands he held a rod, and on the shoulders of Major's cloak. His head was decorated with a crown. Astros immediately realized that he was in front of him, the god of the underworld, Hades. Chiton, hearing this, could not restrain the cry of surprise. The Lord of the Undead frankly did not expect such development of events. While maintaining complete peace, he acknowledged that he clearly bent the stick, because he called God himself. The dress did not stop wondering how someone is capable of such. He explained that he was about to create a holy place for the ceremony, so the appearance of the deity was strange and unexpected. The dress exclaimed that it did not matter anymore, and asked what to do now. It was at this point that Gaidi finally called. He noted that no one turned to him for many years, and asked why he was invited at all. Seeing the gate, the theme and Belen immediately assumed that the descendants of Zeus had burned the war again, and the fear of their hearts. The settled knees and denied, they say, it was not true. He explained that the fighting continued with variable success. Although the demons should remain alert, Gadesh has no reason to worry. The god of the underworld was in surprise why he was summoned then, setting up and introduced himself as the owner of the demons. Kidan was surprised to realize that he was communicating with the deity. The man, leaning his head, continued his story, sincerely acknowledging that he seeks to marry a woman she sincerely loves. So they decided to arrange a wedding ceremony and addressed the blessing of the underworld. However, they accidentally summoned it personally. Even the owner of the dead apologized for this inconvenience. Zidane asked to give a sincere apologies for having disturbed his peace. Upon learning that he was called by the immortal king, Hades noted that in this case there was nothing strange here. After that, he agreed and noted that in order to obtain his blessing, Zidane should not have other wives. He addressed the Lord who leaned before him, with the question, will he swear to love only one woman for the rest of his days? Zidane replied that he was so longing, and then swore. From now on, as the owner of the demons, he would marry only Astrox and spend his entire life with her. Gades nodded approved and called these words worthy, after which he reached out, saying his blessed support. Over time, the weather calmed down, and the god of the underworld dissolved in the air. The settled rose from his knee and reached out to Astrox. Khitan believed that god Hades were not so bad. Whale annoyed that he was lying so until her ears were buzzing. The owner of the undead supported her, promising to be more restrained in his prayers next time. The joyful Pleiao quickly ran to the demons and adorned with delight that getting the blessing of the Lord is a real gift, because there is no higher protection than the guardianship of the sky itself. The king of the undead prayed for good health, light birth, and generous fertility, and for anyone who dared to divorce them should fall the heavenly punishment. But the Topic and Belen rejoiced that they still managed to achieve the desired. In response, Zidane noted that for demons, it was the best testimony to his love for Astrosis. And Kaiden thought, the promise given to God himself probably affects more than wedding registration. The demon looked at Kidan and Play and thanked them sincerely. Thanks to their help, his ancient dream came true, to marry Astris, which he has almost stopped believing. Astris, with eyes full of happy tears, assured that they would always remember their kindness. Little Anne only waved his hands, they say, did nothing special, but in his soul he was very glad for this woman. Hearing these words, Astris has incredibly flashed with pleasure. Then Zidane wondered if they would go home right now to solemnly declare everyone that she is their queen from now on. The woman answered the given refusal, explaining that it would remain here for a while. Such a choice was surprised by both the given and Keaton. Grinzelweile was extremely dissatisfied and ordered the woman to leave. In response, she stated that now, when they were already married, it is time to go to their homeland. Here Kaiden called the girl, trying to stop her, and then he turned to Astrak, asking why she really wanted to stay. Zidane looked at her too with surprise, waiting for his answers. The woman replied that under the care of Cades has changed and got a lot of new ones, so she wants to continue her studies. She added that she was doing this to become a worthy wife, turning her gaze to the given, the man of the Ovtaropes, but noted that probably the woman had their reasons. After that, he asked Kedon with his own request, that he took a little more about Astra. Meanwhile, the Topic and Blade with worried faces watched them. Sadon replied that he had nothing against, which was quite surprised by Weil, who preferred to get rid of the guests as soon as possible, so as not to share the provision. And the hero added that he did not imagine what he could help, and even now that the couple has just married, he is inconvenient to interfere with their new life together. Zedon also wondered if they deny if he stayed here for a while. Astras heard it with a surprise, and Kidan looked at him. He wondered if it would not cause any harm. Plotty and Vila also could not understand what was happening. Keaton asked if it would create inconvenience for demons. The owner of the demons replied that if it lasts for a long time, no problems would arise. He explained this by the fact that the appearance of the dragon caused chaos in both camps. So as long as the intelligence was harvested, the troops remained without movement. Kidden shouted that he had understood everything, and Weil only sighed annoyed. Again, she had to be responsible for everyone. Zidane wondered if he did not agree to Kidden their presence, to which he had fun, that of course he did not deny, and suggested to feel at home. And mentally he said that they would have to build their own home. She wondered if everyone was here in good sense. She also reminded that there may be a traitor among them, and in this case they will simply leave it for the way. Velamen noted that if they were not nearby, he could easily weave his intrigues, and asked if they really wanted it. The Dresses and Sedan, subordinates of Astros, thought about his words. However, he smiled with self-confidence and stated that there was no reason to worry. He was in advance. Having released a laughter, he only emphasized his confidence. Sidonic exclaimed with delight that this is exactly what the act should expect from the owner of the demons. Will remained dissatisfied. She poked her finger in the given and noticed that he was strangely behaving, because there is no ship here. So I wonder how he managed to get here. Kidden's Dresses also did not hide their interest. The man said that thanks to the magic of teleportation in the presence of coordinates, you can instantly move anywhere. Kidden was enthusiastically added that it is incredibly convenient. Zedin returned to his subordinate Astros, Belen, who trembled under his eyes. He reminded her that she was, after all, one of the few demons of space. Before going here, she left a note with the coordinates that the owners of demons were able to define as the location of the port. But the Topic hugged Belina, praising her for their efforts, which caused the girl to have a blush. In response, Belina admitted that she was restless because they had to part through someone's insidious conspiracy. The owner of the demons sincerely thanked Bilin for her support, and while swore with annoyance, she would never forgive her. She intervened in the conversation and said that although she did not want to doubt, there are other types of spatial magic. The girl asked if they could appear here. Said it assured her that she could be calm. After all, the coordinates of this place are encrypted. If the one who created this protection does not open the key to decryption, they will remain in vain. The demonic bishop added that a stranger would in no way be able to feel the presence of this place. Keaton and Weil were surprised to look at him. In Zedon, they explained that the demonic race has mastered the magic of space and clairvoyance, so that the wizards can look into distant places, while at a considerable distance from them. However, all this place is wrapped in a barrier, which completely neutralizes such magic. The characters did not hide as a surprise, hearing such disclosure. Zadin confessed that he used the teleportation, risking considerable, but it was thanks to Balin that he managed to get here. In response, Temmie showed her that everything was going properly. The owner of the demons came to the conclusion that they would not get here in any way. They would not even comprehend where this place is. He remained silent without making it clear that he thought. However, the guy wondered who used such useful magic. In response, Weil pushed his cheeks, showing the image. The king noted that such a magic is only a dragon if he is not mistaken. All views turned to Weil. The dragon in the human likeness came closer and acknowledged that it was revealed, confirming its involvement. She confessed that after she left Astros on the battlefield, she returned and surrounded the whole place with a powerful barrier. Well, was still anger. If it were not Astros, she would eat much more. Belin watched her timidly, feeling anxious. Kidden, standing his knees in front of Weil, looked into her eyes and said that her sincere concern for him was very important to him, and he was gratefully grateful to her for it. The dragon noted that everything was clear. After all, she had to eat all the dishes prepared by the owner. However, the arrogant rampants were getting more and more, and if it goes on, it risks staying at all without food. The words of the dragon were stunned by both subordinates and Astros warriors. Balan suggested that the reason for her hatred through food, but Temmie and Astrosis nodded silently as a sign of consent. Caden gently ran a hand on her hair and assured that she was wonderful and always protected him. She liked it, and she answered a sincere smile. Khitan was delighted to have announced that there will be a celebration today in honor of the wedding of Astros and Zidane, as well as a sign of gratitude to Weil for her efforts. Easily sparkling with his eyes, the king was aware of whether he could join. Khitan agreed with a smile. Supported, and Astros thanked him sincerely. They soon placed a table outside, which wasn't under an incredible amount of eating. Kedin solemnly congratulated the Lord Demon and Asteris on their wedding. Zidane tasted these dishes for the first time, so Astros was passionate about his reaction, and Batami and Belen shone with joy. The owner of the demons did not hide the surprise from the taste of the dish, admitting that for the first time he tasted something so delicious. Khitan gladly replied that he was very pleased to hear such words. After that, the guy served a huge plate of meat, which he was pleased to have fun. She played with happiness, holding 2 spoons in her hands. Trying to the dish, she opened her eyes and suddenly turned to the dragon, shouting to the whole voice, accompanying the exclamations of the flames, "What a delicious food!" Khitan strictly made her remark that she did not turn at the table and did not exhale the fire. She returned to the human likeness again and confessed that she had never tasted such delicious meat before. Zidane did not hide his astonishment, realizing that a real dragon was in front of him, and Khitan just smiled, watching it. He then told that it was a deer kusaki meat, which Asteris was humbled for them that day. The woman did not expect such a turn at all. After he spoke about all the intricacies of cooking, skillfully sliced the meat into pieces and kept it in sorcery spices, Khitan realized, not only he was one he spent this dish. Weil could not hide his delight. She laughed brutally, stating that it could not be different, because all these lower creatures are obliged to serve her lord and herself. The indignation Fees threatened that she would hit her now, and Astra smiled and replied that she was only glad to have this challenge. Kidding smiled and noted that even despite her difficult luck, Vel did a lot for them. The dress added that she still has a lot to work on herself. After tasting the meat, the girl agreed with a smile. The Veil was really right. Her husband's dishes should remain a mystery. Supported this idea, adding that even in luxurious palaces there are no such exquisite flavors. And then he nodded, they say. Now finally realized why the dragon sought to hide this place. Meanwhile, Ashteres was anxious into reflections. The weave wondered at Kadin when he learned to cook such delicacies. The guy replied in surprise that he simply lived lonely and had to give himself advice. But in his opinion, there was nothing special about it. He also noted that thanks to the skill he was able to recreate ingredients and dishes that were completely unknown in this world. In his opinion, it is this ability to cook even more skillful. The man passed the plate of Necmomonarch and smiled, saying, whatever it was, he was pleased that the guests had a taste. It was at this moment that Astra approached him and wondered if his dishes were state secret. Whale replied that it was a state secret, but Khitan denied they say there was no secret here. The woman suddenly sinking at his side, looking to the boy. He looked around in surprise and asked what had happened. Astra said she intends to turn to him again. She asked her to take her to work and teach everything that a true wife should be able to do. Kidan and others were incredibly surprised by her words. Plenty was angry and irritatedly asked why Astrons asked someone else's husband about that. The woman apologized, smiled thoughtfully, and added that she was not like her. Katte was angry, browned her eyebrows, and said that in addition to waving her manuscript, she could nothing else. Seidon immediately began to reassure her, assuring that she was actually talented in many other things. He confessed that it was thanks to her that he began to grow a crop and cook delicious dishes. These words were genuinely pleased with Katte, and she looked at him with a tenderness. Kidden turned to the demonic queen Astris and noted that it would be worth taking care of her. The woman declined strongly, stating that she should overcome all the difficulties, like the wife of the owner of the demons. Bottom and Belina overwhelmed pride for her mistress. Kadden smiled, marking her sincerity, and thought for a moment, after which he turned to him. He carefully wondered if Kadden would allow him to join the training. This proposal stunned Kadden, and he was in surprise asked what he was in mind. The young man asked if he also wanted to get ready for the wedding. The given not only agreed, but also noted that this place seemed surprisingly exciting. Not only the kitchen, but also the harvest grown for their own homes, caused it a genuine admiration. Everything around seems wonderfully interesting in his eyes. So he notes that he is well aware of why Astros seeks to study here. Moreover, he wants to respond to a woman's sincere desire to gain support, just as her husband does. He also reflects on what mutual support and spouses should be, citing Kitan. Hearing such passionate words to his address, the guy did not hide a pleasant surprise. And the payment only noted that it was quite natural, because he was strikingly different from other kings, who only made, which was majestically embedded in his own palaces. Said and emphasized once again that it is completely resting on Saint Sedan. Astros also confirmed his words. Some time has passed, and the orcs together with the goblins erected a new building. Zidane worked side by side with them and asked Kidan as in the case. He, in response with a smile, assured that he had everything great. He assured that he has a great skill in his hands, and so he sincerely appreciates it. At this moment, Astros called a man. She appeared in the apron and gloves, carrying the dish and having fun notifying that everything is ready. Zidane at the same time blushed, like a beet. Surprised by such a reaction, Astrots wondered what happened to him, to which he only replied that nothing special, though he felt like in the seventh heaven. The hero again settled at the table outside, which died under the variety of dishes. Keaton was delighted to tell how incredible this food was, and while supported it, vigorously winding food on a fork. The fees were generously praised by Astros for culinary talent, and in the meantime she noticed that the owner of the demons was crying to the unearthly taste of dishes. He wondered what this dish was called, and Astra replied that it was no one. Kadan emphasized that almost everything was prepared by Astra herself. The given could not believe it. The guy explained that since she possesses the art of the sword, to treat the kitchen knife for her. A little thing. The only thing left is to get acquainted with the technology of cooking and to understand the properties of ingredients and spices. Otherwise, it can count on itself. Butma and Belena supported her, for which the woman thanked them sincerely, and then thought that she should still be prepared for engagement. But Amy only laughed and assured that, of course, she was about clothing. She added that they needed to master sewing. After that, the girl looked at the king of the demons and noted that, by the way, he wears a common shirt. In response, Zidane explained that he got it in St. Kidden. Betmio was surprised by the act of Kidon, but he agreed and added, "They say, because he is a guy himself, it would be easy to sew clothes for other guys. However, he has already promised the payment to sew her outfit for her, but no idea comes to his mind. The image simply does not work." He also reported that he had a little fabric with him, and when he took it from the table, he asked to wait a moment. Kidon brought 3 scrolls and assured that it was all that he had. For Bhatim, it was a surprise. With grabbed eyes, she confessed that she had never seen such a beautiful fabric. The guy said that he had previously explored the mountain dungeon, and it was there that he came across a caterpillar, which was able to spit the threads. So, for the sake of the experiment, he decided to bring some of them home, building unique aviaries for them. Kalte was genuinely amazed by such a trick. Then Keaton told that this is how he had the opportunity to make this fabric from the caterpillar. Everyone froze from surprise, unable to say a word. But the topic, clamping the flap of the fabric in her hands, could not get involved, as it is possible to create a matter from the remains of caterpillar. However, the baleine only sighed, noting that his ideas are too unusual for this world, as it should be expected. At this point, the eyes of Batham shone, and she asked with interest. That is, it turns out that you can sew women's clothing made of fabric made of caterpillar. Kiting wondered if she would handle this task, and Astro's subordinate to confidently replied that she could, because her parents have a fabric store, so she is well familiar with such questions. Astris was surprised, because she did not know about it, and Belina with enthusiasm said it was really amazing. But the topic suddenly asked to give it to her, to which Kadan replied that she had saved his life. Astris also offered her help, emphasizing that it was an important part of her studies. Then Bathami noted that first of all I would like to sew her clothes for misplay. Hearing this, the girl smiled mysteriously and agreed, full of curiosity that would come out of it. Bathami pulled out a rope and smiled cunningly, stated that as soon as everything is coming, it is worth starting with the measurements of this rope. She pulled her sharply, a treacherous smile on her face. The fee was surprised to look at the expression of Batham, not understanding what was happening, and Kitten only thought bitterly that he was shining nothing here. She also noted that, although her task was to sew her clothes at first for the dress, she plans to create updates for all, so she politely asked for permission to remove the measures from everyone. Then the dress interestedly asked if everyone would have to undress. After that, she made a slight disturbance of her arms, shouting and densely blushing. Further, she wondered if the board was always without underwear, but only in surprise she asked what this strange word means. Commando. And suddenly she remembered. When they only met her husband, his reaction was just like that. Then Astris noticed that she really had a mermaid, and had no idea that he had to wear something on the lower body. The dress wondered if there was some problem with this. What Bedema, in surprise lifting his eyebrows, replied that the problem was really existing. Astrots explained that for both demons and people living on the surface, showing others their lower body is a serious offense. The Penty burst out of the herd and indignantly asked why no one warned her. Astros replied that no one could think that she would walk that way. Suddenly, Rusalanka remembered how she noticed that her brother had something on herself. However, the topic explained that it is called linen and serves to wear under clothes. Summary Fees stated that she understood that linen is an official clothing created for diplomatic exits. However, Tammy seemed to have been too solemn for the board. After that, she was delighted to give her everything she needed, promising to prove why such clothes are a real miracle. The pets replied that she did not quite understand what she was talking about, but trusts her and rests on her. The girl began to take off the measures, and Bottom, jokingly asking the braid whether she should pull her stomach, forced the one to turn red. The braid confessed that she had never worked so much before the dishes of her own husband, which Bottom reassured her. They say it is quite natural. The girl continued with excitement with the measures from others, wondering aloud that Miss Astrotz's belly was much larger than she thought. Bellin, slyly smiling, joked, "They say, that's all the power of love." The salted Astrosis immediately tried to quench the girlfriend, strictly ordered to silence, and she only led in surprise that these annoying creatures were busy this time. Some time has passed and the work was completed. Butma exclaimed that lush ruffles on the dress were created under the inspiration of sea waves and their deep blue. Such a decoration, in her opinion, was suitable for the real princess of mermaids as a board. Kidan and Zadan were also delighted. Batma asked the girl, asking if she liked. Kalti, smiling, replied that it was extremely interesting and she was satisfied. Kidan also expressed gratitude to her, adding that she was experiencing incredible joy. These words forced the Batham to get rid of. The boy came to the boy, and he, a little embarrassed, noted that it really was. The girl with a smile added that the Whims also sewed her underwear for her. Hearing this, Keaton was red, and the dress wondered whether such a discussion was also considered obscene. The young man agreed. Rusalanka replied that it did not matter to her, because when her brother did it, it was just charming. Keaton thought that next time he would definitely try to be as close to his wife's brother. Well looked at the cloth's clothing with strange curiosity, and then suddenly created a fireball in her palm and threw it right in the ram. The girl raised the cry, astonishing what she was doing, and focused on the ball. Keaton also could not understand what was happening, and, guessing about possible jealousy, wondered if everything was fine with her. Well briefly cut him off, ordered only to be silent and watch more closely. The flames suddenly went out and the dress remained intact. Rusalanka princess watched it with surprise, not understanding what was happening. She touched the fabric in surprise, asking why no traces of burns were visible on it. Weil explained that powerful protective charms against magic were woven into this matter. The dragon in the human face noted that she was confident in the high level of protection of this dress, and considers it much better than ordinary armor. Senthi asked Patam that she had done with him, but only replied in a confusion that she had not done anything like that. Bellin, having heard it, noted that she was even more interesting to know the real cause. Kalti also suggested that all this is a matter of caterpillar, which may have some unusual abilities. They will ask Kida whether he did something with a caterpillar, and the guy would say that he treated her with extreme caution, hoping to sew first-class board clothes one day. Whale replied with confidence that it was, and then explained. After getting to know Khitan Goblin Orkson, they changed a lot. It seemed like a similar metamorphosis and this caterpillar. The guy assured that he understood everything, and while noted in surprise, another legendary armor was born in front of them. However, Batemi objected. It is not an armor at all, but a new work of fashion. Weil turned to Batima, calling her not to delay and sew the same armor for her. The girl, however, continued to insist that it was not an armor at all. But Kiden sincerely thanked for such hardy clothes. He noted that the outfits of the King of Demons are actually sewing from the same cotton used for the blanket, so maybe it would be worthwhile to turn to Batami to interpret them. Zidane noted that this is another unexpected moment in his saturated everyday life. It was at this moment that Aster cast a careful look at him, and it immediately attracted his attention. She noted that his clothes were a little torn, and suggested that he probably got caught for something while working. He noticed a small incision on the side and shouted with surprise that he did not believe how he could damage the shirt given by Kidan. The Astra promised to repair everything, although she immediately became discouraged and confessed that she had recently only mastered the case, so it was not too skilled. The owner of the demon looked at her and thanked her, saying that he was fully trusting this task. Everyone watched as the settled shirt, and the girl with an asterisk skillfully sutured a hole in her. Kidan mentally decided that nothing wrong would happen if the owner of the demons would still leave his shirt. All events unfolded in the kingdom of people. The unfamiliar voice filled the space with a disgust to the dragon. It was the king himself. Conveniently settling with a glass of drink, he thought. It was because of this dragon that the war came to a dead end. The advisor reports that, according to the generals on the front line, the reason for the sudden appearance of the dragon is still a mystery. Because of this, the armies were ordered to remain in place. The king is outraged by such cowardice of the troops and generals. After that, he is interested in who is the owner who obeys the dragon. According to him, this figure is called Saint Kiden. However, the advisor replies that they have no information about this person. His Majesty, leisurely drinking from a glass, states that all these people are not capable of anything. The advisor immediately expresses his sincere apologies. An irritation king throws a glass on the floor. The advisor closely monitors each of his movements. His Majesty strictly orders him to bring another glass of fresh fish juice. Without hesitation, I immediately execute the monarch team immediately. The advisor cannot understand how His Majesty is generally able to swallow this abomination. The monarch only sighs, stating that it is a real catastrophe. With a hard sigh, he thinks that they could have won the war that lasted for centuries. His Majesty Yanxes XVIII decided to put an end to the war between people and demons. In order to win, the monarch involved all the power of Mankunkling and summoned heroes from a parallel world. His Majesty believes that if they manage to defeat demons, they will be able to use the power gained for the benefit of the state and in their own interests, and that will be enough. At this point, the advisor presents His Majesty cup with fish broth. First, they need to deal with the dragon. This is the opinion of His Magdadi. After that, he is interested in the advisor, whether he really believes in the existence of the owner of the dragon. The advisor confesses that many also call it into question. The advisor warns, if they make mistakes, they will only make him even more. And if the dragon appears again, the destruction will not be avoided. The king leisurely pulled the juice, and the advice of the advisor remained unheard for him. Suddenly, the idea of the threat of destruction seemed to be a cold wave of his consciousness. From these words, he instantly came up. His Majesty sharply puts a glass on the throne, and a bright drink splates all over. Angeredly ordered the advisor to find Saint Koden. If he accepts their power, the victory will be guaranteed. The advisor notes that it can really be true, but the question arises, how to find this person? His Majesty replies that the advisor should collect a search unit from the best and skilled characters. The advisor reports that there are rumors about the civil war, which is now raging in the capital of demons. His Majesty as fiercely and sharply states that it does not bypass it. In a moment, he approves. The army will be temporarily dissolved. He orders to direct all the resources of the country in search of St. Codon. The advisor without hesitation supports the will of His Majesty. The king assures that it is certainly finding the Holy Codon, and it is then that humanity will be able to celebrate its victory. At the same time, but in a completely different place, there was a house built in classic Japanese style. Inside, in a cozy room, someone slowly poured a drink into a cup. There were a man and a woman who quietly enjoyed a nice evening together. The man notes that 2 months have passed since they were here. The girl adds that during this time they managed to learn a lot. The man makes a few sips of the drink, exhales with barely noticeable sadness. To begin with, he offers the girl to feel the energy of the sword again. Getting weapons, he looks at her with delight in his gaze. The girl turns to a man who turns out to be the king of demons, and she is interested in worrying him. The king of demon looks at a girl named Astrox and tells her that the sacred sword of Enlof reacts anxiously. The king of demon notes that the sword seems to respond to someone's presence. Astrox is immersed in silence for several moments, but soon the memory is erupted in her memory. Some time has passed, and they go to where they hope to find the holy bishop Kadan. Suddenly he exclaims that he is already in place. Appearing, Kadan appeals to the king demons, asking that he is concerned. The lord of the demon turns to the holy ruler, who compresses the sword in his hand. He asks with interest that it holds Kidden for the subject. Kitan is delighted to note that this sword is extremely useful. He can cut any material, even man-metal, as he just proved. Klatte tells that it is a sacred sword that they got in the dungeon of the Lord of the Undead, a mentor. She is indignant that the sword behaves completely inappropriately. The king of demons, and could not imagine that the sacred lord of the fraudster would have the legendary sword of the devil, Dr. Schwarz. Noyo noted that he intended to return the blade to the mentor, but the sword seemed to not want it to leave his hands. The princess of the flesh turns to Noyo, emphasizing that it was he who saved her from the power of the king of the undead. Noyo confesses that he simply had no alternative, because he did not realize the true power given to him by the gods. The king of demons and the girl next to him are surprised to respond to the words of Noyo. The demonic ruler notes, according to his known legend, the divine gift of the saint can even turn into the power of a true hero. Noyo mentioned that the teacher of the poor of the undead once already spoke of something like that. Meanwhile, the demonic king appeals to Lord Saint. Noyo, suspecting that he could be one of the heroes whom humanity has called on this world from parallel reality. Nurio thinks and notes the owner of the demons that in his words, there is a certain radio. However, the demonic king is in no hurry to believe him, and looks with distrust. Nore, a little worried, confesses with a smile. As the whole team suspected, he is really an alien from a parallel world. But he immediately adds that he has no combat skills, so the demonic king expelled him from the army without hesitation. These words cause all the surprise. This is how Noyo began his wandering life in these distant lands, away from people. The demonic king cannot believe it. The girl turns to Zero, wondering, isn't it more difficult? Nore replies that no, everything is quite simple. It falls on one knee and gains a handful of earth. Squeezing his fist, he demonstrates what his strength is capable of. Just from a handful of ordinary earth, a small flower blooms on his palm. The owner of the demons affects the appearance of this sprout. Noria explains that it is a gift from gods, is the perfect symbol for a calm, quiet life. The owner of the demons understood everything, and noted that although it is a wonderful power, it is not suitable for battle. However, if Noria seeks to surpass the undead, she will have to take decisive action. Suddenly, Noria notes that he is able to use the resulting force for other tasks. For example, it can discover the hidden potential of everything that touches. The owner of the demons and Astros are stunned by the incredible force of Dr. Short's Devil's Devil. However, Noyo notes that his power does not mean nothing. To be the strongest, not the main thing. The owner of the demons, barely shaking voice, states that there will be no creature capable of possessing a force similar to the power of Noyo in the world. He reflects on the power that the gods of mankind have presented Noyo. The king of demon does not stop thinking and addresses Noyo with the question, does he seek to prove his advantage over people and take the throne again in his kingdom? All this Norm replies that it is not going to do so, because it may have been a disrespect for the demonic king, which is leading a war with humanity. However, Noyo has nothing to do with one or another. Noria assures that he does not belong to anyone, so he can take Princess Kalti's wife. Hearing this, Princess Karnti turns to her husband shyly with surprise. At the same time, the demon looks at the holy owner Noyo. He agrees that the Light Lord is right. If it were not for his presence, they would be more and worse with the race of mermaids, which is also involved in this war. The owner of the demons returns to Sansiden Nori, is convinced that his presence is of great importance to this world. Later, he proposes to raise the glass for hope and for everything to be the best. Saint Lord Kaiten Noyo looks at the king of demons, at the same time surprised and passionate. They shake their hands, and Noyo, without hesitation, confirms the demons said by the king. For a while, the demonic king, along with a girl named Astrox, returned to the owner of the sacred lands. The king of demons reported that everyone who tried to have fun during their absence was already punished. The owner of the demons states that it is necessary to clear the merchants a little more to gain support among the people. Noyo is delighted with the determination of the Lord. Noyo with delight notes that everything was carefully thought out. He had no idea, believing that the two simply enjoy the honeymoon. While, returning to two girls behind, asked why they never accompany the owner of the demons on travel. The girls are a little aware of his worried question and assure that as long as they are here, the demon can also come back here. Well, instantly turns into a dragon and announces that the Megs will take girls to the demonic world. Noyo tries to reassure the angry Weil. The sea calls the owner of the demons to himself, offering to replenish his food stocks. One of the girls, who presents as a hall, solemnly states that she will take care of fulfilling her mission, to become a bridge between the king and this land. The owner of the demons from Astris thanks Bellini for her help. However, his attention is attracted by another girl named Batham. She assures that she will remain here, because she considers herself a Beline girlfriend. Padma appeals to the king demon to stay here and continue to create clothes. For Noyo, this opportunity would be a real find. And so, Batema, slightly embarrassed, but at the same time thinking, approaching Miss Astris. Astris does not understand anything, and only watches it in a confusion. Suddenly, she notices a gorgeous, incredibly beautiful dress with surprise. But Emma unexpectedly admits that it was she who sewed this dress for a single girl who brought so much disaster. One who has fallen in love with the demonic king himself. The girl, feeling the slight sadness among happy emotions, still sincerely thanked Bahata. The demonic king suggested that the asterisk move forward, and she accepted this proposal without hesitation. Behind the king demons and Asteris, a magical circle flashes. Saying goodbye to friends, they warmly promise that they will meet again. The whole team sincerely wishes them good luck. It takes some time, and a portal suddenly appears, which jumps a demonic king and Asterisk. The demonic king turns to Astris and confesses that once he could not even imagine that the war between demons and people would be able to end with peace. Astrusis was somewhat puzzled by the words pronounced by the demon. He, without stopping, confesses that the appearance of the Holy Master made him realize he lost not only a dream. Astros approaches the owner of the demons. He, looking at her just in her eyes, appeals to share his strength to fulfill his dream. Without hesitation, Astrosis agrees to help. This conversation took place long before the owner of the demons returned to his homeland. Then, Noria approached one person and challenged him to a duel. This man was the owner of the demons himself, who long thought about a similar offer. The owner of the demons is crazy to test it. He is incredibly interesting to know how powerful the holiday cat is. But even so, Noria is not too skillfully managing the ball, so you have to invent something easier. Suddenly, an arena occurs on Earth. Noreo proposes to play sumo. The king of demons once again asks what exactly. Then Norei explains. Sumo is a kind of competition where two rivals stand opposite each other. He continues to talk about the rules. Both participants must remain inside the circle. The king of demon immediately grabs the essence and states that the battle will continue until one of them is able to move anymore. But Noria immediately denies his words. Noria approaches the king demons and grabs him firmly, demonstrating how to keep the enemy. She advises him to try to clamp the enemy in this way. Norio explains that the owner of the demons has no right to strike the enemy. His task is to try to displace the opponent outside the circle. Any kinds of attacks are forbidden. The king immediately realized and noted that everything looks simple enough, which Norio only nodded. The demonic monarch instantly occupied a battle stable and challenged Norio to the duel. He agreed, but warned that it would only fight once. The king accepted this condition without objections. They find themselves on different sides of the circle and immediately begin a duel. Suddenly, without a moment, the rivals crash into each other. Norio tries to displace the king of demons outside the arena, but he still stays inside. Suddenly, Norio remembers something. He remembered that he possesses a lot of semi-made techniques, and decides to take advantage of one of them against the king of demons. For the latter, such an unexpected course becomes a complete surprise. From a powerful reception, the king of demon falls to the ground. The king of demon could not understand what had happened. Norio began to apologize, confessing that he did not predict such. The owner of the demons again insists that the Holidays leave the battlefield. Holidays agrees with him and, without delaying, calls Akubo. But suddenly the space cuts a voice full of pleas for help. It was a Prince Russian. He returns to Sankidan, not understanding what is happening here. The owner of the demons, stunned by the appearance of the Prince Rusal, also does not understand at all what is the matter. The Princess Rusalanka looks confusedly at the demonic king, not understanding how he was here. Meanwhile, Norio asks her not to panic and offer a way out of the situation. The king of demons and Prince Rusal fight in sumo's fight. The arena is managed by Norai, performing the responsibilities of the referee. He notes that both opponents are still in a circle, so the match is ongoing with new force. Suddenly, an ogro named Okubo. Norio asks to gather even more guys in the district. One by one, the rings come in the ring, ready for battle. However, none of them can push the opponent outside the ring. All remain inside, competing with new power. All the guys at the company considered this match a true entertainment and received from it what they wanted. Having passed some time after that event, sumo has gained popularity among the company. After all, after the grueling clashes, it was Prince Arvana who won. Norio did not suspect that the mermaids were so skillfully holding on their feet. For a while, a voice was announced in the house of Norio, who announced the readiness of the bread. The girl with appetite baked a piece of crunching on her teeth. It was a princess in a beautiful dress, amazed by tenderness and aroma of loose bread. While also crazy from this delicious treat, girls are delighted with the taste of bread and note. Although food is everywhere that causes familiar feelings, in every world, its aroma and structure have their own uniqueness. The princess is interested in a man that it is a dish that he calls bread. Her question also picks up Norio, agreeing with her. Norio explains that in his world it is the main food, and many other dishes can be cooked from wheat flour. Norio gladly reports that he has completed his collection with another creation. This is where Weil appears, and eagerly asks Norei to speed up and create a few more for her. However, before all this, the Holy Lord notes that he wants to prepare another thing, a real food product from his world, the harvest of which he wants to grow the next. It is about figure. All the girls froze with surprise, not understanding what kind of variety is discussed. Weil, meanwhile, thinks about what the taste of this rice really is. The Holy Lord notes that it is white grains with barely palpable sweetness. They look like wheat, however, really different. The words of a man are amazing the princess, and Norio adds that rice is grown by the same technology as wheat. The princess of the flesh is incredibly impressed with the words of her husband. She returns to him sharply and states that they need to make some adjustments. The princess explains that the Oregon team is currently responsible for all construction work, and these orcs are currently performing field tasks. After the escape of the demons, another participant joined their team. It is the responsibility for sewing. Beline is thoroughly focused on roots and skillfully organizes movement, and if someone does not cope with their responsibilities, others always come to the rescue. The group also includes a weird dragon, which often adds hassle. Weil says that it protects these lands from uninvited guests, and also creates irrigation channels in the fields, and is even capable of moving buildings. The princess nods in response, confirming her words, and notes that everyone is busy here. The princess appears and, covered by indignation, asks why they did not direct all that huge force to prepare wheat, cultivation of fields, harvesting, hammering, grinding. After all, it would take great effort. The girls unquestionably agree with her remark. The princess suddenly breaks into a cry, stating that only she is engaged in this. Medicines and fermentation of food. Her words are stunning everyone around. No one expected such frankness from the princess. The attendees gradually understand that they made a serious mistake. The princess begins to list her duties. She cares for the preparation of fertilizers for fields, is engaged in the production of meat and soy sauce in brewery, and also responsible for growing yeast and monitors the work of the refrigeration storage. The princess is summed up and confesses that he is not able to cope with all his duties. Her husband sinks his head in front of her, bows her head, and sincerely apologizes. In his eyes, tears swell. So much wanted to have time, but did not think about the amount of work that was waiting ahead. He muttered that he was a terrible man. However, the princess gently reassured him. There is nothing wrong with that, because the main thing, you realized and understood everything. The wolf states that all these pranks, for the sake of delicious food, and asks the princess to suffer a little. On this, the princess angrily orders him to silence, and suddenly someone's voice interrupts the conversation of the princess with vile. This is a prince of mermaids named Tsukurou. Noria appeals to him to apologize to her. They say she is a terrible wife. But Tsukurou, not understanding anything, appeals to the princess to explain what is happening. He replies that after the negotiations with the saints, they agreed to trade marinated radish, so now he came to buy them. The princess is a moment of fury, learning that it was her Tsukurou ordered to deliver so much radishes. At that moment, he tries to calm the annoyed sister to smooth the situation. The princess recalls that their neighbor, the immortal king, just loves this radish. And then he and the whole team turn to you with a curious question. Why are you so fond of fermented dishes? Isekai'D smiles and responds. Such dishes are not only delicious, but also very good for health. Vel notes that the bread is incredibly delicious, and the girls willingly agree with it. They note that there are many varieties of fermented dishes. Despite the fact that they belong to the demon tribe, girls admit that not strong in magic associated with melting. The princess is burning from rage, accusing his activities of harmful influence on others. At that moment, her husband cannot stand, explodes with tears and begs for forgiveness, and suddenly the princess in the head shown a brilliant thought. She gladly noted that her son-in-law came just at the perfect moment. She was inspired. There may be both talented pharmacists and those who will be able to distribute her difficult burden of responsibilities. The princess appeals to her brother to invite some of the inhabitants of the underwater kingdom of mermaids. Her brother, surprised, does not understand why it is needed. In response, the princess with a sly smile promises to raise the price of pickled radish. Then the word takes her beloved man. He emphasizes that if such is possible, he fully supports the idea. After that, the holy ruler looks at his shurin. He thinks for a moment, reflecting what he heard. The princess is pleasant to her brother, because she also wants to taste the rice made by her lover, and so dear heart by her husband. Noyo is a little embarrassed by the moving words of his wife. For a few minutes he thinks about the position for a few minutes, and then concludes that resetting the residence C will not be so easy. Norio persistently addresses him again, trying to get the answer. Siren appeals to the holy ruler, and is wondering if the mermaids are really afraid of the shore. Norio first thought they did not like him, but suddenly the dress began to like it. It was not easy to express Shireni, but she still finds a determination to do so. He notes that the princess of this country is still a weird person, and it is at this point that his sister Tsukurou begins to be angry and climbed. She cannot tread why the son-in-law said so suddenly. However, he listens to her words and adds, "For any ordinary mermaid land is a real hell." The girls immediately realized what they were talking about, because all the mermaids are, in fact, fish. The son-in-law explained that marine creatures can mostly live on land. However, the fee, which deliberately chose to stay on land forever, is extremely rare among them. The son-in-law says that thanks to a special potion, he can move without interference with both land and water. The words of the son-in-law fill the princess dressing with delight and joy. However, by this point, everything remained in fiction. Terrestrial inhabitants set some restrictions. They could lose their voice, turn into bubbles, or even dissolve. She leads and insists all the mermaids must remain in the water. However, her Schwieger claims that it is impossible, because these products are needed as a diplomatic resource. According to the law of the brothers, until the actual medicine is most marine creatures are unlikely to voluntarily enter the land. Sharangs adds that, along with the development of medicine, one more innovation must be introduced: the expulsion of criminals. However, the sea and all present are quite surprised by such an unexpected idea of son-in-law. Shorn adds that in addition to the harshest punishment, there is another option: exile. Devoid of anti-Doret, these people are forced to spend the rest of their days on earth, doomed to wander the wild world. Lord the Saint and all those present literally heard the words of the Sarah. He explains, "For the inhabitants of the depths, the shore will forever remain a real hell. And with the princess, it is easier. Unlike a brother, whose fate has been a successful prince of mermaids. Laws believe that to maintain the body, it is necessary to achieve a high level of skill in Zilvarin. However, even if you use the royal order and attract people's assistance, staying on the surface for a long time is still serious." The princess completely supports the words of his Shirin and immediately puts forward the proposal to send expelled criminals here. Sharon and other participants of the conversation will darken with the surprise struck by the princess's statement. Sucrex breaks into a cry and is crazy about despair, because he cannot do it. The kingdom of mermaids in the great debt to the holy owner, so their lands are not suitable for prison. However, Loreflower calmly points out that there is nothing wrong with that. Noyo does not want to put the advice on danger. Shorn notes that the Holy Lord, as always, knows no fear. It seems that the threat is waiting for criminals. Suddenly, Weil turns into a dragon and formally states that she is annoyed with absolutely everything, and everyone who is approaching here burns to the ground. The dress turns to his brother, and jokingly adds, if he still wants to eat marinated radish, then now he leads to 3 assistants with him. Princess Flesh does not pay attention to whether her assistants are criminals. The main thing for her is that they have a shaky. She always accepts them with pleasure. The Princess of the Flesh solemnly assures that by his actions he will give them paradise on earth. Meanwhile, her husband forgives Sadness for chasing her in hopelessness. Some time has passed, and Sharan finally led to help. 3 half-naked girls appeared in front of Noyo. Weil tries to understand whether it is habitual for him to keep such subordinates. Noyo only shrugs. They say, nothing like his practice has happened yet. Barely clearing his throat, he carefully apologizes for bothering the Holy Lord. Then again, introduces her to all the girls. It is not necessary to call the one that to the right, Iglobriuk. There is a C in the center, and the right is Garuafa. Noyo cannot understand why the son-in-law brought girls. He explains that they are a criminal, so he asks Noyo to keep a close eye on them. Lord Street Noyo sincerely thanks the girls for visiting. It seems his name is Sidon. He is glad to get acquainted with them. Puffer Fish recalls the words of the prince about this man. The fisherman does not believe in the ability of this landowner, and wonder why she is forced to serve him. And Gara Rufa does not feel any desire to do something. Suddenly, the silence breaks the unexpected voice. This is Princess Senthi herself turns to the girls, ordering them to prepare. They all look in surprise, not believing in their eyes. The princess appeared before them. This appearance causes true surprise and confusion among girls. It was a icy cold witch of Rafa. The fiery witch of the hellish flames of the Runpai and the witch Chum Gareth were surprised to be positioned on a newcome one. According to the law of the fraternity, from this day, these girls are considered criminals. From now on, they will serve a sentence in the colony under the close supervision of a sister, Princess Plati. Rumpis, stuttering, tries to say something. She tries glowing with pleasure to jump into the arms of Princess Lady. The son-in-law, Noriel, all this seems like a remarkable wonder. He watches the situation, bewildered, ramp and immediately sank to one knee. She has not seen the princess for a long time. The son-in-law and Noyo are surprised to watch the events, not understanding what is happening. Ronpai does not believe that she was honored to serve the princess again. She barely holds back tears of joy that are about to swell in her eyes. For Ronpai, it is a true happiness, the highest manifestation of pleasure. And from excitement it is not finally restrained, and blossoms in sincere tears in front of the princess. The girl turns to the company, convincing everyone that Ronpai is a criminal. Her words are confirmed by Shurin. This trinity has long been known at home as true brawlers with dubious glory. Rafa smiles with cunning and throws that the only glory of Ronpai is his excessive commitment to the royal family. However, Rufa interrupts her, reproaching that Rafa herself is no less in love with Prince Aravan, so she appeared here on any occasion. Rafa begins to resent, raises his voice and tries to explain that he wants to show life outside the sea, instead of living in a cage all his life. Having thought of what he has heard, she answers Rafai mockingly, not hiding the irony in her words. At this point, Noriel understands that there are clearly a friendly relationship between these girls. Rug is lost in guessing, not having a good thing to do next. Ron Pai solemnly swears allegiance to the princess, assuring that she will give her all her strength until the last breath. She is ready to erase humanity from the face of the earth, using all her power. However, Peia remained confused. She does not understand who and when he asked her such a question. Rafa again addresses them. It is already determined and ready to join the destruction of mankind. However, Senthi reports that their plan is cancelled, so that they can better control their creativity. Noyo asks the Karen what the crimes they committed for the three of them. Although a little confused, Sharon still undertakes to tell this story. He says that there were 6 witches in the country of mermaids, which prepared the potion of incredible power. For this they were called by a squeezed 6 witches. Shuren brought only 3 of them here. Noreo and the girl standing nearby asked Shuren again whether they understood his words correctly. He says he will first tell the story of Rafa. This girl is able to capture mana flows at the bottom of the oceans, and she has tried to invent a way to manage this power. She is convinced that there is nothing wrong with that. Shuren adds that if Rafi managed to master Manu, she would not hesitate to take advantage of all water resources to wipe away from the face of the earth and people and demons. Shuren's words scare Norio, causing him a true horror. Bartrine Lo emphasizes that Rafa is not only an unwavering radical, but also a true master of his craft. It was because of this that she had to quit the lattice. Noriel quickly becomes aware of the whole course of events. Then he is interested in a girl in glasses. The son-in-law explains that this is Gara Rufa, another dangerous criminal. Norio is noticeably stunned by such news. At one time, Rufa was a real authority among specialists in the field of mermaid medicine. Norio is genuinely admired and notes that it is great to devote himself to such things. According to the brotherly law, Rufa somehow put forward a rather strange theory, but suddenly she cut off her story. In her voice, a slight sadness is called. She confesses that no one was able to see the true fascination of her experiments. Rufa with passion tells about his theory. In his opinion, some diseases are responsible for the tiny invisible eye of creatures. The son-in-law is not allowed to understand at all, and it is unlikely that it will ever understand why Rufa is so fond of it. But Noyo quickly guessed what invisible creatures were about. Rufa spoke about germs. Noriel thought for a moment and remembered that the princess did not know about it either. The dress was amazed when he told her about yeast and fermentation process. Rufa breaks onto a cry, persistently demanding that she listen carefully. She explains that if the body has already encountered these tiny creatures, it is later able to withstand them. The norm immediately picks up the opinion, noting that Rufa speaks of the immune response. Rufa continues enthusiastically about his frantic idea. If you take blood from the one who has already defeated the disease and introduce it to a person with reinfection, the body will be able to get strength for resistance. Noriel realized that Rufa implies a blood transfusion procedure. Shuren exaggerates a little, stating that if you enter one person's blood into another, it can lead to death. At that moment, a Ruff appears, which does not understand the contradictory words of Shuren. For Noyo, the words of Rufa are quite logical, because it comes from a completely different world. Therefore, Noreo is interested in who this girl who bowed to the top before the princess. "Give the debt," she exclaims. Brother La explains that this person also creates a lot of trouble. Shuren says that this girl once belonged to the elite. She served in the personal guard of the king himself. At this point, Norio appears, and with interest she asks why such an outstanding person was thrown into prison. Schwagro claims that the whole thing is in his sister, or rather, that she is still unmarried. According to him, when the mermaids began to receive massive proposals of political marriage both from demons and people, thoughts among the sea people dispersed sharply. Shuren says that once an influential aristocrat of mermaids, which belonged to the neutral opposition, was strongly opposed to the fact of marriage. He voiced his sharp proposal directly to the father of Shuren, the king of their state. Schwagro said quite coldly, "They say that if the engagement suddenly breaks, you will not have to risk. Over time, everything will subside, and they will retreat themselves." His remark was quite easy, and without the shadow of excitement. The law states that the aristocrat at that time allowed himself to say unnecessary, and further his words. They say, the princess is not interested in anything in addition to medicine. So, no matter who she will marry, she will not be able to become a real wife. Hearing these words, Ronpai instantly swung. Angry to the edge, he attacked the aristocrat on the spot and expelled so that there was no space left. At that moment, the story of Shuring suddenly interrupts Ronpai, whose sudden appearance is a great frightening. Shuring is hastily justified, assuring that she is not guilty of this event. She insisted that the aristocrat who offended the payment was to blame for everything. Her Shurin reported Noyo. Ronpai refuses to admit her guilt, so she was imprisoned for the lattice to cool her passion. The wife of his wife apologizes for bringing these weird girls with him. On this, Katte only sighs and says that you will not change anything. You will not return. Norio turns to Di and is interested in whether everything is fine. The girl is at the same time embarrassed, pleased, and extremely pleased. It is nice that Norio is concerned about her well-being. Meanwhile, her son-in-law with an unmoved face assures that everything will be fine with her. The indignation fees express the claims of Shuren, reproaching him that he had never been responsible for her. In response, Shuren seeks to discover Mr. Norio one important truth. In fact, the Princess Fee is one of the crazy 6 witches. Noyo is anxious to watch her, but she does not remember her guilt at all. Her Shuren claims that the Fee is the most dangerous of all witches. It was she who caused disasters, taking advantage of the forbidden potions, and now no one dares to interrupt her because of the attitude to the royal family. Through all this, payment was nicknamed Crown of Witch. Norio suddenly realized his wife was a real witch. This thought did not leave him, all the time spinning in his head and not resting. Schwiger transmits all cases of the payment, assuring that only she is able to quench one of the 6. Pays confidently asks to rely on her. Katte did not hide the joy about this. Now her worries will be much less. The son-in-law, Noyo, and a girl with surprise and admiration watched her, not understanding what caused such her sincere comfort. Ronpai with delight says that he will now serve the princess again. She insists it's time to pay tribute. He adds that this place is a real paradise on earth. Hearing this, Rafa thinks about Ronpai's words and is interested. What is this place? Nero says that the owner of this place is a man named Kidden. Rafa and Rufa are thinking about it, noting that it is the possession of people, although they had a girl with a flap of a fabric that resembled a demonic. Noyo is approached by Goblin and OGR, reporting that the pizza oven is ready. Noyo sincerely thanks Okubo and Gubunshan for their hard work. Witches are stunned at the scene. They are stunned by the spectacle. OGR and Goblin carelessly talk to Mr. Noyo. The girls immediately conclude, thinking that they got to the kingdom of demons. At that moment, their conversation is interrupted by Weil, which points out that for girls such as they, all these reflections are of no meaning. Weil is coldly adding, their task is quiet and humble to help the mermaid cook even more exquisite dishes. The girls kept breathing, looking at Weil, and could not understand why this baby was so jealous. The words they said did not come to the soul at all. Suddenly, light began to flow from it, which gradually flooded the whole room. The girls looked around confusedly without realizing what was happening. Weil turns to the dragon and emphasizes that in this form, it is higher than these girls. Leaves the affected scale of its reincarnation, witches from the team fade away from fear. No one can understand how a dragon of 2 large catastrophes was here. Suddenly Gururuf, stunned by a shock, falls exhausted, losing consciousness. Norao, to reassure Weil, gently warns, if there is no silence, it will not receive food today. Weil, immediately calm. Then Norao solemnly announces that in honor of the arrival of 3 witches, they arrange a pizza party. Well does not even know the existence of pizza, so Noyo explains to her that everything will become clear as she tastes her. Rafa is surprised. Who is this guy in general? The payment states that this man is her husband. Hearing this, the Raf and Raf are literally faded in place of surprise and shock. Affected to the depths of the soul, they cannot pronounce words. But suddenly it faint and falls on the ground. Suddenly Rafa heard someone's voice. She instantly turned and saw a living skeleton in the hood and hat. The stranger thanked everyone for an invitation to a party in honor of newcomers. Rafa shouting, Rafa exclaims, "This is the immortal king himself!" She is filled with shock. After all, 2 natural catastrophes of the world scale came right here, in one place, After that, Rafa also faints and falls to the ground. The payment announces that the holiday will only begin when the girls come to their senses. It has passed some time before Ramp finally opened the eyes. She found that she was lying on a soft, cozy bed. Suddenly grabbing, she noticed that her friends were already waiting for her. There was a silence in the room, which nothing broke. The room itself was decorated with a warm wooden decoration. Ranpai is lost in the assumption where she got. Rafa explains that they are in a bizarrely erected house filled with pleasant aromas, and here they had the opportunity to relax for a surprisingly soft bed. Ranpai gradually remembers. It seems that Prince Sarawana brought them to the surface for forced work. But suddenly one of the maids, Belen, suddenly comes into the room. Girls are surprised to look at a stranger. Now it is quite clear to them that a representative of a demonic kind. Belina was the first. She reports that St. Coden made a covenant with them and calls for one place to go. However, girlfriends are lost in guesses. They do not understand at all what the holy task is. Suddenly Rampa comes to whom it is talking about. A little later, she exclaims the name of the princess dress. Hearing the voice of Rapea, the princess revolves, and Rampai herself rushes to her. She falls around the princess and begins to compassionately call her unhappy and deprived of fate, because the princess was forced to become a demon's wife in this damn place. The princess tries to understand what a spooky land is about. She assures that this man is her legal man. The mermaid once again insists on her reply to the princess. Ranpai, full of anger, swears that he will never forgive Kadan and will certainly send him to the world. The rest of the mermaids followed the Ranpai and immediately covered the princess with questions. How did it happen that the man manages the land that everyone was considered the possession of demons? Beline only denied. This place is not at all subject to demons. However, it will not be easy for them to interpret what it is for a place. The princess confirms her words. Rufa addresses the princess to the question of this land, and she answers, "It is quite independent territory." She reports that this place is the village of St. Coden. The girls do not understand her words and deny this cannot be, and the word village seems to them sharp and even abusive. They alertly think that clashes between people and demons can break here. Someone notes that this war can be quenched quickly. At this moment, a wave of fear of unexpected appearance is rolled on someone. Ranpai recognizes this girl. It also appears before everyone, called the dragon Grinsel Weil. Suddenly, Rampus recalls that he had already seen the immortal king. It was at this moment that the king suddenly appears near the girl. The mermaids die of fear when the immortal king suddenly appears before them. They cannot believe it, because it is because of it that they probably have to leave this world and go to another. Balin confesses that he was first amazed at all. She confirms that this temple is really guarded by those two, the immortal king and Dragon Vale. Ranpai still cannot believe his own eyes, but at the same time understands that this land is not inferior to any state of the world. The princess turns to the mermaids, urging them to live here without fear, and Weil adds, girls should not only settle, but also participate in the life of a new home, work with everyone. Will states that today, these pathetic fishtails will help the mermaids feed it, to which the princess negatively points out. This is far not only for its benefit. Rafa suggests that they were brought here as chefs. Ranpai, crying, turns to the princess and claims, she has never been so humiliated. The princess asks, wanting to clarify what he sounded. The princess then reports that before dinner, he will take them to the place where they will work. She asks Genbine to tell her husband. Genbine willingly agrees and assures the princess that he will certainly hand over to him this news. Rafa still cannot believe that they really have to do cooking. Rufa seeks to conduct a small investigation. Meanwhile, Ranpai considers how to develop a plan for escaping from here with the princess. Some time has passed and they finally get to their destination. The princess opens the door wide and announces the girls that they will have to work here. Mermaid, seeing this, cannot hide their surprise. Everything around causes them a real shock. They felt a very strange aroma, however. Surprisingly, it was not at all disgusting. The princess explained that it is here that she creates spices and various ingredients for dishes. The mermaid noticed a dark liquid, and the princess explained that it was soy sauce. Having recruited a little sauce into the cup, she suggested that the mermaids taste. The girls are surprised by the unusual origin of this soy sauce. Princess notes that its taste is reminiscent of medicines that are added to the dishes to emphasize their aroma. Girls slowly, alternately immerse their fingers into soy sauce. Slowly raise them to their mouths and taste a spicy liquid. Immediately after that, they are surprised to share their impressions. Girls are delighted with soy sauce. Its taste is literally fascinating. Ideally selected composition and wealth of shades of taste cause real pleasure. The princess confirms their impressions with a smile. Rampy with delight says that the princess has created amazing medicine. The princess, a little confused, denies she did not invent them. The princess tells her that her husband has told her. This product contains special ingredients, microscopic organisms and germs, which create its unique properties. Rufa was immediately interested in the words of the princess. She confesses that she does not understand what she is about, but she is already feeling. Something incredible is hiding behind that. Princess notes that they have been doing similar research, and Rufa confirms her words. Rufa, carefully holding a soy sauce peel, thinks that it is here that in the dark thicket, in her opinion, there are tiny creatures that her imagination was so brightly drew. The princess fully agrees with this and willingly confirms her thoughts. Rufa did not restrain his tears of joy. Finally, her research assumptions were confirmed. She is genuinely happy. The sauce is indeed the result of fermentation of microorganisms. Ruffed, Rufa grabs a bottle of soy sauce and tries to drink it with a sip. But the princess stops it rapidly, warning, "If you empty everything right away, you can go to that world." In response, she shares history as she first tried to taste the soy sauce. But the man stopped it immediately. Rafa is a little amazed by the fact that someone else will already use the results of her research. At the same time, it insults and pleases her. She is interested in learning more about these microorganisms. In addition, the princess has high hopes on Rufu. Other girls are worried about this holy man. It is unlikely to be as simple as it seems. The princess also recalls that her husband is called a hero, and this statement is quite amazing. Ron Pas notes that Rafu is only interested in his own research, and nothing more worries him. She explains that the heroes who were called from other world and were called to fight demons and save people. Rafu is sincerely stunned by the words of Ron Pai that others in their world may have their own secret affairs. He only answered it that the meanness of human nature has long been the news for anyone. The princess tells that she heard, the king of people forcefully summoned her husband into his world, and then expelled him because he did not fit for war. Left in exile, her husband had to find her place, relying on the experience and skills acquired in his former life. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by someone's voice. It was a dragon curtain. She felt incredible hunger, so she decided that you and Mr. Those are angry with these girls. Finally, the pizza was ready. 4 different pizzas on individual trays were flavored on the table. Mermaid was passionate about unfamiliar dishes from a foreign world. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord announced that he would now cut the pizza into pieces. Cutting the pizza into pieces, he gives out all plates with juicy slices. The first treat is received by Valev Drakonitsia. Her face glows with joy. Ron Pai points out that the man of the princess, Lord Sansadin, a person is resourceful and resourceful. The whole company of lord, princesses, and their close friends gathered at the dining table, which literally bends from the variety of dishes. All the heat present want each other delicious. Mermaids took the pizza slices in turn and tasted them for the first time in their lives. Feeling the explosion of a new taste, the girls were genuinely surprised. They have never tasted such a treat. Bonpik enthusiastically notes that this dish is incredibly tasty. It is difficult for him to believe that such exquisite dishes can come from another world. Rufa confesses that the wealth of taste shades flew her soul to heaven. Lord San blossoms with joy, noticing the girls taste the treat. Ron Pai silently watches all on the side. Meanwhile, the owner gives the teacher and Shuren the dishes they love the most. Both cannot hide hobbies when they see such generosity on the table. Suddenly, the princess remembers his older brother. She tells him that he will soon prepare a lot of pickled radish, so she asks not to be shy and be sure to look at the treat. The brother is pleased with the news. He promises to visit again next week. Rafu stunned the news. Prince Erovan will visit next week. She cannot believe that this mysterious person who, even among the merfolks, is rarely seen, will really appear so soon. Rufa is obviously satisfied with everything that is happening. She returns to Rafa and, smiling, notes that she said nothing. Noré addresses his wife to the question of whether they are still, and the girl confidently replies that yes. The princess is delighted. The dish that her husband prepared today exceeds all her expectations. The saint, noticing this, is gently interested in her lover about tomatoes, knowing how she loves them. They laugh fun together, enjoying each other and happy. Ronpai mentally addresses the princess, wondering that she finds so exciting in this man. However, her sincere happiness does not hide. The face of the princess radiates joy. With the onset of the night, the mermaids return to their room. They fit on a soft, cozy bed that envelops them with true comfort. Rafa is happy to share his impressions. Dinner was delicious. Rufus notes that this is all the merit of tiny creatures. Daide adds that a man named Kaidan was surprisingly hard working. The girls started talking about the events of the last day, as Batumi prepared a bed for them. The sheet turned out to be surprisingly soft and gentle to the touch. The material is called silk. It is a gorgeous fabric that weaves from rare threads. And this house, and this futon makes the impression of true comfort. The girls continue to be lost in guesses, and more confident. They are not surrounded by a hellish trap, but a real paradise on earth. Behind the walls, the structure prevails a deep night without any monthly beam. Some time has passed, and Rafa finally completed her work. Suddenly, Rufa breaks into the room, decisively interrupting it. She asks to help with her own task as soon as Rafa is released. In this case, Rufa extends to her some curved object. She asks to soak these dried radishes in wheat missing. Rafa quit her, and then smiles quietly, noting that this paste contains mold organisms. Rafa is disgusted. It seems quite disgusting for her. This is how sauerkraut is prepared. Rafa imagines how the prince tastes the dish created by her hands. Rufi likes the dreamy thoughts of a girlfriend, but he denies and jokingly notes that she never said it. Rafa is interested in where Ronpai disappeared. Rufa replies that she went hunting with the orcs, because she liked physical activity. It takes a little time, and Ronpai is already slowly stepping the path next to two orcs. Ronpai's edge noticed the movement in the bushes. Suddenly a wild boar jumped on the signal. Without seconds, Ronpai gathered with his forces, ready to repel. The boar was rapidly approaching her, but in the next moment she was instantly and accurately blown the beast in half. The orcs celebrate their joy, and are genuinely rejoicing. Rampai, smiling lightly, notes that for the real royal knight is only a trifle. It takes a little time, and the knight goes down the earth. In his beds, Saint Lord reflects on 3 mermaids. The princess also adds that she is able to cope with many things. She says that these people not only helped her husband, but also perfectly interacted with Jusa and Goblin, so that working on the radical field was progressing much faster. The man is pleased to report that now they have seedlings that have to be planted. As soon as sprouts appear, they will be able to grow rice from his native world. The holy owner explains that he has a special meaning for him. The princess looks at her husband, but in response does not receive any clear explanation. She plunges into her own reflections, and a joyful smile appears on her face. She insists that this rice should be prepared as soon as possible. A man only nods in response, supporting it. It takes a little time, and here the rice field is already prepared for planting. Young rice sprouts and some strange drawers are neatly arranged. The mermaids, however, look at this picture. They have no idea what to do next. They learn that today they would plant sprouts. Rafa is interested in the process of growing rice and specifies whether it really needs to be planted directly in the water. The princess confirms her words. Rafa begs for a mercy, worrying that he will pollute the clothes that she has sewed for her. But in response, only gratefully smiles and assures that these things are created for work in the field. Rufa notes that, having expelled the saint, it was this variety of rice that became one of the key ingredients for sake fermentation. She is sure that the drink will be surprisingly delicious. In her opinion, Prince Arahan will be delighted. Rafa emphasizes that it is for this reason they came and look forward to taste the rice. Rufa, in turn, is overflowing with joy because it will now be able to cooperate with the fetus of defeat. Ronpai turns to the princess and says he cannot allow her hands to be tidy. She asks her to entrust her work, because for the sake of the princess, she is ready to go through the water and through the flames. Whale will have to get to work, even if she does not like it. The princess turns to the man and asks to demonstrate how to plant rice. He advises them to choose 3 or 4 sprouts and clamp between the thumb and forefinger. After that, he shows how to plant seedlings in water. All this idea appears to all, and they support its decisions. Meanwhile, the princess announces the rice planting competition for the villagers. All in turn go into the water. Rufa is alert. Cold water chooses it to the ants. Ronpai is surprised. Rafa is extremely honestly fulfilled. The servant girls came to the aid of the team, bringing fresh seedlings. All villagers gradually plant seedlings in the water. Even the mermaids and residents of the Dragon's Valley are eager to join the planting. Together with everyone, she fussy and drinks her eyes. Her eyes shine with delight, as if she were waiting for something special. The mermaids are dissatisfied with grunting. This work proved to be much more exhausting than they assumed. In the Rufus, the legs are already cleared, and in the Rampa, the ramp is down. The maids are outraged. This task was even more grueling than peasant work on the field. One of the girls was completely out of strength, and the unconscious falls into the water. Meanwhile, she wants to sew several dresses. The saint runs to Batham to help, and carefully asks her well-being. Weil is watching the situation and disdainfully notes that these people are just weak. Meanwhile, the princess is interested in her, whether she is tired. In response, Weil notes that she is a dragon, and even in the human likeness, her strength remains unchanged. At the same time, Weil notes that the princess does not look tired at all. The princess smiles and says, "Unlike most, she has strong legs, and she has been accustomed to such work for such work." Everyone suggests the princesses to arrange a competition. Who will handle faster? In response, the princess smiles and states that in no way loses a girl who only does that he sleeps and eats. Both girls are determined and seek victories. Rice planting competitions begin. One of the girls immediately breaks forward and is lightning for work, quickly planting seedlings. Lord St. Kidden is confused and does not understand what is happening. Mermaid are also affected by what they see. Their surprise has no limits. These two instantly coped with one roll, and even managed to put the rice perfectly. They are striking with great skill and strength, so everyone recognizes. This is a true example of the highest level. At that moment, the princess is the first to step on the ground. Somewhere nearby, inaccessible, there is a dragon. Suddenly, the princess ends with all the seedlings, so she appeals to Bring. Ronpai instantly grabs the seedlings to be able to lift them in a timely manner. Suddenly, Ronpai pushed, because of which she almost loses balance. Other Russian girls are stunned by this situation. Meanwhile, Ronpai was a considerable distance from the princess. The princess impresses that their field looks a little shabby. Rampai assures that everything is fine with her. At the same time, she is amazed. The power of the dragon is stored in Weil even when he is in the human likeness. Rape recognizes that she has underestimated the difficulties of fieldwork. She turns to the princess of the dress, admiring the incredible endurance of her human legs. Rampai is convinced that the true art of training is based on hard work. Princess points out that it may be true, but her motives are not at all related to training. This is where Weil appears and reveals a secret. In fact, all efforts are aimed at having delicious dishes. Weil and the princess dream of a gentle taste of rice. Rampai immediately understands. All their efforts, for the sake of food. The princess inspires the command, avoiding straight words, but her look is unknown. Today they have to process the entire field until the last shred. So, thanks to joint work, everyone coped in one day, and the amazing magic of Good's princesses allowed seedlings to grow in just a month. Finally, the rice was brought to readiness. The whole friendly company of close and faithful friends of the sacred ruler was surprised at the crumbly, just-prepared rice. The saint noted that you can eat rice at any time, though in the afternoon, though at night. Whale eagerly wants to taste the rice and begs her master to let her try it as soon as possible. But suddenly, the princess appears and insists. First, the dish should taste the man. The servants say that the princess sincerely tried to do everything possible to make the crop ripe faster. The saint quit the girls again, and they confirm his words. It is told that the princess not only accelerated the growth of rice, nourishing it, but also personally sat behind the rice field, asking the spirits to promote the harvest and help to carry out all preparatory work for a generous harvest. Lena smiles quietly. The princess asks Lena to stop the story. Kidan, embarrassed and slightly puzzled by his wife's behavior, does not know where to go. Meanwhile, the princess turns to the man, insisting that he finally tasks the rice. Kidan supports his wife's words and top up the rice to the edge of the bowl. Carefully lifts the container, selects a little rice, and slowly tastes. Girls standing behind look forward to watching each of his movements. The Holy Lord, carefully breaking the little handful of rice, slowly lifts it to the mouth. The princess, holding his breath, looks forward to her husband's verdict. Having tried the dish, the saint exclaims that it is delicious. With happiness in his eyes, tears appear. The princess looks at her husband with a barely hidden surprise. At this point, Weil appears and turns to the saint, confusedly asking that it is a dish. Its taste is so incredible that you want to cry. She eagerly asks her to taste it too. Saint asked Weil to wait a little while he finished cooking the garnish, and then she will be able to fully enjoy the whole palette of flavors. Ranpei notes that the princess has made every effort to see the smile of this man. She is glad that she did not regret the strength to do so. Rafu also understands his girlfriend. Rafa denies and insists on it. She did not say that. When the princess is interested in her husband, why this rice is of particular importance to him, she assumes. Perhaps because it is a national dish of his home country. The man agrees with her words, but adds an important detail. He also sought to thank everyone who supported him in a difficult moment. Returning to his wife, he sincerely thanks her for the invaluable help. Noyo turns to Hephaestus, interested in her well-being. Because it was thanks to her that he got the opportunity to live here and enjoy life. He apologizes for being late and gratefully extends to her angiri. He asks not to be ashamed and certainly tastes the fruits of their working together. The princess turns to her husband and notes that such food can be truly dangerous. At first, when she tasted her without any seasoning, the food seemed to her absolutely fresh, and she could not understand that she was special. However, as soon as the rice began to be served with other eating, its taste was revealed so bright that it became incredibly tasty. The girls confirm the words of the princess, recognizing that they also do not want to return to where there are no such flavors. Meanwhile, Fail appeals to his lord to treat it with something delicious. The saint suggests that the girls were really tasteful. Rafa notes that you need to be careful with rice. It is a very insidious thing. And Vaniti enthusiastically adds, now that they have rice, he wants to try to cook some more new dishes. Kalti and Vale are stunned by such words. They stare in a confusion, not realizing that other dishes are waiting for them. Both did not even realize that rice can be served with a variety of additions. Suddenly, Weil grasps to his feet and states that he returns to his dungeon to complicate the test. Holidays respond with surprise to such news. The princess agrees. In her opinion, this is a great idea. Kiton does not understand what the rice is here. The princess explains that the increase in the level of the dungeon leads to the fact that new, still unprecedented monsters may appear in his corridors. The shaft fully confirms the words of the princess. She notes that this method is able to improve the taste of not only rice, but also many other dishes. Kitten had no idea that this could be done even in the dungeon. Rafa explains that only the exceptional creatures of the highest rank, for example, dragons, have the power to change the dungeons. It is the dungeon that is guided by its own laws. Through the excess mani, the space in it is distorted and distorted. The princess explains that only one of the two catastrophes that threaten the world is able to change the dungeon. Weil supports her statement. Kitten is wary of these words, and does not conceal his distrust. Rafa did not even imagine that such amazing phenomena could gather here. In her opinion, this place is truly charming. Ruva recalls that Rafa once studied how the flow of mana affects everyone around. Rafa inspires Rafa not to lower his hands and not to lose faith in himself. The princess proposes to focus on preparing the ingredients for the dish. Ron Pai, instead, seeks to check her power in the newly changed dungeon Lady Weil. The dragon only scornfully points out that such a weakness as she is not even able to challenge this dungeon. Everyone was engaged in unrestrained curiosity, and this time she decided to create several difficult levels to check how Ron Pakoko would handle the task. The princess also anticipated that it could be trouble. A few days have passed, and the dragon Weil finally completes the upgrade of his dungeon. She calls the team to attack him together. And the voice of Weil, which is heard from the top of the mountain, frankly, annoys Saint. The princess convinces everyone that their purpose is only to explore new creatures, but at heart she feels they are waiting for a meeting with the main opponents. The team gathered to go to the expedition to the coded mechanism. Ron Pai believes that the saint went with them. He was called from another world by order of the human king, and later expelled because of worthlessness and lack of power. She doubts whether the holy power is enough to overcome this difficult dungeon with many levels. But no matter what, she will do her best to protect the princess. Suddenly the team notices the stirring in front. They rush a flock of wild boars. Ron Pai confidently asks to give them to her. The girl suddenly fades with surprise. Before her stands the immortal king. Hardly waving his hand, in a moment he destroys the whole herd. The immortal king confesses that this adventure has appealed to him, so he decided to join the company. At the same moment, he was approached by Weil. She forbids him to change her dungeon independently. Her warning sounds categorically. At the same moment, the dragon's claws are firmly grabbing the immortal king by the collar. Weil announces that the immortal king is disqualified for fraud. The team sincerely thanks the immortal king. It is because of his intervention that they managed to avoid trouble. After all, I would have to sweat a lot if they encountered so many monsters. Ron Palm notes that friendship with two catastrophes of the world scale is a lot of dignity as a Knights of the Kingdom. After these words, the whole team sighs lightly. However, she suddenly denies her own words, declaring that her appointment is to protect the princess. Meanwhile, the couple thinks whether to change the dungeons, because so far only the monsters know them have come around. Weil reassures them, saying that there is no reason to worry. They have already found themselves in the old zone. She explains that if ancient monsters disappear, it can turn into a real problem, and a new, still unknown area is waiting for them. Some time has passed, and they went out to the space. The princess put her hand on her beloved shoulder and asked him to be careful. Both felt someone's presence nearby. Details not Vowel that he was experiencing a powerful aura of amazing creatures nearby. Suddenly behind the Rand's rape there is some shadow. They do not have time to understand what is happening, as a thick grass is rapidly rushing. These were rotating discs that lightning jumped out of greens. Ketten believes that these washers look like UFOs. They fly directly to the team like strangers from another world. Due to the frantic rotation speed, these objects are sharp, like a blade. The tops of the trees are cut off. The team has time to evade the attack in time. Keaton claims that it is UFO and then decrypt, an unknown flying object. The Rapey confidently states that he will handle it on his own. The princess assures that it cannot be underestimated, because it has the power of a crowned witch. Ronpai replies that he will do his best to support her. Keaton was a little worried, but the desire to help overwhelmed fear. He firmly grabbed the sword and took a battle stable. Seeing this, Ronpai noted that it was necessary to keep the weapon differently on the opposite side. Ronpai takes a purse in his hands and states that the enemy's breakthrough should be stopped first. She unbuttons her teeth and then throws a bag into the air. This bag gradually begins to glow ever brighter near the flying objects, and then suddenly explodes with extraordinary force. Princess recalls that Ronpai often uses potions that can explode. The Holidays finally realized why she was called the Witch's Witch. The girl is enthusiastically proud of her victory, and suddenly dies. Her look stops at celestial sights that have not suffered any harm. While Well emphasizes their adamant power, Weil explains that these creatures resemble turtles, and their shell is stronger than any other monsters. The Rapi fits closer and adds that it is only necessary to turn these turtle monsters on his back, and they will immediately lose their resistance. Suddenly, a strange object breaks out of the turtle's head and wraps the girl's hand rapidly. These were some ropes that gradually began to cover it, like a web. The princess does not understand who these turtles with tentacles. Hobo Kichi tries to free the girl, but his efforts are in vain. The orc is swollen, seeking to strike directly into the turtle shell. He hits the turtle shell, but he turns out to be so strong that the axe just breaks in half. Ronpai does not hide the surprise from this scene. Turtles alternately produce many tentacles from their heads, which are slowly reaching the team. The princess appeals to the man to solve this problem, and he immediately agrees to take up the case. The turtles slowly wrapped around the girl's neck. The saint swung and struck powerfully on these tentacles, tearing them into pieces. They fly on all sides. The saint is stunned by his own strength, and he does not believe that he is just done. After that, the holy ruler is interested in how Ronpai feels, and he assures that everything is fine with her, but a light smoke rises from the turtle's head. The princess takes one of the turtles to his hands and notices that the tentacles from the store were their vulnerable point. The team barely restrained the surprise because they easily coped with these turtles. But Anna explains that these creatures are some of the easiest to call. Enemies are much more dangerous in front of adventure seekers. With these words, she urges everyone to go to the next level. Orc notes that these skulls are perfect for making armor and shields for other goblins and orcs. Saint reinforces his words, agreeing with it. Whale, meanwhile, calls the team not to make her wait long. The princess appears and reports that their goal is to explore new types of monsters. In response, Ronpai warns, they will become more and more dangerous creatures. However, the princess only smiles quietly and assures everything under control. She proudly states that her husband exceeds even the worst distress of the world. According to her, this world is not stronger than him. Pai is literally confused. She doubts the words of the princess. It is difficult for her to believe that the man of the princess is really the strongest in the world. However, she is not going to despair, and is ready to look for a new goal for herself. Meanwhile, the detachment decides to take a small break. The team stopped at the lawn in the middle of the forest to rest. Pai amazed that she had no idea. The holy ruler was able to surpass with his power of the immortal king, and even a mighty dragon. However, the only thing she still cannot comprehend is why the human kingdom expelled the holy ruler. Although he possessed truly powerful power, the Holy Lord confesses that he really has no combat skills. However, once one of the gods gave him a special ability. Everything he touches begins to work at full power of his capabilities. In addition, this ruler has a sacred ball. The words of the saint are quite surprised by Pai. Keaton notes that it is because of this that he does not consider himself special. P is convinced that the gift of the saint is extremely valuable. Princess Isekai'D chose her husband an extremely beautiful man. Even if demons or people take to attack her, nothing will threaten the kingdom of the kingdom. It will be in complete safety. The sun dazzlingly shone high in the sky, forcing to be wrote from the bright light. The princess noted that the surrounding landscape almost did not change, but the heat, on the contrary, only intensified. Suddenly the dragon's voice breaks all princesses. Whale announces that the next stage is called Burning Hell, and nowadays the monsters will be attacked, for which such hellish conditions are the ideal environment. The team suddenly appeared by some creatures. It was a flock of wolves with marshes, similar to a burning flame. The band was immediately alert. Everyone accepted combat positions, preparing for a fight. Whale warns that among all the four-legged monsters here the most dangerous, hyenas. They are extremely durable, fast and fierce, and their power increases even more as they become hot. Whale states that victory and endurance are on their side, and therefore there is nowhere to retreat. She returns to Lord the Saint, and is interested in how he is about to repel the wolves. At this point, wolves rush to the Lord of the Saint. Princess, along with Piro, also carefully follow the development of events. Suddenly, their faces fade in a genuine surprise. A flock of wolves, like obedient puppies, begins to roll on the ground. They do not understand what is happening here, and suddenly the voice of the immortal king is heard. Hyenas Lycan felt the power of the holy bishop. Wolves threw sweet, almost loyal glances and did not even try to attack him. Lord the Saint begins to caress these detachments, as if it were his pets. At the same time, it matures slight indignation, but it cannot hide joy. It will take some time, and the team will still furrow the hellish heat. Wolves still move after them, silent and relentless, without even thinking. The immortal king explains that wolf monsters build a strict hierarchy to form a coherent flock. That is why they recognize the Holy Lord with their leader. The wolves are only looking intently at the Lord of the Saint. He is confused, but at the same time joyfully, looks at them. Lord Saint is surprised to say that he did not imagine how much he likes, even without the help of his own gift. Pai immediately realizes that before them, the dungeon of the highest difficulty. Princess is concerned with anxiety that it can create a lot of problems. At this point, Weil asks her to praise him, adding that even more scary monsters are waiting in front of them. Together with the wolves, the team goes further, exploring the dungeon in the fog. Suddenly, they open a place covered with thick snow. The princess stops in surprise. It is unclear why it is so incredibly cold here. Whale reports that they got the last level of her dungeon, called the Icy Hell. Princess by scent dreams of returning home. But unexpectedly, the Lord the Saint is sharply turning. The whole team looks after him and finds behind himself a spooky monster. Before them grew an incredible size bear. Standing on all four paws, he looked at the detachment with fury. His formidable figure gave true horror even on the holy ruler. The girls feel the same huge power that swept them as they had stepped here for the first time. Unlike the previous monsters, this seems even more impressive. It is higher than the whole head for everyone they have met before. The princess appeals to her husband to immediately leave this place. A shriveled man notes that this monster is extremely powerful, and he would prefer to avoid vain destruction. The Lord realizes that he does not even escape from this essence, so he turns to his mentor. Meanwhile, the voice of the immortal king, the moon, said that this bear also felt the power of the holy ruler. He is a warrior to the bones for which there is only battle and nothing more. The immortal king says that the bear was destined to challenge the one who is stronger. Hearing these words, the bear lifts a powerful roar and rushes rapidly. The angry bear rushes rapidly at the Holy Lord, but suddenly, from the back of the Lord, there are wolves who immediately attack the beast in response. On all sides, they squeeze the bear in the ring. These wolves are convinced that they prove their loyalty to the owner. The saint states that they will not be able to help them in this situation. After that, he turns to the Rampa, instructed to solve the problem. The girl immediately breaks out of place, strongly grabs the rapier and rushes forward. She will not allow the bear to approach her comrades. She cuts the bear's paws, instant and decisive movement, from which the beast explodes with a frantic rage and a painful roar. Extended and powerless, the bear falls on the ground, which is not able to stay on the feet. Ronpai reports that due to damage to the tendon in the paw, it will no longer be able to move. The saint expresses gratitude to Mrs. Ronpai, and the rest of the team dreams of returning home. But here, their plans are torn by the voice of Weil, which suddenly sounds side by side. She calls everyone to die in place and strongly states that she will not allow such a finale. And while the bear lies on the ground unconsciously, the Holiday's pleading girls and the rest of the team to stop. He turns to his wife and is interested in whether she took the ointment, which he asked in advance. Payments and Rakis are surprised in surprise. The saint is about to use this ointment on the bear. Rampai points out that if the bear is not touched, it will simply disappear without a trace. But it is worth trying to try his patience, and they will melt a real anger. The immortal king intends to turn a bear into a clean mana. However, the blanket pleads the king not to be unauthorized. At this point, the Holiday draws his view to the mentor. Kadan hesitates about his own beliefs. He seeks to save the bear, because he is sure that he did not appear here for the attack. Most likely, the beast had some important reason. The princess does not remain anything more than to give the ointment to the holy owner. Kidan asks Rampai for apology for trying to protect them so much. Rampai believes that Lord Saint is too soft. She does not believe that such a man is able to protect both the country and the princess. Meanwhile, Lord Saint is taken to business, preparing to act. Kitan advises Mr. Bear a little better to take care of himself, they say. Then life will last longer. But the bear remains indifferent to the guidance of the Holy Lord. All these actions have angered the curtain dragon. She cannot understand why the team neglected her rules. She confesses with pain in her voice. Nothing left for her. In addition to one, to resort to the last, most desperate event. Suddenly, Waltzum emerges on the battlefield and solemnly announces that she will be their opponent. Ronpai understands stunningly that the last boss is a dragon, and Weil rejoices with a fierce comfort, watching the reaction of the team. She reassured the team, assuring that there was no reason to worry. Only a clown that has only 100 of her strength. However, this is enough to wipe several cities from the face of the earth. She commands the team to go on the offensive. Suddenly, Lord Saint Notice notices something lateral vision a bear that suddenly causes a dragon powerful blow to the head. The girls froze with surprise. After such a blow, the dragon began to crumble slowly, and then disappeared without a trace, as if he had dissolved in the air. Canyon in despair watches how the bear destroys the curtain clone. Kidan and bear were viewed. Sviatoslav never stopped. Why the bear did so? After saying these words, the bear sharply turned and slowly moved to the distance, gradually dissolving the horizon until he disappeared from view. Two-faced orcs claim that as a monster, I am unable to understand the experience of this bear. They say the bear is a creature full of dignity and pride. Now his battle has become a special way to thank his master for his kindness. Okubo notes that the bear chose his own path, seeking to become a formidable monster, which is recognized by their mentor himself. The saint replies that in this case, their roads will cross again. Until now, she has only struggled to become a shield for those whom she chose to defend. Her actions have not changed the world for the better. But perhaps the real power lies in the sincere willingness to come to the rescue, be it a friend or even an opponent. Such kindness is probably the greatest gift. Subsequently, in the village of St. Kidan, the dragon whale stood with a smug smile on his mouth. Rufa noted that her newly created dungeon did not impress any of the inhabitants. When the Holy Lord turns to the dragon, he brings her a new dish, saying that it is a treat on their updated menu under the name Katsu-dan. The saint tells that, descending from the mountain, they finally happened to the moonbird that laid the eggs. It was then that the saint was able to prepare a dish for a long time. And for this, he is due to the restored dungeon of the Veil. Article he notes that now he will finally have the opportunity to improve his culinary skills. Afterwards, he looks at Weil. Weil just blooms with happiness. Her face and eyes are filled with a glow of joy. At the same time, she was a little discord. The holiday calls everyone to the table. The dishes are already waiting for their connoisseurs. In a moment, an unexpected exclamation is heard in the room, because the guests strikes the unusual, still unprecedented taste of the treat. The saint notes that during the study of the dungeon, their detachment finally won the dreamed eggs. Having gone to the surface, he gladly points out how their settlements are filled with a new life every day, and come to life more and more. The holy sage thinks about the fact that their settlement is ahead. The anticipation of the unknown future does not give him rest. Meanwhile, other events are unfolding in the forest thicket. Two strangers in the hoods have a muted conversation, trying to understand what is happening here. They were amazed. It was not thought that a village could exist in such a place. The whole company settled on thick branches of trees. One of them, which is a gang leader, Ileron, stated that she insisted on seeing everything with her own eyes. The first wolf was heard, the second was a lot, the third was Khan, and the fourth, Taro. The holy ruler with force throws some bandage and orders his wolves to bring it back. The holy lord tells that these wolf-shaped creatures are the ones that he collided in the dungeon of curtains, and now they settled next to him. Gently stroking one of the wolves, he cannot but admire his impressive beauty. Lord Saint says that it is expelled to the repository of relentless monsters and destroy pests. But a small mess appeared. The wolves again arranged an altercation through the mouse they managed to catch. The holy noticed that the wolves lacking food. Suddenly it is illuminated by a brilliant thought. After a little time, it already prepares meat. Meanwhile, Valley approaches him and asks what he does. The saint states that he is going to cook a dish for dogs, just one eaten by his wolves. Whale does not please it at all. He does not like that the wolves eat their food. Whale strictly replies that there is nothing funny here and releases a flame jet from his mouth. She confidently states that she will deal with those wolves. However, Saint asserts that there is no need for this, because these wolves have become part of their family. Weil is still dissatisfied. Saint's study pulls the sword. It's time to grind the ingredients. The saint is delighted to consider his amazing ball, which is able to cut food into microscopic thinness. Well, meanwhile, is dissatisfied. She does not like her, as her wicked sword is not behaved. She can't forgive Saint Lord. In her soul, indignation is raging, so she decided to eat that dog creature. In a small tub, a PSA feed mixture was ready. Lord Saint says that he follows the health of his dog and helped him get rid of excess fat. To provide optimal nutrition, he also added some vegetables to the diet because the balanced menu is extremely important. The Lord of the Saint has one more question. Will dogs like food? His fears were in vain. The animals were delighted with his dishes. But suddenly his distraction is an unfamiliar voice. It was Weil who turned to the dragon and began to ask for a piece of this dish. Wat Swardis was left to breathe. She suggested that Weil stand up again, reach out and wait for the goodies. He pours her dog feed. Weil looks at its palms full of flavors, with a happy glitter in the eyes. Without moving, she eagerly rushes to treat. She carefully chooses dog feed. He says he may be useful, but it tastes like animal food. Suddenly, her face changes sharply. Her face barely touches a smile. She returns to one of the dogs. Even the animals are scared to look under her eyes. Okay, I will say the dogs to eat enough, she said. Since then, Weil has no longer touched dog feed. Food has become colorless and unacceptable. Some of those present consider this settlement enthusiastically. Their surprise is caused by unusual bushes. They cannot determine what fruits, berries, or vegetables grow here. Some notice that even in the possessions of wealthy people or demons, there was nothing like that. They notice that someone cares for these fields. One of the gang members breaks the fruit and tastes it. He then approaches the leader, offering a wonderful fruit, and he unexpectedly feels his cheeks dumb. The taste of these fruits is simply incredible. Even the owner did not resist and decided to taste them. But suddenly it shone. What aroma is hidden behind this amazing fruit? It is too delicious for her to just let this secret. One of the servants of the boss reports that the territory is followed. She also paid attention to a few more homes with mysterious architecture and well-groomed gardens. It seems that the village is reminiscent of a large farm. Especially it becomes obvious because of a wonderful harvest. The group suggests that aristocrats live here, so they are not surprised at all that these lands are spread in the middle of the muffler. One of the guys in the group is confused and does not know how to act in this situation. The leader replies to this. Most likely, a real treasure is hidden on these lands. If they miss this brilliant chance, their glory of skilled thieves will be at risk. The boss, who calls itself a thunderous cooler, presents and announces, "Today they will bring everything to the last valuable thing." Suddenly, the boss notices something. Because of the bushes, one of the dogs of the Holy Lord looks closely at them. Meanwhile, in the house, the maid is speaking, drawing magical circles in the sky. She studied signal milestones carefully. With these benchmarks, something is not so. They are far from the norm. Beline assures that her duty is to take care of these milestones at the behest of His Majesty, the King of Demons, and the ill-fated Queen of Demons. She considers this work completely in vain, because she was allowed to perform only one song. That is why she made efforts, helping everyone and everything around. Earlier, she served as the owner of the demons before she was here. Now, some of the duties have taken over 3 mermaids that work in places where there is a lack of labor. This has decreased significantly. Lately, servants have even lacking lessons. They have too much free time. Squeezing her hand into his fist, she proclaims that everything is just awful. Sinking into alarming reflections, the girl confesses that if she continues, she will lose everything and stay out of work. She decides to act and asks for the saint's work. He looks for him all over the estate and after all, finds, at the moment when he is busy with pottery. The servant interferes with the conversation, surprised watching the actions of the Holy Lord, and cannot understand what he is busy. The Lord explains. He molds a jug. More precisely, creates a bowl of clay. He noted that given the man-metal utensils, the right moment came to buy real ceramics. The servants only now realized that all this time they had dined on precious metals plates. The saint points out that the sculpting of the jug manually. The matter is very long, so he decides to cross it a little, carefully turning in his hands. At this moment, the servant suddenly goes to the illumination. Belena seeks to help the winner of the light, for which it sincerely appreciates its enthusiasm, but adds that a grueling and difficult work awaits them ahead. Despite this, the maid assures that the Holy Lord can still rely on her help. Belin tells that he actually has psychokinesis. If it gives the energy of magic pebbles, and immediately start moving on its own. At least it is the only magic it is able to put on a small pebble. She carefully puts it on a rotating mechanism, fixes clay, and focusedly whisper prayer. Having extended his hands, the car begins to rotate forward. The Holy Lord is satisfied with how the blossom fulfills his task. The speed is accelerated, and suddenly the clay mass that stood on the mechanism takes off simply into the face of the holy owner. Lord Color asks Hanbine a little to slow down, and she immediately apologizes. Saint Lord notes her diligence, but the girl denies, answering that she does not make much effort. She says she is making great effort, but despite this he cannot compare with a girl or other girl. The girl confesses that she is constantly forced to ask for support because she is afraid to stay out of work. Lord Flower assures that there is no reason to worry, and thanks her for help with the pot. Henbine notes that now the pot has turned into a pancake, and nothing can be done. Lord Saint proposes Henbine to deal with everything together. Her heart is filled with joy from his words. It passed for a while, and a crumpled mug came into their hands. Belina is already okay to break him, and Lord Saint rests her gust. Anna notes with a sincere smile. They say, the first pancake is always to naught, so there is nothing to be upset. He is convinced that the situation can still be corrected, but Genaban warns him so that he does not support it so fervently. Before the conversation they are distracted by a friend's voice. At this point, wolves begin to crawl madly, so everyone rushes to the call of animals. The band of thieves got into the trap and was linked. Lars appeals to Okubo to give an explanation. He reports that their farm managed to grasp the elven robbers. The elves have long been like demons, because their development was quite separated from other races. Lord Saint believed that these creatures belong to the allies of his subjects, but she claims that elves avoid any contact with both people and demons. The servants learned that the Elysian robbers operate with whole flocks, without parsing, looting wherever they are reached. Because of this, Both people and demons despise them and consider them a real attack. Probably they have a shelter where no one is able to get. That is why it is not easy to catch them. The saint appears here and suggests that these people seem to live in the mountains, in places almost completely detached from civilization. He turns to the group of robbers, joking that they were probably surprised by the farm they found. The bandit leader turns to Saint Lord and is interested in who they are. This saint replies, "His name is Holy Kitten, and it was here that he settled." Some of you whisper and write down that this kitten is a person. You are wondering why the demon is near it. And yet no one knows that all other residents of this village are in fact monsters. Lord is holy, only you know that these thieves are still confused. He turns to the orca and asks what they did. The orc replies, "They stole tomatoes from their field." Another maiden voice is suddenly interrupted by the orca story. The princess, along with the dragon, head to the noise source. After learning that their tomatoes ate, they explode in rage. Weil is instantly reincarnated to the dragon and stately states, "The culprit deserved to be destroyed." Svetlana realizes that nothing will stop the curtain. Princess notes that now this is their main problem. If they do not let them go unpunished, no guarantees that this will not happen. No one will give. Whale turns to thieves, stating that they need to be executed to make everyone understand what the encroachment will end on someone else's property. The robbers have fallen over. Fear hammers them into the bones. They explode with tears, apologizing and saying that they will finish their careers immediately. However, a girlfriend suddenly pops up in memory of an important memory. She recalls that she has already seen this group among archival materials. As it turned out, these people work exclusively with wealthy celebrities and exchanges. The hunting of evil aristocrats was mostly engaged in taxes and bribes without squeezing any meanness. It was on such noble persons that the anger of the king of demons Zidane was lying, who invariably exposed their crimes, throwing a shadow of shame on their reputation. Whale states that anyone who invaded their lands does not deserve death. She tells the thieves to prepare. The owner of the colors thoughtfully stops the look, and then confirms the words of the princess. Lord Saint is preparing to make a sentence in the case of theft. He turns to the elfie bandits that boldly stole 8 tomatoes from his farm, and claims that it is a serious crime, so they will all serve these people. Belen listened carefully to the story of Lord Saint. Kadan, but at the end of her face changed. The girl looked confused and puzzled.